vehicle, I don't think it has any mechanical issues at all. That car up to 140 miles an hour just moments ago when those California Highway Patrol vehicles got behind it. We're in the upland area right now, and I can tell you we are approaching Euclid is where we're at. So it's eastbound, moving very, very quickly. The LAPD helicopter still with it, but the California Highway Patrol, probably because of those high speeds, may have fallen back a little bit, and also the fact that they have an airship, the helicopter over it, they might not want to, it's that game that they have to play. They have to weigh how dangerous is the suspect, how much traffic do we have, how, we don't want to injure anybody, even that suspect. They don't want to see that suspect hurt. So basically they have backed off a little bit, but you can see that this vehicle is still driving well past the posted speed limit, but now at least kind of blending into some traffic out here. At one point, like we said, I was actually shocked to see that vehicle's limiter, because a lot of these newer vehicles, they have limiters on there. Here we go again. He's starting to really stretch those legs on that BMW, getting up into those triple digits. At one point going 140 miles an hour. So that car really is can move well above the speed limit out here, making it very dangerous for anybody else that's down there on the roads this morning. Again, though, stolen vehicle. This was taken in a home invasion robbery in the Wilshire Division area. So this is a very dangerous suspect. Again, California Highway Patrol working with LAPD this morning as we're watching this vehicle pushing, about our speedometer moving around a little bit, but well into the triple digits. We're now definitely in the Ontario area. I can see the Ontario airport right next to us. And this continues on eastbound on the freeway, 10 freeway this morning. The next majors that we're going to be coming up on are going to be Haven, and we're going to be there very quickly, especially with speeds at 100 miles an hour.
Happened to the people where there was this home invasion. We don't know anything about that. We're just following this pursuit now, and the driver, the suspect, is speeding, going very fast. The traffic is picking up. Obviously, it's 9:15 in the morning on a Wednesday. So right now we're on the eastbound 10 freeway still. Give me a few other locators for people who are watching this.
Well, if you know the area out here, we're going to be coming up into the the North Cucamonga area. That's kind of the official name for this area. Haven is going to be the next major that we're going to be crossing, which we are probably crossing right now. Archibald, we just passed it. And again, this is moving very, very quickly. The one thing I can tell you that was unusual was when this pursuit first started, that BMW basically weaving in and out of traffic using its blinkers, which I thought was really odd. We usually, usually BMW drivers don't use blinkers at all, as far as I've noticed. But this vehicle using its blinkers right, left, as it basically was weaving in and out of traffic. Right now, though, you can see those speeds dropping back down. Looking outside, probably not a traffic issue, meaning it's not really, there isn't a lot of cars blocking him in. So again, we know from the information we've been told, or we've been hearing, that the vehicle's low on fuel. I don't know exactly what that means. Maybe it's 50 miles, maybe it's 150 miles left on that tank, but they were saying low on fuel. So when he opens it up like that and gets those higher speeds, that fuel mileage is going to drop significantly. The next major freeway that we're going to be coming up on is the 15, and that's going to be here in just a moment. Still continuing eastbound on the 10 freeway. You can see the speeds really starting to pick up once again. California Highway Patrol, they were behind it. They tried to initiate the stop, meaning, basically got behind it, turned on those reds and blues, and that car just really took off. Now, there is a helicopter above it from LAPD. They've been the ones making most of the calls this morning and keeping an eye on it, and I believe that's kind of the crutch that they're going to lean on. The officers on the ground basically saying, well, we got that helicopter, we're going to keep an eye on it. Looks like we're getting way over, so it might be getting off the freeway here, or this is the transition for the 15. It looks like we're going to be transitioning on the 15 freeway. We'll give you a direction here in just just a moment. Justin's keeping a great eye on it. And again, LAPD helicopter, they're above it. California Highway Patrol on the ground chasing it. Stolen vehicle taken in a home invasion. So this is a very, very dangerous suspect behind that wheel.
Yeah, and you know, I said it's 9:15 and this is where traffic starts to pick up, but relatively speaking, it's pretty light still on the roads. I guess you could say thankfully, because we always talk about how people have no idea what's going on, are the ones who sometimes end up getting hurt in situations like this. You know, Bob, you're right there. Feel free to jump in at any point and give us your perspective.
And let's go back up to Stu, because it looks like this is the transition. Stu,
Yep.
Is this the 15 north now that we're looking at?
Yeah, Bobby, it definitely is the 15 northbound, and I'm looking at, you know, the possibilities of where this BMW could go. We might have some signal issues out here in Sky Fox as we're going to be making our way. I mean, the pass is quite a distance away, don't get me wrong, but at these speeds, and as you've been saying, and it is the traffic is very light this morning. There you go. Now we're seeing that BMW pushing those up into the 100, you know, let's just say 140. I would definitely say a solid 140 miles an hour as he's making his way north here on the 15 freeway. You know, that vehicle's done that a couple of times, and sure, he's going to create some distance between him and those officers. There's no doubt about that. But the helicopter is going to be able to keep up. Even Sky Fox, I have to put it out there, 140 miles an hour, we'd be hard-pressed to keep that speed for quite a distance. This vehicle would basically get away from us as well eventually. Right now, though, high speeds, 15 freeway northbound, very dangerous suspect. I can't make that clear enough. You know, somebody that's willing to break into somebody's home and rob them and then steal their vehicle, that, you know, shows you that mentality of that driver. This is very dangerous. High speeds, well, for any one of these civilians out here on the road, and of course, LA, they've got their helicopter. So they have an idea, or they can keep a bird's eye view of where this vehicle is going. And again, you can see that vehicle weaving in and out, really starting to move up here. And it looks like, well, every time he gets over to the right, I think he's going to try to take an off-ramp. That would be great for law enforcement.
Yeah, this is an extreme danger when we're talking about close to 150 miles per hour. I do not know what the top speed of a BMW of this class is, but it's pushing really the limits there. 150 miles per hour. It looks like that was on the 15 freeway. We obviously lost contact with We lost contact with Stu Mendel in Sky Fox, and we're just going to change our receivers so that we can try to get the Sky Fox again. This all started as a home invasion. That car was stolen, a black BMW stolen in the LAPD area during a home invasion. The LAPD had been looking for this vehicle, and then because some kind of a LoJack or a satellite system, they were able to find this. And I think we've got Stu Mendel back in Sky Fox to take a look at this. Still pushing those really high rates of speed, Stu. Stu, can you hear us?
Okay, sorry about that. We had some, we were trying to get that signal working for you guys. I have new information from the assignment desk. You know, these are one of the things. We work in a very fluid situation. Information moving, you know, changes up quite a bit. It's not a home invasion. It was a burglary. Now they're saying that this was a burglary, and it was taken from a home off of Sierra Bonita in the Wilshire area. So it wasn't a home invasion. That actually makes it a little bit less scary. You know, I was thinking that, you know, somebody was home, this person broke in. Turns out it was just a burglary, and apparently there might have been some keys laying around, and that vehicle was taken during that burglary. So that makes it, you know, does it make it better? No, definitely not. But it is just more accurate information. Take a look at those speeds, though. Northbound 15 freeway. This BMW just continues to move out here. And of course, the LAPD helicopter, along with Sky Fox, you know, really, we are actually working to keep up on it. There you go. He seems to be in the emergency lane right there, moving all the way over. That's not a tire.
Smoke coming from the vehicle.
That's yeah, and actually, literally leaving us our helicopter helicopters in the dust this morning as this BMW continues to move along. Those speeds might be accurate just looking out the window. It's one of those ones where I'm seeing it out the window, and you can see this vehicle just passing, flying by all these other vehicles on the side of the road.
Stu, do you see this
California Highway Patrol, they clearly are not the types that just throw their hands up and say, oh, well, we can't catch it. They are there, they're behind it, but they are considering safety issues, and they want to keep everybody safe, so they've fallen back a little bit. But I can tell you, LAPD helicopter, along with Skyfox, here following this vehicle this morning as it continues in the emergency lane. Those aren't flat tires, that's just dust on the side of the road.
Oh.
These are lanes that are not usually used. Again, though, extremely high speeds as it's making its way northbound on the 15 freeway this morning after being stolen out of the Wilshire area in LAPD down over in the LAPD area.
Okay, wait, so just so we're clear, because I had mentioned it before we even saw what we thought was smoke, you're saying that's dust on the road? That has nothing to do with the tires?
It's the shoulder, essentially.
Stu? Okay, he can't hear us.
Yeah,
so basically, yeah, that's what it is. It's from the road. Nothing is wrong with the tire, at least for now. Although if he continues to drive this way, who knows? You know, he had mentioned that they had information that this vehicle had low fuel. I don't know if the owner of the vehicle had relayed that message to the police and then they had passed that information along. But if he keeps driving as fast as he is, and now he's slowed down quite a bit, 65 miles an hour. We were seeing 150 at one point.
150 miles per hour.
And this is what I always talk about. You know, I always think about, and when I'm on the freeway, this happens. I think about, what if something like this were to happen and I'm driving, you know, carrying on, no idea what's going on around me, and how dangerous it is for people on the road.
Absolutely. Incredibly dangerous to be traveling at that high rate of speed. So we believe that this is the 15 freeway, the northbound direction. As soon as we get Stu back up, we'll figure out the exact location of where this is. But this is near the Rancho Cucamonga area, the Etowanda area, if you know the area. So this is a pursuit that started in the Wilshire division of LAPD. We believe it at first was a home invasion, but now we're getting new information that this was a burglary. So keys that were left behind, the car that was stolen in some kind of a burglary. The car does have a tracking system on it, a LoJack or some kind of other tracking system, and that's how LAPD was able to find this and the driver. We do believe at this point, from what we can see, there's one person inside that vehicle, but this pursuit now underway and the car now tracking over 150 miles per hour at some point, and we're also hearing that there's a possibility that this car could be low on fuel. So a freeway that went on the 10 freeway, the eastbound direction, and then went on the 15 freeway in the northbound direction now, and still on the 15 freeway.
So CHP was behind this vehicle, and we're assuming it still is. Stu mentioned that the LAPD helicopter is tracking the car from up above, as are we. Looks like, was that an exit or a transition? Can't tell.
What are the eastbound lanes here?
Okay, so Stu's trying to figure out exactly where this is going to, but looks like
I can hear Haley talking to me. Sorry about it.
That's okay. So
it's okay.
Today we're having a little bit of audio issues. I can't hear you guys talking at me, but I can tell you right now we transitioned eastbound 215. So basically we're not going through the pass up here. We're going to stay on the on our side of the hill, as it would be. So basically we went from the 15 to the 215, and now we're going to be heading eastbound. Look, oh, he got off the freeway. So this is going to become very interesting. So California Highway Patrol has the opportunity to get a little bit closer there. It looks like we're on Devore Road. I'm going to get you some better streets here in just a moment, but he got off the freeway. He has an opportunity to get back on, so maybe it was one of those, he just made the wrong turn. There he goes. It looks like we're getting back onto the 15 freeway. I believe that's going to be northbound lanes. So again, he basically, it looks like he just took the road right there, but and now he's making his way back onto the North 15. So we've seen speeds drop down basically because of traffic. Right now, I'm looking out the window. I can see that vehicle, and he's got a lot of open freeway. There is traffic, as this is an uphill portion. So all the big trucks, they're going to be going a lot slower. A lot of the vehicles might be moving a little bit slower as well. That BMW, you know, I'm going to say it, you drive it like you stole it, and this guy definitely stole it. So he's going to probably keep his foot in it. I'm just really curious about the fuel situation. They were talking about that earlier on. They said that the vehicle was low on fuel. They brought that up a couple of times. Right now, it looks like this car's got plenty of fuel as he keeps these speeds at 100 miles an hour, northbound on the 15 freeway. Traffic out here is light, but there's definitely a lot more slow-moving vehicles, bigger vehicles that might create some sort of vision problem. Other drivers might not be able to see around these larger vehicles, and having this guy moving at those high speeds, that could create a problem. There you go. You can see him really starting to open it up again. Northbound 15 freeway with
Okay, we could lose Stu again in this area, Skyfox in the area. It looks like it was going north on the 15 freeway. This goes up into the Angeles National Forest area, the Lytle Creek area, as it goes on towards Oak Hills, Phelan, Hesperia as well. So really a little bit of a difficult area to get a signal up there, but as soon as we reconnect with that signal, we will bring you that pursuit that's still underway on the 15 freeway. Okay, we'll keep an eye on the situation there, and as soon as we get that signal back, we'll bring it to you. In the meantime, we'll take a quick break.
Good day. And we're staying right here on top of it for you on Live Now from Fox. Everybody, it looks like they are having those signal problems, so we will continue to monitor the situation out there in the Los Angeles area. We saw those speeds go very, very fast there, sometimes up to 130, 140 miles per hour. So we're hoping that signal can come back to you, and we're hoping that everybody will be safe there out on the roadways. You have a driver that obviously is not caring about anybody else on the road except for themselves. Looks like we do have that shot back. Let's hopefully it stays on it for as long as we can. Right here, everyone, on Live Now from Fox, bringing you the live feeds as they are coming in real time, everybody. But yeah, this is
if you can hear me, Francisco, we are gaining a little.
So we did have Stu Mundell up there. We'll go to him in just a second. He's just making sure that everything is good with the feed as well, and we are hoping for that here too. And hopefully this will come to a conclusion that does not cause a big wreck or also involving the police as well. So we're hoping for the very best outcome right now, but we are watching high above. Stu Mundell still up above.
And now I'm just checking one. Does anybody hear me on news?
All right, so he's still having a little bit of audio issues. They're waiting to hear back from Fox 11 so he could do more of the play-by-play. And as soon as they get that going again, we will take that coverage from Fox 11 Los Angeles. But this pursuit does continue. At first was being talked about that this could have been a home invasion type of robbery. That wasn't the case. Now it just seems that it's a burglary. Still very bad, and still the suspect does not want to give up, obviously, at this point, pushing speeds over 100 miles per hour and just going in and out of lanes here. So we hope that there will be a solid conclusion to this pretty soon. And we're hoping for the very best there for the police as well as they continue to track this suspect that does not want to give up there. There was some earlier reports that maybe this vehicle does not have as much gas as that suspect would want, but here we are still talking about this pursuit that continues on over 100 miles per hour.
It actually starts to flatten out a little bit, so we're going to keep an eye on where this vehicle is going. The driver of this vehicle
As you can see, still some issues there, hoping to get it back here for you. We appreciate all our viewers from around the country and around the world that continue to watch right now of this police pursuit in the Los Angeles area, and still working to get that back here for you with the signal issues. But we've been following this now for the last 15 minutes here on Live Now from Fox, giving you the live updates as they're happening, the live feeds as well. They're all in the mix right now with this pursuit that continues on their high rate of speed there. Sometimes we see take these police pursuits where a suspect might not even really change lanes that much, might be just going a little 20, 30 miles per hour over. This one is obviously very, very high speed, going 120, 130 miles per hour. We saw it being clipped at just moments ago there as well. So this is where we're at right now. If you're just joining us here and we're saying, hey, well, what's going on with this pursuit? Well, it is having a little bit of signal problems from our Sky Fox right now, bringing you those visuals. So we continue to wait for that and get those updates here for you. And as soon as we get a live feed there, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. But thousands and thousands of you continue to watch with us, given any platform that you choose there, LiveNowFox.com. You could check it out and see where you could stream and watch us next as well, as we go 24/7 right here.
Involved as well. So perhaps
well.
this person thinking, well, let me get as much distance as I can between me and law enforcement, and if this vehicle runs out of fuel, well, then, you know what, I have that opportunity to run. That's all fine and good, but you have to remember the helicopter from the California Highway Patrol joining this chase as well. What can I say about that BMW? Well, I'm guessing that that's got to be an M series. It's a 3, as I understand it, possibly a 4. But you know that those speeds, and even if our little speedometer is a little bit off, at one point we were showing 160. So you got to figure that that vehicle is solid 150 miles an hour this morning, which is very dangerous to anybody involved. Even a car like that, if it gets into a crash at 150 miles an hour with another car just driving freeway speeds, it could be very deadly. Right now, though, we've crested the hill and we're making our way back into this flatlands up here. I'm trying to actually get the name. We're getting into the Hesperia area. That's what I was trying to get at. We're getting into Hesperia. The next off-ramp is going to be Rancho Road, and that's coming up very, very quickly. Again, though, this is pursuit of a suspect involved in a burglary in the Los Angeles area off of Sierra Bonita this morning. And one of the things that was taken in that burglary was this BMW. Just doing radio check. Is anybody hearing us? Is anybody seeing us? Text me if you cannot get me on the radio. Copy, thank you. So other things that we need to talk about, I don't know if this is going out on the air or if this is more internal, but right now we have to talk about fuel for the helicopter as well. We are getting very close to the point where we're going to have to break off for fuel. We're going to keep with it as long as possible. Luckily, the direction we're headed, there is an airport. It's going to be San Bernardino Logistics. So the chances are is that's where we're going to stop for fuel. Don't know how quick our turnaround time is at that airport. We rarely go there. But we're going to get fuel as quickly as possible, and we're going to stay with it probably for another, I'm looking at the gauge and looking at Adam for a number, but I'm thinking about 5 minutes, maybe 7 minutes. We can stay with it as we keep an eye on this BMW making its way now in the Hesperia area, northbound 15 freeway. Very light traffic. That is.
All right, we will continue to track this there. Obviously, Stu Mundell saying that they have about 5 to 7 minutes there left of fuel, and if the pursuit is still going on, that they are going to fuel back and try to get it right there. Obviously, now we're seeing just a little bit of continuing issues with the feed here, but we will wait and see just how it all plays out. You're watching Live Now from Fox, bringing you these live updates as they're happening in real time, following this police chase for the last 20 minutes or so that we've been taking it to air right now. And boy, we're hoping that this one just ends peacefully at a nice ending conclusion and not something horrific like a bad crash where involving others that don't need to be a part of this. As you can see there, the speeds were going about 120, 130 miles per hour at times when it was really cranking up there. So we continue to follow this. If you're just joining us us here. Thank you so much again for watching with us on Live Now from Fox, bringing you these live updates as they are happening. And we were following the police pursuit that continues on right now, but right now those signal problems still having some issues, so just bear with us here. Stu Mundell high up above there in the chopper for Sky Fox, saying that they only had about 5 to 7 more minutes, so maybe we'll see some sort of next shot here, but we'll keep an eye on all of that. In just a little bit, we should update you as well what we are expecting a little bit later today here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to be hearing from Senator Lindsey Graham in just a little bit. We are going to be getting a fresh Department of Defense update, talking everything about Afghanistan withdrawal rates, as well as other topics there in the military. And then we will also be getting an update on the Black Caucus from the U.S. House, where they will be talking about voting rights in America, especially in Texas, as the battle has been continuing for House Democrats there on the Texas side. And we'll be following all of those developments there as well. So we got a busy next couple of hours here for you on Live Now from Fox as we continue to wait here for more updates regarding this chase, everyone. So we'll keep an eye on the feed. If I do get a shot there, I'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's slide away, though, for a quick 2-minute break. And for those of you
probably
still
not
with us
used
here,
to
looks
driving
like we
this
do
slow
have
anymore.
a shot back.
Yeah, adrenaline. Well, that adrenaline's got to worn off a ways back. He's probably thirsty now. That's what I'm talking about. He's going to do something desperate. Whoa. Yes, I can. I can hear you. Somebody's asking me if you can hear me. I can hear you. There's California Highway Patrol. Like I said, they were going to be close by. No doubt about it. And you can see now we're making these, actually kicking up some higher speeds out here, and we're on roads. It looks like, I'm wondering if he's going to try to get back onto the freeway, basically just to go back the other direction. Wrong side of the road, cutting back and forth. Whoa. As we continue on, I just want to.
And that's just how it's been going right there with this signal. In and out right there. We continue to follow it here for you.
But again, you know, on the freeway, everybody at home was going, wow, that thing is moving very quickly. Now, making a turn or something like that. And I hate to say this, but it is just facts of life. Another red light right there. We actually have our fuel light, and we need to make our way back to an airport right now. Justin, hold the shot as long as you can down there. I don't know where he went. I was looking at the fuel light, but we have to go for fuel. There is just no doubt about it right now. This is not a maybe kind of sorta. We are bingo, and we really need to go in for fuel. I'm sorry, everybody, that we can't get some kind of finale.
All right. So unfortunately, you heard there from Stu Mundell. They have to leave now. Sky Fox is going to refuel there. So we will see. And maybe, who knows, this chase could still be going on in a little bit there. But Sky Fox does have to leave right now. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. Thank you again for joining us here as we always try to bring you live breaking news coverage from across the country as it's happening.
As we're making our way the opposite direction, almost going out for fuel. Sorry, guys, I really am.
All right, everybody. Looks like we do have an event out of Texas here. Governor Abbott with a Crime Stoppers moment here.
We needed to crack down on fentanyl. You know, our best legislation comes when we speak to our constituents, and from the heart, they tell us something that's going on in Texas that tells us that we have to do something. And my idea to increase the penalty enhancement for fentanyl came from some constituents, a family who woke up one morning to find their young college-age son dead in his bed. Now, he may have accidentally ingested fentanyl. As Governor Abbott said, the Forensic Center is telling us that they are finding fentanyl in some of the party drugs. Sometimes kids do that. This is killing our children. This fentanyl is pouring in over the border, a porous border. DPS tells us this. They are confiscating more and more fentanyl at the federal level and at the state level. And this bill doesn't try to get to the users, all right? We want to get to those who are distributing this drug, who are responsible for killing our young people. And this is a good step to ensure that they will spend a minimum, if they distribute more, over 200 grams, at least 15 years, up to 20 years minimum in prison, up to life in prison. It's a very strong, powerful tool for our judges. And let me add, I hope they use it. As far as for bail reform, again, I have to give Crime Stoppers thanks. They have been accumulating data. All of you in the press here, know many are from Houston, you know what is going on in our city. I'm angry. How can we let this keep happening? The bill that we have passed out of the Senate and the constitutional amendment is targeted at violent, repeat offenders who are being released over and over again to kill people on the streets. And it's not just murder. Governor Abbott referred to the many that have been killed. 7 is too many in my book since special session began. But what about the robberies, the rapes, the burglaries? It's not just murder. It's serious crimes that affect our everyday life and the way that we live our life. You should be able to walk into a gym without getting shot as someone wants to steal your car. You should be able to hold your baby in your arms without being shot and your baby being shot. You should be able to go to a restaurant in Houston in the evenings and not look over your shoulder to see if someone is following you into your home and following you into your driveway, tie you up and ransack your house. We don't have to live like this. We need to have accountability, transparency, and common sense being used by our judges here in this county, and they are not doing that. This bill will force them to do it. It's an important legislation. The SJR, the constitutional amendment, will give the voters a chance to decide if they think that the worst of the worst should in fact be held without no bond. But the voters aren't going to get a chance to vote on that. The ballot draw for the constitutional amendment is this afternoon, but this constitutional amendment will not be available for a November ballot because the Democrats ran to Washington. They didn't get a chance to vote on this. And that's sad. That's sad for the people of Harris County, for Houston, and this entire state. So I'm with Governor Abbott 100% on this. Come back and work and look at this seriously. This is not a partisan issue. Passed out of the Senate 22-0 with the 4 Senate Democrats who remained voting for this bill, including Senator John Whitmire, who represents Houston and has been the longest serving senator and has been a longtime chair of criminal justice. This bill was compromised, worked on, it's common sense, it needs to pass, but it needs to be done for the people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now for Nicole with Crime Stoppers.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Governor Abbott, for allowing Crime Stoppers to serve as host for the signing of this important bill. Crime Stoppers has been working for 40 years in the Harris County area, solving and preventing crime. While there are many issues that we face on a daily basis, the issue of fentanyl has been of particular concern. You were correct, Governor Abbott, when you said the lives are at stake because of the dangerous drugs like fentanyl pouring into our communities. We know that when criminals find something that they can exploit and use and sell, they will, regardless of the lives that it destroys or takes. As an organization, we work tirelessly to educate the community via our podcast, The Balanced Voice, our school and community presentations, and our brand new pamphlet that's Drugs in a Snap, a 5-step fentanyl poisoning prevention plan. We take this extremely seriously. If we educate the community about the things that they could become victims of, that solves crime. That prevents crime. We take it very, very seriously. But we cannot do this alone. We cannot. We need our elected officials to stand up for Texans. We are lucky, extremely lucky, that in the great state of Texas, we have a governor that is brave enough and bold enough to do what's right for all Texans. Public safety should not be a partisan issue. It should not. It affects everyone, regardless of race, religion, creed, or party affiliation. That is one reason why we are so thankful and appreciative of this bill that passed with full support. This bipartisan bill passed with full support. We cannot thank you enough. Our team has received phone calls from countless parents and families, not just in Texas, but across the United States, who have lost their children due to drugs that are laced with fentanyl. And they say, even the ones that are not Texans, they are watching Texas and Governor Abbott for the stance that he is taking on this issue and hopes that it follows across the United States. Even though Rania is not here, our CEO Rania is traveling. She sends her extreme thanks and appreciation, as does the rest of the staff at Crime Stoppers. We appreciate you immensely. Thank you all for joining us. I hope you have a nice day.
Thank you very much. We'll take a few questions.
Governor, question about schools. Why not let schools require masks for kids under 12, knowing that COVID cases and hospitalizations are on the rising in Texas?
Sure. First and most importantly, everyone needs to take serious the spread of COVID. And there are different ways to do that. the foremost way is to make sure that everyone receives a vaccine, which is the best way to reduce the spread of COVID. And then separate from that, everyone has had more than a year to master all the safe strategies that they can choose that's best for them and their family members. We're past the time of government mandates. We're into the time for personal responsibility, and that's exactly what we will do.
Governor Abbott, given that the Democrats have said they're not coming back before the end of the special session, what can you do, if anything, to try to save the reason that this whole session was called, like the bill is?
Two things. One is there have been a slow trickle of Democrats coming back. Harold Dutton came back, I think, yesterday. Another Representative Cortez came back, I think, yesterday. Could have been the day before. There are others who are tired of their escapade to Washington, D.C., and they heard exactly what Senator Huffman said, and that is there are reasons to give back, such as bail reform, such as teacher retirement pay, such as property tax reduction, such as making sure they actually even fund the legislative branch of government. And so there are reasons why they may come back. But if they don't, I'm committed to calling special session after special session after special session every 30 days until we do get these items passed.
And Senator Huffman, any chance for negotiation on some of the items that some of the Democrats say they do not like? The idea that nonprofits be restricted from paying bail for some people? Any open for
This bill has actually already been highly negotiated by many parties, and I have made many changes to the bill as it first appeared in regular session. The bill is in great shape now. It has been already passed bipartisan in the Senate, and I continue to pray and hope that the House Democrats will do the right thing and vote for this bill and get it to the people.
I'm going to add to that by saying this, and that is, there were compromises made on this bill before the Democrats broke quorum and left again. And to get compromises and then to leave and break quorum and not come back, and then even worse, to go up to Washington, D.C. and to completely lie about what's going on and to misrepresent about what the bill does causes them to lose credibility in the Capitol and makes it even more difficult for the members of the legislature to work with them because of the lies that they have stoked. And it's very inappropriate what the Democrats have done, and it causes them to lose credibility.
Governor, you're drawing a direct line then when you talk about bail reform, the lives lost between the Democrats having left, not voting on anything, and people having lost their lives.
Yeah, listen, if this bail reform had become law during the regular session, which it had the votes to go into law effect immediately because it had the 2/3 vote that was needed to be able to get the constitutional amendment passed, lives could have been saved. But get this, every day that we don't have this bail reform passed, which now means it's going to be months perhaps, there's going to be more people who not just lose their lives, but as Senator Huffman was talking about, who will be victims of crime. So there will be people who will be harmed. There may be people who will lose their lives. There will be people who are victims of crime because the Democrats are taking time off in a vacation in Washington, D.C.
Two more questions.
Governor Singer from the Chronicle, you pointed out the increase in fentanyl that's being captured in Texas or seized in Texas, and I'm sure you know how many more people are dying from opioids. As that's been happening, there's been a call for other strategies to help users be safer and get to a point where they can get off drugs, including stuff like cleaning needle exchanges or safe injection sites. What's your position on those kinds of things?
And welcome here, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. As we continue on right here, we've got some breaking news that we want to go to out in Pennsylvania. This is in West Brandywine right here, active house fire that continues right now. And you can see they got several lines stretched out there and fire crews all over. This is a huge, huge house right here. And you are taking a look here at the scene that is happening right there where, of course, unfortunately, this home is a goner there. We're hoping that everybody that was inside was able to get out of there and the fire crews are going to be safe. We don't know any updates as far as people there that could have been injured or even maybe worse there right now. But you could see here as the crews continue to try to knock down this fire right now as it is approaching the 1 o'clock hour out on the East Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox as we bring you these live feeds that come into our newsroom, and then we push them out right to you directly. And Sky Fox showing us just the massive grounds here of this home here, and all the first responders that came out. I mean, it looks like they even had their own baseball diamond as well there. You got a helicopter there at the scene as well. Not knowing still if this is very fluid information, as you can see, as you can imagine as well. You're watching, as always, right here on Live Now from Fox, bringing you the live updates as they are happening, everyone, in real time. You can still see there's multiple spots here from the home that the fire crews are really working on at this moment here. Okay, we are getting additional information right now. EMS is reporting that they are treating and triaging 5 total patients at this time, 2 adults and 3 children. Very sad news to add there, so I will add that to our updates as well.
National Hot Dog Day today. And it's a new hour here on Live Now from Fox. Breaking news out of here, West Brandywine, Pennsylvania. We are covering this for you. A massive fire at a home here. Here is what the information that we have for you. Several fire crews there at the scene right now. Lines stretched out throughout this huge home here, and really a state. The EMS crews are treating 5 total patients here at this time. This is what they continue to work on right here, and we're hoping for the very best for this family as they are being treated at this moment, while fire crews at the same time are trying to knock down this fire here. Obviously, the home is going to be a goner here, but they're just trying their very best to get this fire out right now. You can see the huge estate that we are seeing right now with the big pool as well to the side there, and this has a big property as well, as it looks like it's more in the country away there in Pennsylvania. But boy, not what you wanted to see here with this huge house fire that continues on right here. This is Live Now from Fox as we continue to always bring you the live events here as they're happening in real time. Just about 20 minutes ago on LiveNow, we were featuring a police chase out in California, but then unfortunately Sky Fox had to refuel there, so we did lose that chase here. But this is what we are seeing at right now of this major house fire, and active investigation will happen after all the flames are put out here. But you can still see several hoses that lines are stretched throughout this property, and continuing to see thick black smoke continue to come out from this mansion right now. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you. It is now 1 o'clock out on the East Coast, 10 a.m. out on the West, where we are showcasing unfortunate story out there with a huge home that a family now will have to live without for the time being. But like I said, EMS crews are treating those 5 patients, and we're hoping that this family is going to be okay, as this looks like it was a fire at multiple areas of the home here. So we are now seeing more white smoke come out. So that's some good news that we are seeing here. You never want to see that thick black smoke being pouring out. That means more fuel is being burned here. But yeah, you could see like what would have been a patio area, maybe connected to an upstairs bedroom, is gone there, as well as the whole home is too. But the fire crews always doing a great job of trying to knock this down the best that they can. Obviously, with a sprawling estate, it's much more harder because of so much more real estate that they got to cover, and you're still seeing flames pop up left and right of this home here. And this looked like they even had maybe a separate pool house area as well. Thanks again to all our viewers here, providing you this coverage of breaking news out of Pennsylvania right now. We're showing this to you as it's all unfolding live and right now. Live now from Fox, everyone. Thanks again for joining us here, and we're hoping for the very best for this family, everyone, as it continues on right here of the fire crews continuing to try to knock down this fire right now. You see the pool area there, and yeah, they had a pool house there as well. That looks not affected, but unfortunately, this home is a goner here. And Sky Fox just really showing you the sprawling estate that this family did have, and you're seeing the full-on fire response here, major fire response here in this town of West Brandywine, Pennsylvania. It was called out as a 2-alarm house fire, possible injuries, lots of firefighter and equipment that continue to be spread around here. So as this breaking news does wind down, we'll try to give you the update as 5 total patients being treated right now. We're hoping for the very best for them, but it does now look like the fire crews have a better grasp of what's happening there at this mansion. So we'll keep an eye on this story and provide you all the updates as they happen in real time right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. But again, we do appreciate everyone continuing to join us here. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you, and happy Wednesday right now, as we'll be now giving you other news here of the day. Let's look at the market, up 264 points there in the green. train as it continues to make its run from yesterday's big day that it had. So we'll continue to look at that right here on Live Now from Fox. But I do want to go out to a hearing. Not a hearing, but a news conference from GOP senators. They are talking about what they call the Democrats' reckless spending habits, and we'll be listening to a little bit of that right here on Live Now from Fox.
Through the reconciliation process. The first thing I want you to know, the same people doing the reconciliation bill are the same people in charge of the border and fighting crime. And if that makes you feel uneasy, you should. They don't know what they're doing on multiple fronts. So if you're worried about inflation, there's nothing wrong with you. Inflation is on the rise because of Democratic policies are spreading inflation at a historic rate. And it's not like we're the only one that see this. Larry Summers, not exactly a Republican, said, I was on the worried side about inflation. It's all moved much faster, much sooner than I had predicted. May 14th, 2021, before all this other garbage. We're printing money, we're creating government bonds, we're borrowing on unprecedented scales. Those are things that are much more likely to translate themselves into inflation than they were historically. From May to now, we've gone crazy. So if he was worried about this in May, you should be really worried about it now. And let me tell you about the reconciliation bill. It's no more about infrastructure than I am tall. This is a liberal wish list. And how does it add to inflation? Well, spending $3.5 to $5 trillion is not a good idea when you have an inflationary economy. And this is not stimulus in the terms of creating jobs as we know it. Roads, bridges, and ports, there's none of that in this bill. There's a mandate in this bill to require every employer to offer paid family leave. That sounds good, I guess, on its face until the employer has to come up with the cash to meet the mandate in this bill. Guess what the employer is going to do? They're going to increase their prices because the government has increased their cost. And over time, as we increase taxes in this bill, which they will have to do, there's less money to do the things that businesses need to do, like to modernize and hire people. So this is a nightmare for American business. It's going to be a nightmare for American consumers if this reconciliation bill passes. It will take an inflation problem that we have today and pour jet fuel on it. And if you don't understand that, you don't really understand spending and the economy. And here's what worries me the most. They have no idea how they lost control of the border. They're in complete denial. We had a hearing today, and I asked a question. If we legalize people without first securing the border, do you think it will create a run on the border? I don't know. I know, and you know. So they've lost control of the border because they implemented policies that led to a surge in illegal immigration with no end in sight. They're spurring on inflation at a rate we haven't seen in a very long time. 5.4% increase in inflation this year, this time this year compared to last. 4.5% in the core areas. If you're on a fixed income, a Social Security recipient, every time you fill up the car, every time you go to the grocery store, due to inflation, you have less buying power. So the enemy of the working class, American middle class, and fixed income Americans is inflation. And the package they're proposing is going to take it to a new level. It's going to be much like the border. It's going to explode because the policies they're pushing do not match the times in which we live. They're in denial about the result of their policy at the border, about how to fight crime, and they're taking an inflation problem and going to make it much worse. Let it be said that the Republican Party will have no part of this. Senator McConnell.
Well, let me just add to what Senator Graham just said. Look at what's happened already based upon what they've spent on a party line basis earlier this year. A 3.6% pay increase has actually turned out to be a 2% pay cut. And the reason for that, inflation is driving the cost of everything through the roof. More broadly, they're playing Russian roulette with our economy. Russian roulette with our economy. The amount of spending and taxing and debt is really threatening the financial stability of our country. We don't intend to play any part in contributing to this. And it's still my hope that a few Democrats may be brave enough to stop this. I think it's a catastrophic direction for our country.
Senator Brasso, then Senator Scott.
Well, the Democrats seem determined to bankrupt America. I mean, this reckless tax and spending spree is, as Lindsay has said, the ultimate liberal wish list, with taxes and spending and regulations that are not just reckless, they're scary when you really think about it. You know who's going to end up paying the bill for this? It's going to be middle-class Americans. They're already paying through the roof with inflation. I was home last weekend in Wyoming. You go to the gas station, people are filling up the truck. It's $25 more to fill up now than it was in January. You go to the grocery store, for people that are doing their weekly shopping, it's about $25 more for groceries than it was not that long ago. So they're paying more all over the place. And then you look at the taxes on top of it, it's going to hurt them doubly. But this kind of an additional $3.5 trillion of spending is going to be jet fuel on the flame of inflation. You know, it's interesting when you listen to the Democrats and they say, well, a couple of rich people and a couple of companies are going to end up paying for this. The American people aren't going to be deceived by this. They know who's going to be paying for it. Middle-class Americans are going to be paying for it in all different ways. They're going to be left holding the bill. And then you listen to some of the Democrats on this $3.5 trillion massive bill, and they're saying things like, well, it is a good start. It doesn't go far enough for what they want. Because for them, no idea is too extreme. No cost is too high. Just mark my words, there's not a single Republican in the House or the Senate who's going to vote for this thing. And if there's any way it's going to pass, it's going to because Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer make every Democrat walk the plank.
Senator Scott.
Well, the reckless taxing and spending spree needs to end, and before it actually begins with the next iteration of it, it's really important. You think about the fact that on Monday, I was getting ready to head to the airport, stopped by a gas station, put gas in my truck. $2.85 a gallon. So I literally said to myself, I can't remember what it was late last year, so I looked it up. Same gas station, Sproul Avenue, North Charleston, $1.99 a gallon last fall. Today, $2.85. Senator McConnell said it's so important. Literally during the midst of the pandemic, since then, Americans have seen a 3.5% increase in their wages, but inflation at 5.4% is an actual reduction in the take-home pay of everyday Americans. How do we see that? Well, we see that inflationary effect. Rental cars, 87% increase year on year. Used cars, 45%. Gas nationally, 45%. Laundry machines, they make them at Samsung in Newberry, South Carolina, a 45% increase. Airfares, 24%. Moving expenses, 17%. Hotels, 16%. Furniture, 8%. Bacon, God knows we love bacon even in our pizza, 8.4%. TV, 7%. Fruit, 7%. Shoes, 6%. Literally, the staples of American life are increasing exponentially. And that's before the inflationary effect of this next COVID, so to speak, relief package. If you listen to Larry Summers, as Lindsay said, you'd come to the conclusion that common sense ain't so common anymore. People keep asking us on this package, why can't you find common ground? Because there's no common sense. You got to have common sense to find common ground.
John Thune. The bacon thing got me.
Thanks, Lindsay. Well, what we're talking about here is the largest expansion of government, the largest expansion in spending, and the largest tax increase literally in the history of the country. And it's not going to be temporary. We all know how this works. Ronald Reagan once said, and I'm paraphrasing here, that the closest thing to immortality on this planet is a government program. Once this spending is locked in, it's going to be there permanently. And that is the vision that the Democrats have. It is a reckless, radical agenda, and the American people are going to end up paying for it. They're going to pay for it in the form of higher taxes. Something's got to finance all this. Higher prices because of the inflation that's going to be caused by this massive flooding of government money into the economy, and they're going to pay for it in the form of lower wages. That's what we're talking about. That is the simple fact of the matter, and we are going to stand with middle-class Americans and do everything we can to stop it. Chuck Schumer said that they're going to keep their foot on the gas. And in this case, that gas is what they're going to be pouring on the fire out there, and that fire is going to dramatically hurt people in this country, working Americans, middle class, lower income Americans who have to deal with the higher taxes, the higher gasoline prices, the higher food prices, the higher prices across the board that will inevitably result as a result of these reckless and radical policies that are being put in place by the Democrats here in the Senate. So we will do everything we can to stop it, and we stand with the American people in that effort.
Senator Ernst.
Thank you. And the gas they're pouring on those flames is a lot more expensive now than it used to be. You know, folks, our hardworking families are already feeling the burden from these rising costs of goods and services, things like paper towels and diapers, just everyday items that our families need. And yet the Democrats are trying to ram through another $3.5 trillion of spending. Our key sector of the economy that's going to feel the pinch from the Democrats' reckless tax and spending spree is our farmers and our ranchers. Right now, the situation as it stands, our family businesses, when you pass them down, and this includes ranching and farming, when you pass those businesses down from one generation to the next generation, as often happens in ag country, it does not impose a tax burden on those families. But what the Democrats are proposing is to tax these families for simply passing on their business from one generation to the next. And if you don't think that's going to impact our food prices, you're wrong. You are wrong. We call this the farm-to-table tax. That's what they are going to do in this next spending package, farm-to-table tax. So increasing the taxes on our farmers, absolutely not the right thing to do, not now, not in the future. And just to put it into perspective, folks, we're already knocking on $30 trillion of debt. And adding to this burden, it's not the time when we're battling inflation. And I can say, honest to God, this type of reckless spending and taxing is never a good time. It is never a good time. Thank you.
If you've been around Washington a while, you learn not just to listen to what people say, but what they actually do. Senator Schumer is not giving the bipartisan infrastructure negotiations an opportunity to reach a conclusion and then to share that with the other members of the Senate and for us to have the sort of debate that we should have when we're looking at spending $1 trillion plus. What he really wants to do, I believe, is to roll that infrastructure spending into this $1 trillion on top of all the money that we've spent for COVID-19 relief that was bipartisan. At least last year it was, because we thought it was important from a public health and from an economic standpoint that us throw a lifeline to people who needed help. But this is something totally different. And as you've heard, there's more and more money coming from the federal government chasing fewer goods and services, driving up prices. And this is actually all part of Senator Schumer's and Speaker Pelosi's plan. President Biden really let the cat out of the bag when he said, well, we have a deal on the infrastructure package, but it's not going to go anywhere until I sign this reckless taxation and spending spree bill that Speaker Pelosi said she would sit on until both of them were in her hands and she could coerce all the Democrats to vote for it. So this is not a time, if there ever was one, for the federal government to...
We're going to take another quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox.
It's going to have to be paid back by future generations. I think we're approaching now a debt to GDP ratio that we haven't experienced since World War II.
If there's a word I keep hearing over and over today, it's the word reckless. Reckless spending, reckless tax increases, reckless policies on the southern border. The sad reality is it's having consequences on the American people and on Montanans. The Wall Street Journal yesterday, if you saw the story, talked about the most expensive price appreciation in the real estate market was in which market in the entire country? It was Billings, Montana. I was in Billings on Friday. I had a roundtable with law enforcement, the sheriff, the police chief, county commissioners, district attorney. Homicide rates are skyrocketing. Felony rates are skyrocketing, unlike they've ever seen before. And I asked them why. What's going on? They said it's meth. 80% of the violent crimes and petty crimes are the results of meth and drugs. And then I asked the question, and I knew the answer, but I want to hear it from them. Where is it coming from? It says coming from the southern border. We are a northern border state with a southern border crisis. The challenge we have with this reckless spending and tax bill that the Democrats are trying to push through on a purely partisan basis is that inflation is the most regressive tax on working Americans. The less money you have, the more you're impacted by inflation. If there's somebody who's cheering right now by what's going on in Washington with what Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi and the president are trying to jam through the Senate, it's China. Raising tax rates, raising inflation, massive spending will reduce our ability to compete in this economy, both short and long term. And sadly, those will be affected the most by what's going on here in Washington, D.C., with those who can afford it the least, and that'd be hard working class Americans.
So I'll bat cleanup here. I'll try not to repeat the excellent points my colleagues made, other than to reinforce one. I want the American people to truly understand who will pay for this reckless tax and spending spree. They will. Either through the fact that the inflation will wipe out any wage gains, or eventually increase taxes. That is what will happen. But I want to make 2 points. I want to also talk about when you hear Maya McGinnis's group saying this isn't $3.5 trillion, this is going to be more like $5 trillion. It's easy to explain how this is going to happen. Democrats will pass new entitlements, make more Americans dependent on government, and they'll only pass them and score them for a couple of years. But we all know government ratchets only in one direction, up. So once you have a new entitlement granted, it's almost impossible to remove it. And so whatever the headline number on this thing is going to be, it's going to be much larger than $3.5 trillion. The other thing we're talking about is inflation. I want to talk about the specter of stagflation. Back in Wisconsin, I don't think there's hardly any employer that can hire enough people. I come from a manufacturing background. Our home builder said that the price of a home in Wisconsin has increased $36,000 because of the cost of lumber. And they can't get the components. They can't get the appliances. Every manufacturer, whether it's a basic component like plastic resin, it's on allocation. So the fact that we have paid people not to work, employers are having to shut down lines, which is causing a supply dislocation. So we don't have the supply. And of course, inflation is caused by too many dollars, which the Fed is printing with all this deficit spending, chasing too few goods, and we've jammed up our manufacturing process so we don't have the goods. So that is the definition of stagflation. I lived through it in the late 70s. It's not fun. It's even less fun trying to break that cycle, but that's exactly what the Biden administration is putting us on a path towards stagflation. uncontrolled inflation combined with a stagnant economy, it's not a pretty sight.
John, can you stay around? I got to scoot in a second. Yeah. Yeah.
You know, as you know, the debt limit.
All hard questions will go to him. Yeah.
As you know, the debt limit's nearing expiration.
Yeah. I'll talk about the debt limit next week. We're talking about the package today. I'll give you my view of the debt limit next week. Yeah.
Can I just ask, you know, as the reconciliation bill and the bipartisan infrastructure bill move on a similar sort of timeline, does the reconciliation bill moving forward have any impact on how you may vote on the infrastructure bill, or will you evaluate that independently of this separate process?
Since I'm in the group, there's things I'm for and there's things I'm against. President Trump had a $1.5 trillion infrastructure package. I think everybody up here understands roads, bridges, ports, particularly in South Carolina. America could use a facelift on its basic infrastructure, and there's bipartisan support for that. But with the $3.5 trillion package, it's not about infrastructure. It's about growing the size of government. It's about using an opportunity to change tax rates to be more just in their eyes. And the big loser, as Ron said, is the American consumer. So I'm for infrastructure, roads, bridges, ports paid for. I'm not for an explosion of the size of government. And as John said, the closest thing to immortality is a new government program. We all know this is never going to go away. I think this is a defining debate, one of many in the 2022 election cycle, so there'll be plenty of Republicans on board for bipartisanship when it comes to infrastructure reasonably defined. There's going to be none of us for this $3.5, really $5 trillion package. You got to ask yourself the question why. Why would you be for one and not the other? One makes sense. One will help the economy. The other will take inflation to new heights. And if you don't believe me, just ask Larry Summers. I got to run.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, the one piece of leverage you guys do have, at least for the next month, is on the debt limit. Potentially, if there is a clean debt limit bill that's brought to the floor, would Republicans actually filibuster a clean debt limit increase before reconciliation happens?
Well, I think Lindsey said, and he's our ranker on the Budget Committee, that he will talk about. You've heard what Senator McConnell has said on that subject. I don't think there's any appetite among our members to vote for a big increase in the debt limit when they're in the process of adding so much to the debt. I mean, they're talking about spending $3.5, or as Ron and others have pointed out, really more than $5 trillion if you take away the budgetary gimmicks. And, you know, you would think, based on what they're talking about doing, that Bernie Sanders had won the election. I mean, this is a far left, progressive, you know, agenda. And they're going to do everything at 51 votes. And, you know, my view is, and I can't speak for all our members in our conference, is that the debt limit ought to ride on all the other stuff they want to do. I don't think Republicans want to enable them to spend trillions and trillions of dollars that we believe are simply designed to grow government.
Well, let me just quickly, because I'll address it a little bit as well, seems we're the only two that stuck around here. Since I've been elected, since I came here in 2011, we've increased or suspended the debt ceiling 9 times. I came here with $14 trillion in debt. Now we're, you know, fast approaching 30. I think about $28.5 trillion worth of debt. In the past, and I think the reason you have something called a debt ceiling is when you reach it, you think long and hard about increasing it. And in the past, for example, the Budget Control Act, during one of those fights over increase the debt ceiling, we actually instilled some fiscal discipline and reduced discretionary spending for a couple of years by having a real fiscal discipline. So from my standpoint, I can only speak for myself, if we increase the debt ceiling, we ought to get some measure of fiscal control. And we've had discussions, you know, you've got the Romney Trust Act, you've got Full Faith and Credit Act, Rick Scott has a piece of legislation. You know, one of the things I would propose is the Preventing Government Shutdown Act. A very common sense proposal. I think we passed it twice out of my committee when I was chairman of Homeland Security, and all it does is it says if you can't get your act together, pass a budget, pass appropriation bills, you don't shut down government, which costs a lot of money. It's very inefficient. A lot of people get hurt. You just fund those agencies at last year's level. Entirely reasonable. Now, for some reason, it's been hard to get a vote on that. This would be a good time to get a vote on something like that. I think we're probably done. Okay, one more
question. Do you think, it sounds like Democrats want to do the debt limit increase by regular order. Is this a way for them to kind of, broaden responsibility for the debt you've talked about today?
Well, I think they would like anything to get Republican fingerprints on all these crazy policies that they're proposing. And I don't know why any Republican would want to allow that to happen. The debt limit has in the past been carried on reconciliation. And in light of the context of what we're talking about here, which is, as I said before, the biggest expansion of government, biggest tax increase in American history, and doing all of it 51, and furthermore, believe it, they would do it in a New York minute if they had the votes. They would get rid of the legislative filibuster, and they'd pass their entire agenda at 51. So I don't know why Republicans would want to...
We're going to take another quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox, and then we will take you out to the Department of Defense holding a news conference right now with Pentagon leaders.
American consumers who are going to bear the cost both of higher taxes but also higher prices for everything as inflation continues to take off. This is a prescription for disaster, I think, economic disaster, but they seem bent on plowing forward with it, and I think it's a big mistake.
I mean, you could just vote against the final bill and have it be, bills don't have to pass with 60 votes. You can just not force a cloture vote. There's a vote, and then you force them to walk the plank. It'd still be a 51-50 issue.
And I'm not saying none of those. I don't think anything other than what Senator McConnell has said about this. As Lindsey said, that's prospective. That's down the road, and I don't think any final decisions have been made about how that might be handled on the floor. But I'm just telling you, as a matter of principle, I don't think there's a single Republican senator who views.
I'll emphasize our commitment to the freedom of the seas. I'll also make clear where we stand on some unhelpful and unfounded claims by China in the South China Sea. And finally, I'll be working closely with our partners about how we're updating and modernizing our capabilities and their own capabilities to work together to tackle some changing forms of aggression and coercion that we're all seeing. And I'll be talking with our friends about how we'll work hand in hand to pursue our new vision of integrated deterrence. Now, let me briefly talk about where we are in Afghanistan. I'm very proud of the professionalism that our forces have displayed. Our drawdown continues in a safe and orderly manner, and we're still on track to finish up by the end of August. The President has made a decision that we're going to get it done, and we're going to get it done right. And we have 4 ongoing key tasks. We remain committed to protecting our diplomatic presence in Afghanistan and to providing funding to the Afghan National Defense and Security Forces and to advising Afghan security ministries and to preventing the reemergence of transnational terrorist organizations. And we've added a 5th urgent task, and that is working closely and urgently in support of the State Department as they relocate brave Afghans and their families who have provided such exceptional service during our long mission. These are friends of the United States who have done exemplary and courageous work. And we take our obligations to them and to their families very seriously. You've seen that we'll be hosting the first group of Afghans on Fort Lee in Virginia. We expect them to arrive soon and most likely will stay there only for a short while as they complete their parolee paperwork. We're also working on several overseas locations to host other individuals not as far along in the visa process as this first group. And some of these locations belong to us and some are in third countries. And when we can provide more details about which ones we'll use, we certainly will. This is a priority for the administration. And not only do we in the Department of Defense have a responsibility to these brave men and women and their families, so too do we have a responsibility to support the State Department as it carries out the President's directive. And of course, even though our mission in Afghanistan is not over, I would be remiss if I didn't take the opportunity to honor the American and allied troops who have served bravely over the last 2 decades of war. and those who gave their lives there. We owe them and their families a debt that we can never repay. We know these are difficult times for them, and we will never forget all that they gave for their country. And so now, for more context on where we are in Afghanistan, let me pass this over to the chairman.
Thanks, Secretary. I appreciate that, and appreciate your comments and your leadership every day. And good afternoon to everyone. I want to extend also thank you to all of you, because you're a reminder that freedom of speech is alive and well, and freedom of the press is a principle in our Constitution. Last week, I traveled to Norfolk to attend a ceremony recognizing a new operational capability of the first and only NATO headquarters on U.S. soil at Joint Forces Command Norfolk, which is part of a vital network of strategic alliances and partnerships that enable us to project U.S. military strength throughout the world. And during those discussions, that visit, we also talked about the changing character of war, the geostrategic changes and the challenges that we're going to face sometime in the future. Also last week, the Secretary and I were honored to welcome home General Scott Miller from Afghanistan. And I want to publicly thank him one more time for his incredible leadership as the longest-serving commander in Afghanistan. Twice wounded in combat over the years, Scott Miller is American hero of the First Order. He is representative of the more than 800,000 service members who have served in Afghanistan across the last 2 decades, and we should always remember their faithful service. General Miller and his team, along with CENTCOM and many others in the Joint Force, have paved the path for a safe, orderly, and responsible transition. The sheer volume of movement involved in this operation has been extraordinary. 984 airlifts over the last less than 3 months have enabled us to reach almost 95% completion on the retrograde. To include equipment, we also moved 9,000 people, both civilian and military. Furthermore, all the military operating bases outside of Kabul have been fully transferred to the Afghan Ministry of Defense and the Afghan Security Forces. A small contingent of predominantly military personnel, but some civilians and contractors, along with Department of State, remain in Afghanistan to provide security and bolster our diplomatic presence in Kabul. The forces here are key to achieving the 5 ongoing tasks that the Secretary laid out in his comments. A major component of sustaining a robust diplomatic presence in Kabul is to maintain a functioning and secure airport in Kabul. So we continue to dedicate our security resources to that, to secure the embassy, to secure the international zone, and to secure HKIA, the international airport in Kabul, for our diplomats, our personnel, and our continued support to the government of Afghanistan. The Afghan security forces have the capacity to sufficiently fight and defend their country, and we will continue to support the Afghan security forces where necessary in accordance with the guidance from the President and the Secretary of Defense. The future of Afghanistan is squarely in the hands of the Afghan people, and there are a range of possible outcomes in Afghanistan, and I want to emphasize repeatedly, and I've said this before, a negative outcome, a Taliban automatic military takeover, is not a foregone conclusion. We will continue to monitor the situation closely and make adjustments as necessary. Additionally, we're always going to maintain the capability of self-defense. We possess the military means and have several options at our disposal to fully protect our force in Afghanistan and throughout the region. In CENTCOM, if needed, the USS Ronald Reagan Carrier Strike Group is on station. A package of long-range bombers, additional fighter bombers, and troop formations are postured to quickly respond if necessary and directed. Further, we will always protect our nation. We maintain an agile, over-the-horizon counterterrorism capability that is set up and effective now to detect and address any terrorism threat to the United States. In addition to our mission in Afghanistan, we continue to defend this country from all kinds of other threats. We're monitoring Russia, North Korea, Iran. We watch China closely while maintaining strategic deterrence to safeguard great power peace. The Department of Defense ensures no terrorists are able to launch attacks from Iraq or Syria or Africa. We keep a watchful eye on Haiti and Cuba. And we do all these things while we serve here at home as well. And I want to recognize the great efforts of our reserve component, our National Guard, and our active duty soldiers that are fighting wildfires in California, the Pacific Northwest. And as of Tuesday morning, California and Nevada, National Guard C-130 units are operating near Sacramento, California, and have flown 205 sorties and provided 4.5 million pounds of fire retardant. And we will continue to provide support as required. Our joint force is incredible because of the skill, determination of our men and women and their leaders, and there's no task that they cannot accomplish. Thanks for the opportunity and look forward to your questions.
Thank you, sir. Bob.
Thank you, Tom. I have a question for each of you. Secretary Austin, both you and General Milley have mentioned a number of times that the United States intends to continue providing, supporting Afghan forces through financial assistance and remote logistical assistance. But given the tenuous state of security there, the Taliban offensive, I'm wondering whether, in your view, the U.S. should do more beyond August 31st to prevent a collapse of the government. And if I could pose a question to General Milley also. General Milley, you're portrayed in books published this summer as having sounded the alarm privately about the possibility of President Trump manufacturing a crisis involving the military, either domestically or overseas, in order to stay in office after January 20th. I'm wondering, would you now set the historical record straight, and were you concerned about the possibility of a coup, and on what basis was that concern?
So in the first piece, Bob, thanks for your question there. We are doing a lot to support the Afghan military and the Afghan leadership as we speak. You know, we talked a lot about the fact that we're going to stand up nodes to continue to provide security assistance. We've stood up a node in Qatar that's operational now. We have begun the provision of the aircraft that we mentioned to you earlier that we're going to provide. On Friday, 3 newly refurbished UH-60s landed in Kabul, and they'll continue to see a steady drumbeat of that kind of support going forward. We've talked about setting up a node to be able to conduct over-the-horizon strikes. That node is in place. After August, our focus, as we've said, is on those threats that present those elements that present a threat to the United States of America. So it'll be a counterterrorism focus there. So and that's currently where we stand, Bob. We have not changed that. But make no mistake that we remain committed to helping the Afghan security forces and the Afghan government going forward. And we are doing what we said we were going to do in terms of putting the pieces in place to ensure that we can provide that support.
And Bob, thanks for the question. Look, I know there's a lot of interest out there on all of these books that are out there and quoting me and lots of others, etc. I'm not going to comment on what's in any of those books. Let me just say this, though. I always personally provided the best military professional advice to President Trump previously, to President Biden, or any other president. I always provide that best military advice to the Secretary of Defense, whomever is the Secretary of Defense, and I do that for the National Security Council as well. And I will speak also for this one time on behalf of the Joint Chiefs. The same applies to them. We always adhered to providing best professional military advice, bar none. It was candid, honest, in every single occasion. We did that all the time, every time. The other thing that I think is important to note here is that I, the other members of the Joint Chiefs, and all of us in uniform, we take an oath to a document, an oath to the Constitution of the United States, and not one time did we violate that. The entire time, from time of commissioning to today, I can say with certainty that every one of us maintained our oath of allegiance to that document, the Constitution, everything that's contained within it. And we also maintain the tradition of civilian control of the military. We did that without fail. And we also maintained the tradition of an apolitical military.
Let's take another quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox.
I'd like to add a comment to that, Bob. I've known the chairman for a long time. We've fought together. We've served a couple of times in the same unit, so I'm not guessing at his character. He doesn't have a political bone in his body. And I think, I clearly have tremendous faith and confidence in the chairman. What I want to make sure we do is maintain our focus on the threats ahead, maintain our focus on our pacing challenge with China, and all the things that we're trying to do to make sure that this force is ready to meet the challenges of the future.
Secretary Austin, on Afghanistan, are you concerned that as the Taliban gain ground, that al-Qaeda will be able to move back in and be able to strengthen enough to attack the West? And if so, can you give us a sense of how long any estimates are before they will be able to have that capability? And General Milley, I know you don't want to talk about the book, but you have not denied any of the recent reporting that's been out there about you, including the comments, including some of the actions. And the American public and members of the military, because of your silence on it and denying it, have no reason to believe that the vignettes are anything but accurate. So, looking back now, I know you said that you didn't violate and you maintained it political, but looking back now, were you too political at the time? And are you concerned about the message that sends to the rank and file?
Yeah, Courtney, on your first piece and whether or not we're concerned about al-Qaeda coming back, that's something that we are watching very closely currently, and we will continue to keep an eye on. Again, our major focus going forward is to make sure that, violence, terrorism cannot be exported from Afghanistan to our homeland. And so we'll maintain the capability to be able to not only observe that, but also address that if it does emerge. The Taliban early on committed to not providing a safe haven for al-Qaeda. We expect for them to meet that commitment. If they want legitimacy going forward, I think that's something that they'll have to consider. That's one way to earn it, and so we'll see what happens. But most importantly, we will maintain the over-the-horizon capabilities to be able to address this threat or any threat if it emerges. You heard me say a while back that, my rough estimate was that it would take 2 years for them to develop that kind of capability, and that it was a medium risk. I've not changed my my assessment there, but again, a number of things that could happen that could speed that up a bit or slow it down.
So Courtney, I hear what you're saying, but I'm not going to comment on any of the books. But I want you to know, and I want everyone to know, I want America to know, that the United States military is an apolitical institution. We were then, we are now. And our oath is to the Constitution, not to any individual at all. And the military did not and will not and should not ever get involved in domestic politics. We don't arbitrate elections. That's the job of the judiciary and the legislature and the American people. It is not the job of the U.S. military. We stayed out of politics. We're an apolitical institution.
Are you concerned that some of these comments that are attributed to you are pulling you more into politics than necessarily your office should be?
Let me just make a comment here. It's really important to me that this department remain apolitical, and so we're going to do everything within our power to make sure that our troops, our leadership, both civilian and military, remain focused on the task at hand and understand that they are not a part of the political apparatus there. So we will remain apolitical.
Mr. Secretary and General, closer to home, you've got a yawning gap in leadership among the weapons buying bureaucracy here. You don't have an undersecretary for acquisition and sustainment. You're 7 months into the administration. Michael Brown pulled out last week. Your capable acting is leaving. How concerned are you? I mean, the Pacific's important, your trip's important, but the business of the department, a lot of money being spent here. How concerned are you, and have you suggested to the White House a new candidate? And for this, General Milley, on a non-book question, you talked about the Afghans having the capability to defend themselves. 300,000, we spent $74 billion on them. They're facing about 75,000 Taliban over the president said this. In layman's language for the American people, given the numeric superiority of the Afghans, why does it appear that the Taliban is winning?
Tony, on your first question in regarding the numbers of people that we've had confirmed thus far, certainly we'd like to see more. This is something that the Deputy Secretary and I and my whole all of my leadership remain focused on each and every day, and we continue to work with the White House to make sure that we have quality and qualified applicants to fill these seats. We have 6 that have been confirmed so far, and 10 that are waiting for a vote, and 5 more that are in committee. So the process continues to work, and I think that you'll see that when the confirmations do occur, that there'll be experienced, quality people that will add a lot of value. And of course, I'm concerned about the A&S position that you mentioned. And absolutely we'll make another nomination, provide another name to consider for the White House to consider. But that's an ongoing process. And again, when we do get that person, it will be the best person available. And
we're going to take another quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox.
We'll continue to work with the White House on the issues.
And Tony, what I would tell you is a couple of things. One is, as well as anybody else does, that warfare is not just about numbers. So, yes, you cited some correct numbers there. And the Afghan security forces, writ large, the NDS, the police, the Army, et cetera, they're well-equipped. They've been well-trained over the years, the past 20 years, at great expense to the United States and other international allies. But there's other factors that determine outcomes. The 2 most important combat multipliers, actually, is will and leadership. And this is going to be a test now of the will and leadership of the Afghan people, the Afghan security forces, and the government of Afghanistan. Right now, you talked about the narrative that the Taliban are winning. There clearly is a narrative out there that the Taliban are winning. In fact, they are propagating an inevitable victory on their behalf. They're dominating a lot of the airwaves on that sort of thing. I would tell you that as of today, more or less, I guess it's about 212, 213. It's in that range, 200s. The district centers are in Taliban control. It's about half of the 419 that are out there. You've got 34 provincial capitals in Afghanistan. None of them have been seized as of today by the Taliban, although the Taliban is putting pressure on the outskirts of probably about half of them, 17 of them, in fact. And what they're trying to do is isolate the major population centers. They're trying to do the same thing to Kabul. And roughly speaking, order of magnitude, a significant amount of territory has been seized over the course of 6, 8, 10 months sort of thing by the Taliban. So strategic momentum appears to be sort of with the Taliban. The Afghan security forces, though, are consolidating their forces. So part of this is they're giving up district centers in order to consolidate their forces because they're taking an approach to protect the population. And most of the population lives in the provincial capitals and the capital city of Kabul. So they are right now, as we speak, adjusting forces to consolidate into the provincial capitals in Kabul. And that's why I say it remains to be seen over the rest of the summer. Right now, violence is relatively low because of Eid. But after Eid, we're going to find out. We're going to find out the levels of violence, whether it's going to go up, stay the same. There's a possibility of a negotiated outcome that's still out there. There's a possibility of a complete Taliban takeover or a possibility of any number of other scenarios, breakdowns, warlordism, all kinds of other scenarios that are out there. We're monitoring very closely. I don't think the end game is yet written.
We have time for a couple more. Barb? I wanted to ask both of you a question, somewhat for both of you following up on your recent House testimony. Mr. Secretary, for you first, could you explain in more detail your views on when you think and under what circumstances critical race theory should be an appropriate part of military education? I know you were asked about it in that hearing and you addressed it briefly, but I'd like to better understand your views on that. And for you, General Milley, in that hearing, you said to Congress that you wanted, in your words, to understand white rage and what it is that caused thousands of people to assault the Capitol and try to overturn the Constitution of the U.S. What caused that? I want to find that out. Can you offer a more detailed explanation what led you to the conclusion of white rage? And since you've talked about it publicly before Congress, in your view, what is white rage, and why and when should the U.S. military be concerned about that? Thank you.
Barb, you've heard me say that the critical race theory is not something that this department teaches, professes, embraces. You've also heard a couple of people at academic institutions say that, you know, they have required this to be reading for their students in specific courses. But because that's the case, does not mean that this department embraces this theory. And I stand by what I said earlier. And Barb, I don't want us to get distracted with the critical race conversation. This department will be diverse. It will be inclusive. And you know, we're going to look like the country that we support and defend. And you know, our leadership will look like what's in the ranks of our military. And so I'm committed to that. This department's committed to that. The chairman's committed to that. And that's what we're going to stay focused on. And so, you know, we're not going to spend too much time debating the merits of this theory or any other theory. We're going to stay focused on making sure that we create the right force to defend this country and promote our values. And I know, you know, that's important to you and all of you in this room as well, Barb. But I thank you for that question.
So, Barb, in a minute or two left, first of all, I'm not going to address specifically white rage or black rage or Asian rage or Irish rage or English rage or German rage or any other rage, right? The events of the 6th of January happened. Those are all going to get sorted out. Historians will sort it out. Commissions will sort it out, and so on. But I do think it's important that we as a professional military not only understand foreign countries and foreign cultures and foreign societies. That's important that we do that. But we also need to understand our own society and understand the soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and the society they're coming from. And I think that's important for leadership to study. Thank you.
You said the words white rage.
Yeah, I said I'm not going to discuss it right now. I think it's a very complicated topic, and we don't have the time to go into the nuance of it right this minute. I can do that later. I'll be happy to do that later. But right now is not a good time to do that. It's too complicated.
We've only got time for one more, guys, and I want to get to over here. Rio, go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you for taking my question. My name is Ryo Nakamura with Japan's Nikkei Asia. Yeah, I have a question to both of you, to Secretary Austin. On your trip to Southeast Asia, China continues to militarize the South China Sea despite the U.S. freedom of navigation operation, military exercises, and security cooperation with allies and partners in the region. So what will you do differently to change the trajectory of China's behavior in the South China Sea? To General Milley, on Taiwan, you mentioned in the House Armed Service Committee last month, China intended to develop the capability.
Unprecedented. And right now, we keep you in the Capitol Hill, but we go out to Republican House members there. That is Representative Kevin McCarthy. He is going to be talking about how he just pulled all of the GOP members that were going to be on the January 6th commission. He has pulled them. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
Who have served in the military. Jim Banks, a Navy veteran who served in Afghanistan, serves on HASC, chair of the largest caucus in the Republican Conference, and law enforcement, as well as a leader of a standing committee. Jim Jordan isn't ranking of just his first committee, he's done it before. Jim Jordan has served on select committee and serves on one now. Made it undeniable this panel has lost all legitimacy and credibility. And it shows exactly what I warned back at the beginning of January, that Pelosi would play politics with this. For more than 6 months, you have a better example of the Senate, bipartisan. Schumer didn't pick who went on as the Republicans. They already have the report done by 2 different committees. two main questions. Why was the Capitol so ill prepared for that day when they knew on December 14th they had a problem? And what have we done to make sure that never happens again? Pelosi has created a sham process. Unless Speaker Pelosi reverses course and seats all 5 Republicans, we will not participate. But we think it's too important that those two questions, why were we ill prepared? Why did they know on December 14th? Why would they jeopardize the lives of the Capitol Police? We will run our own investigation. We have law enforcement, we have military, we have doctors, we have people from all walks of life. They want to know the answer. The American people deserve that. They don't deserve politics. They don't deserve destroying the institution. No committee in Congress will work if one person is picking all who can serve. This has not happened before. House Democrats must answer this question. Why are you allowing a lame duck speaker to destroy this institution? This is the people's house, not Pelosi's house. We will do our job, though. We asked to do our job. We want to do our job. I may object to the people that she put on the committee, but I respect her right to do it, just as every leader has done before. Destroy an institution for your own political gain. America expects more and deserves more. With that, I want to bring up Congressman Jim Banks, individual who served his country in Afghanistan, served in a state legislature, serves in Congress, and is chair of the largest caucus in the Republican Conference. Jim Banks.
Thank you. I thank the leader first and foremost for his trust that he placed in me as a leader of our party to put me in charge of this Republican effort. This just goes to show how partisan of an exercise we said this was all along. That Nancy Pelosi would take me and Jim Jordan first off of this committee and the rest of us as well by rejecting the first 2 of us. She knows that we were prepared to fight, to get to the truth, to find the facts about what happened on that day to make sure that January 6th would never happen again. But she doesn't want to go down that path. She knows that we're already asking questions in just the first couple of days that Leader McCarthy appointed us to this task, questions that Democrats have never asked about why the Capitol was vulnerable on that day when we had intelligence for weeks leading up to January 6th that told us that something dangerous would happen on January 6th. She knew we would fight back against their political games, and that's why she didn't want us to participate in this committee. It just goes to show this is entirely a political exercise on her part. It's a shame. The American people deserve better. They demand answers about January 6th because the American people demand that their leaders step up to make sure that it never happens again. But we all know that this is an exercise in politics. It's not an exercise in finding the facts, and that's what's unfortunate about the Speaker's move. It just goes to show, it begs the question that all of us should be asking, what is the Speaker afraid of? I'll leave you with that. Jim Jordan.
Thank you, Jim. The leader and Jim are exactly right. This has always been about politics, and today's actions of the Speaker just confirm that. But frankly, and I've said this before, what else are they going to talk about? I mean, they're so focused on the January 6th committee. What else are they going to talk? Are they going to talk about crime? The fact that crime is up in every major urban area in this country? They're going to talk about the border crisis? I mean, think about this. March was the highest month on record for illegal crossings until April. April was the highest month on record until May. May was the highest month on record until June. Can't talk about that. They're going to talk about inflation. They're going to talk about the fact that the price of eggs is up, the price of milk is up, the price of bread is up, the price of gas is up, the price of an airline ticket is up, the price of the price of everything is up. They can't talk about that. So they're going to be partisan, and they're going to focus on this. But as the leader said, and as Mr. Banks said, I don't think they're going to address the fundamental question. the fundamental question of why wasn't there a proper security presence at the Capitol that day? They're not going to address that. And only one person can answer that question. Only one. Speaker of the United States House of Representatives. My hunch is the reason they don't want to address that question, my hunch is because what happened all last year? The Democrats normalized anarchy. They normalized rioting and looting. And when rioters and looters attacked our law enforcement personnel, when rioters and looters destroyed small businesses, what did Democrats do? They went out and raised money to bail them out of jail, and they continue to talk about defunding the police, and in fact did that in all these major urban areas, which is why crime is up. So they don't want to talk about that stuff. They just want to be partisan. They just want to continue to attack the former president. They want to play their political game. So I applaud Leader McCarthy for saying we're going to do our job. We're going to continue to work and get to the bottom and answer the questions that the leader raised, the questions that, frankly, the American people want answers to. With that, I recognize you.
On the evening of January 6th, when we reconvened to take the certification of the election results from our states, I actually spoke with Speaker Pelosi on the dais, and she brought up a bipartisan, bicameral commission to me at that point in time. I introduced a bill to create a bipartisan, bicameral commission. We had some questions about how this would be implemented, and Speaker Pelosi decided instead to put forth her own select committee that we now know is a completely partisan process. It's very disappointing because I think all of us were looking forward to our first hearing next week to be able to get answers to some of the questions that were raised by Leader McCarthy, by Ranking Member Banks, and by Jim Jordan. But we're not going to get those answers in even a partisan manner on this committee because she chose to take the unprecedented step to try and veto our own members. We are going to continue to ask questions. And frankly, there are many unanswered questions about why this Capitol was so unprepared. And the key question, as Leader McCarthy said, is, are we in a better position now, security-wise? There are many issues that we saw in Capitol Police, IG reports, and others that laid out reasons why our officers didn't have the equipment, they didn't have the training, and they didn't have the preparation and the backup to adequately address what happened on January 6th. Why? And what have we done? What has the Speaker done? And more importantly, what has she asked the Capitol Police Board that is made up of her own appointee? What have they done to put this Capitol complex in a situation to address another security issue? Those questions would have been asked. Those questions will still be asked, regardless of whether or not she continues to play politics. And I'll end with this by saying, I've seen and witnessed political violence personally out on a baseball field in Virginia just a few short years ago. I've seen what well-trained Capitol Police officers like David Bailey and Crystal Griner were able to do to run toward gunfire as we ran away from it. And it's disappointing to see that our Capitol Police officers, who I witnessed that bravery that day, are still not put in a position to be able to make sure that another type of January 6th would not happen again. She needs to answer questions. We were hoping to get those answers, but unfortunately, we're not going to. I'd like to introduce Kelly Armstrong.
Thanks, Rodney. I agree with everything that's been said. I've served for 2 years with Jim Jordan on oversight and judiciary. We've been through a lot of tough hearings together, a lot of hearings that were going to be similar to this, and we know how to do this. We have credibility with the American people, and to strike Jim Banks and Jim Jordan from this committee is just unacceptable. And I think it's important to recognize that every time Speaker Pelosi uses the word unprecedented, it happens to consolidate absolute power in the Speaker's office. It was unprecedented to build a glass cage in order to make sure she got the gavel. It was unprecedented to put metal detectors on the floor of the House. It's unprecedented to have proxy voting, and it's sure unprecedented for the majority leader to strike minority members for a committee. I don't think this committee is about the last election. I don't even think it's about the next election. It's about the Speaker's office maintaining an absolute iron grip on her conference in the People's House for the next 18 months. And I'm concerned that after 200 years of precedent, we are completely altering how things are done in the People's House. But you know what else? I'd be concerned if I was a majority member right now, because the math, and their policies are going to help us take back the majority in 2 years. And these things never go back to the way they were once they started. So we need to be calling out what's going on. Every member of the U.S. House of Representatives is elected by their district, and they have a right to serve. And the minority has a right to put the people on the committees they want. And we shouldn't be changing those for this committee or any other committee. And with that, I turn it over to Sheriff Nels.
When I was chosen by Leader McCarthy to serve on this select committee, I assured him, I told him, I said, I will take the 30 years of law enforcement experience I have, the 8 years as sheriff, to uncover, find out exactly what took place on January 6th, to find the truth as to why this Capitol was so unprepared. I spent countless hours. I brought this binder up. I've examined the Senate report, examining, talking, looking at witness statements, looking at the Capitol Hill's policies and procedures. And I was alarmed, truly alarmed, at what I uncovered. I was certainly prepared to help this committee get to the truth. I wanted to get to the truth. But unfortunately, Speaker Pelosi has shown that she's more interested in playing politics. I stand with Leader McCarthy and the other colleagues on this committee. I assured the leader that I will continue to play a role and do everything I can to make sure that what took place on January 6th can never, ever happen again in this great country of ours. I made that commitment. I will remain strong in that commitment to the leader. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Mr. Leader, you're complaining that you don't have a bipartisan opportunity here to investigate January 6th, but you stood in the way of a bipartisan commission that would be made up of independent members, an equal number of Republicans and Democrats. Your conference voted against that, at least a majority of your conference voted against it, and it was blocked in the Senate. Why did you not allow that to go forward if what you say you want is a bipartisan investigation into what happened on January 6th?
For the same politics Pelosi played then. At the same time which you used the scope of that. Remember how long it took. On January 13th, Rodney Davis and myself both requested the 9/11 Commission. Even those who ran the 9/11 Commission criticized Nancy Pelosi for what she wanted to do. We had Officer Evans killed on Good Friday, but she said you couldn't look at that. If you study the 9/11 Commission, they didn't study what happened on just September 11th. They studied what built up to it. But she said, no, you could not do that. Why would she make a scope that you couldn't get the answers to? Why would an officer's life not matter to her? That's why people objected. People asked for it before. She played 6 months with this. Why she played her games and continued to do so? The Senate acted. 2 committees. The report is done. The FBI has arrested more than 500 people. The architect of the Capitol has $10 million. And what does she do today? Continue the same sham she's done all along. Never, never in the history of this institution for a select committee, and she admitted to me when she called me, have they ever done something like this? Think for one moment. Jim Banks is a naval officer, defended his nation, served in Afghanistan, elected by his peers of the largest conference in the committee, but she wants to say, predetermined, that he can't serve, that Pelosi can pick and choose. Jim Jordan. Is she afraid of a question from Jim? Is she afraid what he might ask or fight for? He's a ranking member. Not his first committee, but his second. Why would she be afraid? Did she set the committee itself to be one-sided? Yes. More so than any select committee before? Yes, she did. We warned you from that moment in time she was playing politics. Today just showed the American people exactly what everybody was warned. It's the American people who lose in this. But we're not going to allow that to happen. We're going to get to the answer of the question. Why were we ill prepared? Why, if they knew on December 14th? Why, if they found IEDs earlier in the morning? Why were not the National Guard here at the Capitol, but they were running street signs down in the city? Who made that judgment? Yes, sir.
You said in your statement that Republicans will, quote, instead pursue our own investigation of the facts.
Yes.
What does that look like, first off? And secondly, is this your final move, pulling your appointees, or is there a chance to reverse this?
The only way to reverse this is seat these 5. That's the only way. But I will add to this to be able to look at the challenge of what happened and answer those 2 questions. Why were we ill prepared? And make sure it never happens again.
But in terms of an
Yes, sir.
body, what is that investigation?
In addition to those questions, do you intend to look at why this happened, not the security failures, but why there was an attack on the Capitol, what led up to it?
We'll answer all the questions, yes. Yes.
About this, and more specifically, you know, many of them are just frustrated. They see this as politics, but at the end of the day,
It's true. It is politics by Pelosi. What helps them is we will go forward just as I promised them, and we'll get the answer to those questions. We'll make sure they're protected, just as we'll talk about Officer Evans, too, who died on Good Friday. Just we'll go through and get the answers. Yes, sir.
Mr. Leader, on May 20th in this room, I think you told us that you were prepared to testify about your conversation with President Trump on the afternoon of January 6th. Do you still stand by that? Are you still prepared to testify about
Look, my phone call is out there. The question is, you make a phone call after people are in the Capitol to advise the president of what's going on, doesn't get to the answer of why were we ill prepared. That's really playing politics, and it really shows if that's the issue that they want to go to, of where they want to drive. We want to get all the answers. Yes.
Your own ranking member, John Katko, said the scope of the bipartisan independent January 6th commission that he crafted had the ability to, you know, have a wider scope outside of January 6th.
Unfortunately, the Democrats and Pelosi said no to that.
And you and Republican leaders still opposed it. The question is, you know, what would you need to have it, like, you know, you independent commission, like what would it take for you to sign on to something, you know, similar to that?
It's very easy, exactly what we said on the 13th of January. Why Pelosi played politics, make it just like the 9/11. Let us discover what built up to it. Why was that decision made that National Guard were not here when on December 14th, can I answer the question? Okay, let me answer the question. So on December 14th, they became aware that there was a problem. They made a decision to have National Guard without weapons down on the streets to do traffic, but not in the Capitol. They found IEDs earlier in the morning. We had an officer killed beyond that day on Good Friday, but Pelosi would only let us with a scope this far. I don't believe it allowed to go further, and I think we need to. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Leader, Speaker Pelosi didn't actually enumerate her objections when she, in her official notice about rejecting her members. But
She did to me.
that's what I was going to say. What did she tell you? Democrats told us that among their objections, and I'd like you to respond to this, are that Republican members recently were photographed with someone who was here and broke into the Capitol on January 6th, and also
No, she never said nothing about that.
Okay, well, this is something that we're being told is an issue.
She said her members didn't want her to put these people on.
Could you speak to that idea, though, that members between you?
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about.
The idea that some of your words about needing an investigation of last summer's protests.
No, no. Let me be clear. Let me be clear. They shouldn't object to that. If they want a 9/11 commission, the 9/11 commission looked at September 11th, but they looked what built up and caused 9/11. Should we not look at what built up and caused this? Should we not question why the National Guard was not allowed onto the Capitol? Should we not question why are the Capitol Police not fully trained? You're putting their lives in danger. Why were the riot gear stuck and locked in a bus down the street? We need these answers for these officers. We need to not ever put them in this place again. Yes, sir.
Sir, will the Republican committee look at President Trump's actions leading up to and on January 6th?
We'll look at anything that built up of what caused this place to not be protected. And we'll look to make sure that it never happens again. Yes, sir. Yeah, you.
Sorry, my first question. You mentioned Mr. Banks and Mr. Jordan not being allowed on, but at the same time.
And just want to give our viewers a heads up while we continue listening to Republicans on this January 6th committee issue. We are going to be sending some of you off into a quick 2-minute break.
Voted to object along with Mr. Representative Banks and Representative Jordan. Why do you think there was a difference between her objecting to Representative Banks and Representative Jordan as opposed to Representative Davis?
I don't know, because she named a chairman who objected to presidential, and she has Raskin who objected and asked for an impeachment too. So I don't know if the objection matters because her members have objected before. Yes, sir.
Leader McCarthy, the locked bus with the gear on it, that's a finding from the Senate report.
Yeah.
I mean, that's exactly what they investigated. What do you want to find out? Who locked the bus?
Why was it there? Why didn't they have the gear on? Why did they have it better positioned?
Isn't the answer that they were just incompetent? I mean, what more do you need to know about
Well, that's incompetent. Then what's the solution? We want to find solutions. This is why, when you look at Sheriff Troy Nels, 30 years of law enforcement. First, what did he do that day? He'd been a member for 3 days. He's inside the chambers. People are breaking in. First, he joins other members and they barricade the door. People are breaking the glass. Officers have their weapons drawn to protect from people coming in. A member for only 3 days. We didn't call him congressman that day, we called him sheriff. You may have watched the photos. He looks through the glass. He doesn't have a weapon, but he calms the situation. He talks to those who are on the other side. That's a leader. He sat through the entire Senate report. He's laid out every chronological order of what has taken place. He used his own experience of being a sheriff from 8 years, preparing for situations just as what he was drawn into. And he has even more questions. That's why he wanted to serve. That's why we put him on. This is a microcosm of our conference. We have a right to name. But this is what Nancy Pelosi is denying. Yes, ma'am.
When you initially laid out your reasoning coming out against the bipartisan commission, you kind of raised concerns about any additional investigations here.
No, it was the scope.
Interfering with other federal investigations that are ongoing.
Well, there's a concern there because now you're getting individuals that are decisions being made whether they're serving time or not. You do not want to interfere with that, so the language mattered. But from the very beginning, remember, I asked for a commission back in January, just like 9/11. Pelosi played games all along the way. She'd deal with the scope, and it was very clear of what we laid out. Equal number, equal subpoena power, equal scope, and don't interfere with any law enforcement going forward. She could not agree to that, and we watched today, even when the sides were separated, even when the power went to one, she went further than anyone's gone before. I think it's very clear to the American public. This is a sham, but we will make sure we get to the real answers. Thank you very much.
Leader McCarthy, should Congresswoman Cheney step down from the committee?
All right, there you have it. We were listening in. Again, Republicans speaking out, and they are upset after Pelosi has rejected those committee picks, saying they are no longer going to be involved with this. And so what we're going to do is switch gears here for our viewers, because we do want to continue to move things along here today. We did have Harvey Weinstein in the Los Angeles court for his arraignment. Let's go into that as he is facing 11 sexual assault charges. We're going to be bringing that to you right here on Live Now from Fox.
Go and slide in. You got plenty of room over there. Go and slide in. Has received a copy of the indictment, and it will be sealed for purposes of the arraignment. Let me make a couple of matters perfectly clear, since we have individuals in the courtroom that were not here earlier. To one camera, one full camera, there will be no live streaming. And let me
Let me be perfectly clear. There are no cell phones allowed in this courtroom. If you have one, it should be in your pocket, in a purse, or put away in a briefcase. If my bailiff would escape that cell phone, please don't put me in the uncomfortable position of having to deal with your electronic devices. Put them away now. There is to be no live streaming or any other broadcasting of these proceedings. Counsel, on behalf of your client, to waive formal reading of the indictment, advisement of rights, enter a plea of not guilty, denying any and all special allegations, enhancements, and/or priors.
Yes, Your Honor.
The not guilty plea is entered. Your request, I'm going to let you make your request again.
I request leave to file a demurrer, Your Honor, against counts 5, 6, and 7 on the grounds that they're barred by the statute of limitations. I filed a demurrer with the court. We already discussed with you, Your Honor, scheduling a hearing on that demurrer next Thursday, July 29th, in the department to which will be assigned.
Do you want to be heard on that request? I will grant you leave to file that demurrer. The matter will be calendared in Department 110. That is Judge Lynch, and it is assigned there for all purposes. Next court date will be July 29th, 2021 at 8:30 in the morning. Does that decide which to be heard with respect to the issue of bail? Correct. You want to go this one?
Submit, Your Honor.
Bail at this time is set at no bail. The court did receive a number of requests and orders from counsel. I've already dealt with and disposed of one of those requests from defense counsel. There's no need to get into that again. I did receive...
With all respects, with the exception that he changed the name of counsel in order to make them more updated.
That's correct. With the exception of, on the general protective order, I specifically spelled out that witness list, witness information is also protected.
Understood.
Do you want to be heard further with respect to the request for a protective order regarding grand jury transcripts to defense attorneys?
No, Your Honor. We understand that the Supreme transcripts will be available to us immediately.
I have signed that protective order. I'm also signing a request to release grand jury subpoena documents to defense counsel and the attached protective order. Do you want to be heard with respect to that? Ms. Orts?
No, Your Honor.
The court has signed that order as well. Do you want to be heard with respect to the protective order governing your client's conduct?
No, Your Honor.
I have signed that order as well. With respect to the proceedings in this courtroom, is there anything else I can do to add any records here to that?
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I've submitted a request for medical evaluation, Mr. Weinstein.
And there you can see Harvey just in the background there. Again, this arraignment taking place as now he's facing charges out in California. What we're going to do, though, is we do have some attorneys, including Gloria Allred and others who are speaking out after this arraignment. Let's jump into that right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
They're uncorroborated, and we do expect that after a trial in this matter, if we have a fair trial in this case, that Mr. Weinstein will be acquitted of these charges. Anybody have any questions? I'm sorry, I can't hear you. I can't, I'm sorry.
The counts related to the demurrer, is that all related to one victim?
Related to two different alleged victims. At this point, we're going to review the discovery. We're going to prepare our defense. We're going to come back next Thursday for a hearing on our demurrer, which, as I mentioned, is a motion that we filed to dismiss 3 of the counts on the grounds that they're barred by the statute of limitations. You have to understand that these charges stem from allegations that were made years and years ago. They are not corroborated by any scientific, forensic evidence, by any credible, reliable evidence to support the allegations, and we're confident that if we can have a fair trial in this case, that Mr. Weinstein will be acquitted.
The judge granted medical evaluation
Yes, well, as you may know, Mr. Weinstein suffers from a number of conditions that require urgent medical care. We'd actually filed a writ of habeas corpus with the Superior Court here to prevent him from being brought here before he could have some very important treatment, especially to address his eye. He's going blind in one eye, and he was in the process of getting a treatment by an ophthalmologist in Buffalo, New York. We asked the court to delay bringing him here until he could receive that treatment. And while that writ is still under consideration by the judge, the district attorney's office had him transported here yesterday. They made representation. That's correct. The judge here in Los Angeles, Judge Ryan, had ordered briefing by the parties on our request that Mr. Weinstein not be brought back here until he can have his medical treatment completed. The district attorney's office and the sheriff's department filed a written response in which they assured the court that they would provide Mr. Weinstein with medical care. Our reply is due today, and it's under consideration by the court, but without waiting for the court to rule, Mr. Weinstein obviously was transported here yesterday. He's here now. We're going to deal with the case because that's the hand we've been dealt. Well, as of this moment, I believe that the court's going to have to rule on whether or not it's moot. He's here physically. I'm not sure what the court's remedy will be, but we do intend to hold the district attorney's office and the sheriff's department to their commitment to provide Mr. Weinstein with the essential medical care that he requires.
Is the indictment any different than the previous complaint? Is it significantly different?
It's not significantly different. It's similar. The district attorney's office changed some of the dates that are alleged, but it's more or less the same set of allegations with the same alleged victims.
2004-2005 date that was clarified?
Yes, that's one of the counts. That's count 6 and 7, alleged by one
Did they figure out
woman.
the year?
Well, they've alleged a time period between 2004 and 2005. That's clearly barred by the statute of limitations because that was brought well beyond any reasonable interpretation of a 10-year statute of limitations.
Can you talk a little about the timeline and the timing of this case? This has to be handled by mid-November because of the extradition rules. I imagine you've got massive discovery. Just procedurally, how would you trial actually going to get the appropriate timeline?
Well, under the law that required Mr. Weinstein to be brought here, he has a right to be tried within 120 days. And as of this moment, we have not waived that right. It's premature to discuss timing, except to say that as of this moment, Mr. Weinstein has a right to a trial within 120 days of today.
Can you talk about the other charges? I know you're trying to have a couple of them dismissed, essentially, but what about the other charges and the not guilty? Can you give us a bigger picture?
Well, the big picture is that these allegations stem from many years ago, and that's the problem the district attorney's office is going to face, and that's the problem all of these accusers face, in that they brought allegations that can't be substantiated or corroborated by any forensic evidence, any contemporaneous reporting, any credible witnesses. And so that's one of the fundamental unfairness that we face in this case, is that these charges do stem from so many years ago. 3 of the charges are absolutely beyond the statute of limitations and must, as a matter of law, be dismissed. And we've addressed that in our demur.
And just a heads up for some of our viewers, you are going to be seeing a quick 2-minute break.
My name is Mark Werksman, W-E-R-K-S-M-A-N, and I represent Harvey Weinstein. I'm his counsel of record, along with my partner, Alan Jackson, of the firm Werksman, Jackson & Quinn. I'm sorry. What new allegations? He absolutely, unequivocally, and categorically denies the allegations in this indictment for the reasons that I've articulated. They're unprovable, unproven, uncredible, and unsubstantiated. And that'll become clear as we litigate this case.
Can you say what his demeanor was when you spoke to him today? How was he?
Well, he was transported yesterday without really any notice, and it was a long trip and an arduous trip. As you can see, he's in a wheelchair because of his spinal stenosis. He can't walk. So his physical condition is degraded. To that, a lengthy cross-country trip, being in custody, And you can see this is very difficult for him. And I mean, the conditions that he's facing and the allegations that he's facing would be soul-crushing for any individual. Thank you all.
I just have one rebuttal, which is, this is not television. This is real life. This is a real case. I'm not going to comment on whether it's true that there is no forensic evidence, but I can assure you it is not necessary to have forensic evidence in order for this case to be proven. I take issue with some of the statements that Mr. Worksman said, respectfully. The idea that none of these witnesses have any corroboration, I'll just say I would take very strong issue with that. The idea that these allegations are incredible. I think that when the witnesses testify, that many will decide that they have a great deal of credibility in what they say. Allegations of sexual assault and rape often take a long time for a victim to report. So the idea that they may not have disclosed to any law enforcement officer for many years does not mean that those are not credible. In fact, they can be credible allegations if law enforcement didn't believe that they were credible allegations and can be proven and had some corroboration. No charges would have been filed. I am confident of that. So that's their argument. But an argument is not a substitute for facts. The facts will be revealed in the courtroom. The jury will be the finder of facts. They will decide this case. So I do think that Mr. Weinstein should get all the medical care that anyone in his position should be afforded. We want him to be in good shape for the trial. In this case, 2 victims for whom charges have been filed, and a number of what they call 1101B potential witnesses, or like prior bad act witnesses in Pennsylvania, like the Molyneux witnesses who testified in New York. Whether they will be permitted to testify will be the subject of a motion, and then a court will decide how many and which ones will be permitted to testify. As to the prior bad act witnesses, obviously the victims can and must testify and will testify. I'm sorry, I can't hear your question.
What's your response to the defense's contention that the statute of limitations bars some accounts?
The allegation that is made in the demur, which will be decided next Thursday, or at least will be argued next Thursday in this courthouse, that the statute of limitations bars certain of the allegations of certain victims, and therefore the prosecution should not be permitted to continue with the prosecution of the allegations of those victims that are barred. I really can only say that I have every reason to believe that as to the victims that I represent, that is not a problem. I have not seen their demur, but I don't have reason to believe that's a problem as to my clients. I'm not going to say which 2 Jane Does I represent, however, at this time. But again, I mean, I've been involved for many years, ever since I got involved with Bill Cosby, in working to extend the statute of limitations in criminal cases as well as civil cases, so that it doesn't act as a bar to justice, as a way to shut the courthouse door in the face of victims by saying, too late, sorry, which in essence is what it means to have the statute of limitations bar a criminal prosecution. But we'll have to see what happens in this case, even where statutes of limitations are extended, generally they're retroactive. So it's a legal point that will have to be argued next week. Thank you.
Can you speak quickly to what today means for your victims? You mentioned a delay of access to justice. They finally get to see him in a courtroom. Have you spoken to them today? Just what are they feeling?
I have not spoken to them since I left the courtroom upstairs, but I will be in communication, and I have calls lined up with many of my clients who may or will be testifying in this case later today.
Right. So can you speak to what it meant today?
But as I say, at least as to the two victims, they're not in the state at this time, so they couldn't be here. About what it'll mean to them, I think that they will be relieved, and I did let them know that he was extradited, that I would be coming to court today. I think there's relief that finally, after many delays, the system is now proceeding and the prosecution is proceeding. First there was the delay because of the New York case, then there was a delay because of COVID, and many other reasons. So we're finally now moving forward. It's hard when people keep a secret for many years, as some may have, but some may have told others. I'm not going to comment which ones did, but I can assure you that as to my clients, there's certainly much more evidence than just their testimony. Although I think their testimony alone should be enough. Thank you. Okay.
And just a heads up, some of our viewers are going to be going into a quick 2-minute break as we continue to have you covered on news stories that are happening all across our country. We'll have more when you return. And here's a live look at the stock exchange. Again, we had a bad start to the week, but today, we're seeing a lot of green as we are currently up nearly 260 points. There, it just hit that mark too. So speaking though of our stocks and the future of our economic recovery here as we continue to head into a recovery mode from COVID-19. We do have a discussion with a panel of people, including Elon Musk, Jack Dorsey, Kathy Wood, and Steve Lee. They're all talking about Bitcoin as a tool for economic empowerment. So let's jump into this panel discussion and just hear a little bit on what they think about the future of Bitcoin.
Now it is quite common to get 100 megabit connection just for a house. Some houses have gigabit connections. So, and that trend is obviously in the direction of higher bandwidth and lower latency. And if somebody else doesn't do it, Starlink certainly will. So I have high confidence that you will be able to maintain a decentralized finance system while still having a much bigger blockchain, aka ASCII text ledger, a hash ledger. You can make the hash ledger bigger without suffering from decentralization as the average connectivity improves, obviously.
One idea would be to to put a Bitcoin full node in Starlink terminals. That way more people would be running it.
Actually, I have run this by the team at one point. I had this idea, which is kind of off the wall, but like, let's say you need a little space heater, and normally your space heater would just be pure entropy. Well, what if that space heater was also a Bitcoin, Ethereum, Doge mining node? Pick your currency, and so then you'd be heated up, and you would also mine it, your crypto, and have connectivity in one.
I love that idea.
Yeah, I mean, better than running a space heater.
Absolutely. Are there any other, so you're drawn to Dogecoin a little bit. Are there any other gaps in Bitcoin that you see that cause you to be drawn towards Dogecoin?
Oh, I think, I mean, I think there's Doge has, the Doge community, I think, is somewhat irreverent, obviously, and has great memes and loves dogs, and I love dogs and memes, and it doesn't take itself too seriously, and I think there's Occam's razor, which is the simplest answer is the most likely. It's a summary of Occam's razor. The simplest answer is the most likely one. Then there's a friend of mine came up with a variant on that the most ironic outcome is the most likely one. And then I have a variant on that, which is the most entertaining outcome is the most likely one. So if that is true, then the most ironic and entertaining outcome would be that the cryptocurrency that was started as a joke to make fun of cryptocurrencies ends up being the leading cryptocurrency. That would be the most ironic outcome. Yeah.
Jack, what are your thoughts on that? Is Bitcoin resilient enough to overcome that?
I think it's resilient, but also I think like you find, I mean, that's what attracts me to Bitcoin in the first place is the irreverence. A lot of that just brings it forward, and at first go it makes it a little bit inaccessible, but as people get into it, it makes it more accessible and more spreadable. And I absolutely think the resilience is there. It's important to have fun as well. And anyway folks can express themselves. I think that goes back to the main idea of like how do we create a native currency for the internet? Anything that goes towards that path, like that's whatever wackiness or fun we can have along the way. That's going to make it a lot more enjoyable, and it's going to make a lot more people want to use it.
I'd also point out there's nothing stopping someone from creating a Bitcoin wallet that's like fun and has memes, has dogs. That's possible as well. Great. Let's move on.
Right now at this point.
Let's move on to the next topic, which is Bitcoin and energy. It's a really hot topic that lots of people are talking about. Let's start with Elon. You've been vocal on this. You've said that. I mean, you said many things about it. You've also said that Tesla will resume payments in Bitcoin payments if the renewable energy is approximately 50% and sort of looks like it's on a positive future trend. What do you think the state of things are with respect to that?
Yeah, so I do think that there appears to be a positive trend in the energy usage of Bitcoin. Actually, part of this is due to the drop in Bitcoin price. I mean, what I observed, or what I thought I was seeing, there may be some disagreements on this, but from when Tesla announced that it had acquired Bitcoin and was doing Bitcoin transactions, there was a massive run-up in the Bitcoin price, and also a massive increase in the amount of energy used to mine Bitcoin. And I think I understand renewable energy quite a bit. I mean, Tesla does solar and interacts with a lot of wind generation through our mega pack, because basically need to store energy from wind and from solar. So we're pretty plugged into the renewable energy industry. And there's just no way that you could basically double or triple the amount of energy in such a short period of time with renewables. You could shovel coal that fast. And so I was like, look, this is too sketchy. Tesla's mission is accelerating the advent of sustainable energy. We can't be the company that does that and also not do appropriate diligence on the energy usage of Bitcoin. So all I did was I said, look, we're going to suspend Bitcoin transactions for now. We're not selling any Bitcoin, nor am I selling anything personally, or nor is SpaceX selling any Bitcoin. Again, I want to emphasize SpaceX, Tesla, and I own Bitcoin. I also own a little bit of Ethereum and Doge, but the companies just own Bitcoin, and the Bitcoin that I own is worth much more than the Ethereum or Doge. So clearly, if I'm, if these actions negatively affect me financially, if I was purely financially motivated, then I would not express this reticence about Bitcoin energy usage. Now, it looks like Bitcoin is shifting a lot more towards renewables, and a bunch of the heavy-duty coal plants that were being used, unequivocally being used, this is not a question mark, have been shut down, especially in China. So I think it's probably, we want to do a little bit more diligence to confirm confirm that the percentage of renewable energy usage is most likely sort of at or above 50%, and that there is there is a trend towards increasing that number, and if so, then Tesla will resume Bitcoin, accepting Bitcoin. So I think we want to just do a little bit more diligence, and I think, but most likely the answer is that Tesla would resume accepting Bitcoin, most likely.
That's good to hear. I would agree with that. Kathy?
Yeah, may I ask a question? Elon, I'm not quite sure if you saw the paper that Square and ARC did together on making Bitcoin mining a part of a utility, a broad-based utility ecosystem, whereby, the overage from sunshine or wind powers the Bitcoin mining machine, thereby enabling the proliferation.
And just a heads up for our viewers, we are going to be going into a quick 2-minute break, and we'll be continuing to give you more news across the country when you return.
Well, the problem is that in order to operate so-called mining or hashing rigs, in order to operate a bunch of hashing rigs, effectively, you have to run them 24/7. You need base load. You can do that with solar and wind plus battery, but if you only did it based on solar wind overage, your hashing rig utilization would be much less. So you'd be at a disadvantage.
Sure.
Hydro or geothermal are great as renewable means. I'm also pro-nuclear. I think modern nuclear power plants are safe, contrary to what people may think. I really think it's possible to make very, very extremely safe nuclear. I'm talking about fission. You don't need fusion. And then, of course, fusion. You just got that big fusion reactor in the sky called the sun. It comes up every day. But I think a combination of solar and wind plus stationary storage will get you that base load, so you can run hashing 24/7.
All right, guys, switching gears here, because I did want to show you, we do have a shot here as we are getting a look as the president gets ready to board Air Force One. He is going to be headed to Cincinnati, Ohio, head of a town hall here tonight. He is also expected to discuss his Build Back Better agenda. Once again, we are taking a live look as President Biden is going to be walking up those stairs to Air Force One here any moment as he travels to Cincinnati. He's going to be pushing his economic policies. This is going to be the third visit of his presidency to Ohio, and the only state Biden lost, as he's visited multiple times as president. Now, we are going to be seeing him step out here in just a moment, but I did want to let everyone know we do have a few more news items that are going to be coming up here on our Live Now from Fox Stream. One of those items is going to be out in California. We've been following the story ever since it happened when there was that explosion in South Los Angeles. It had injured 17 people. Thankfully, there was no deaths. Well, now it had damaged, though, some homes. There's now going to be a fund for some of those victims. So a $1 million emergency fund has been announced. We're going to be hearing from some of the leaders out in Los Angeles on that as they continue to try to deal with this detonation that had been set off. Again, it was all those illegal fireworks that were in a container. They had set those off thinking that the container was going to contain that event, but unfortunately it had overturned a car. It had also destroyed some of the homes in the surrounding area, as well as injuring, as I mentioned before, 17 people. And that includes neighbors and first responders to the hospital. This happened back on June 30th. So we will have that coming up here very shortly on our Live Now from Fox Stream. But you can see here, we are standing there at attention as President Biden gets ready to make his way off the chopper and on to Air Force One. Then it will be wheels up to Cincinnati as he has a few events to head out to here this evening, and then he'll be getting back late. I believe he's scheduled to return to the White House at 11:30 p.m. Eastern Time. So it will be a long day ahead for the president as he makes his way here, saluting those who are in the services and going to be headed up those steps. If you're wondering why is the First Lady not there with the president, well, that's because Jill Biden is actually going to be visiting Alaska Native Medical Center out in Anchorage, Alaska. So she does have her own events that she's going to be going out to. If that is something we're able to get here to our Live Now from Fox desk, of course, we'll be bringing that event out to you as, again, she's set to visit the medical center. Now, again, a key point of the administration has been to push those vaccines, but today his focus as the president heads to Cincinnati is going to be on his Build Back Better agenda. So he's going to be pushing his economic policies, and once again, this is another visit to Ohio as he heads out there, giving a little wave before he goes, a salute. Going to be boarding Air Force One. Wheels up here on any moment. We'll continue, though, to give us some more stories. I'm going to put up a double box for our viewers as we want to continue to, of course, give you news stories happening across the country. And as I mentioned, what we're going to do is take a live look as Air Force One's going to be wheels up here any moment, but I'm going to put us into a double box. That way we can still continue to listen into some of these news conferences that have been happening across our country. Obviously, a big story for the state of Texas has been those election bills, how Democrats have left the state so that there wasn't enough people there for the votes to be pushed through. Well, we've heard many times from our Texas governor, Greg Abbott, that he's going to keep calling special session after special session. Since we played a lot of the Democrats, we do have Texas House Republicans who did a press conference earlier here today, not only talking about special sessions and election rights, but also answering some more media questions. So we're going to go into that double box and listen into what they had to say just earlier here today.
However, over the past few days, we're pleased to see more and more Democrats coming home, coming to report for their jobs in the Texas House. And we appreciate their being here, and we look forward to keeping the business moving in the chamber. We do need more Democrats to join us, and it's very much our desire they come home, show up for work, participate to make the legislation work for the people of Texas and the very, very important people they represent in their communities. With that said, I'd like each of our colleagues to have a chance to make their opening remarks. They have their own perspectives, they chair their own committees, and I'm really pleased they're here with us today. Greg, can I start with you and let you make a few comments?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Thank you, Chairman Murphy. So we have a great opportunity in this special session to do some good things for the people of the state of Texas. With the calling of each regular session or special session, the comptroller provides the legislature with an updated biannual revenue estimate based on the performance of our state's economy. Our state's economy is very robust, and it has recovered and shown tremendous resiliency in the aftermath of the pandemic and the subsequent recession. And as a result, we have approximately $7.8 billion in available revenue, and that is almost entirely additional to what we had available to us going through the regular session. And so we have the option to now do some things with available revenue we could not have done during the regular session. That includes items such as a 13th check for our retired teachers, shoring up cybersecurity, addressing the huge challenge that we have with foster care. In addition to that, there is also some funding for bail reform, and also for some of our counties that have additional capital needs with respect to their elections. So we really look forward to having our colleagues come back so we can address these critical issues for the people of the state of Texas.
And let me just say, everybody, we're going to have a time for Q&A coming up very shortly. I do want to pose a question to Dr. Bonin, though, because I want to put a finer point on this element of where we are in our budget. Dr. Bonin, when y'all certified the budget, and you probably know Dr. Bonin is the chair of our Appropriations Committee. When you certified the budget, what did they tell you? How much headroom do we have, and how large was the budget?
So the comptroller certifies the budget. We don't get to certify that, but we will always appropriate within our means. So this is done in a prospective fashion. The comptroller projects into the future the revenues that will come to the state in the subsequent biennium, looking into the future. And as you can imagine, trying to predict revenues more than 2 years in advance is very challenging. And as we learned just a year ago, sometimes dramatic things happen that can change that forecast. And if you look back to last summer, we were anticipating a much more dire, much more bleak circumstance, potentially being $4.5 billion short in the present biennium, which turned out not to so much be the case. And then looking forward to the upcoming biennium, we thought our available state-generated general revenue could be as much as $20 billion less than what it had been in the current biennium. Because of the recovery in the economy, we were able to be essentially flat biennium over biennium in general revenue, but with the continued economic performance being so strong and so positive, we now have over $7 billion available that was not anticipated to be available to us just literally a few months ago.
And I think that's a great takeaway for all of us, is to understand that we had headroom of a couple $100 million on a budget of several $100 billion. just a few months ago, things have changed. And it's a wonderful story for Texas that our economy is recovering well and across the state, that has given us an opportunity that really, but for the economic recovery combined with the special session, we wouldn't have that opportunity to help these kids, to help the teachers. And so that economic recovery and its impact on our budget is a big reason why we're able to do these things. And for those who say, why didn't you do these things last session? The answer was the controller would have never certified a budget that provided those expenditures. So I won't beat that horse, but I think it's an important point that frankly has not been reported. It may have been understood, but it's not been reported.
And Chairman Murphy, I would just add, we knew that there would be some federal dollars coming to us through the American Rescue Plan Act, and that still is the case. But we're talking about right now some unanticipated state revenues, which is a different dynamic and an additional opportunity.
Great point. Great point. Yeah, the federal dollars are still yet to come, and we may yet have that as a special session item as well. Let me turn to Chair White. You've been very involved in some of these issues, particularly, James, on the election reform. Yes. And if you can kind of share with us your perspective on things, if you would. I'm going to turn this mic to you a little bit.
Okay. So. Well, thank you so much, Chairman Murphy, and want to thank our guest as well. We are here in Austin dealing with the issues that are consequence to our people, and one of them is election reform. And I know a lot of folks are saying, well, why are the Republicans doing this right now? Is it because of the last election and whatnot? Right. And I've sat down and looked at this. I mean, on average, since I've been in the legislature, 2011, we have sent about 222 bills to the Elections Committee. Wow. Okay, and that happens all the time. And we pass a lot of those bills out, and some of them dealing with the issues in HB 3. So there's nothing peculiar about the legislature having election bills on the House floor. But just to the point, I sit on the House Select Committee on constitutional rights and remedies, and this bill, and that's where this bill is at. And I had the opportunity from the dais to ask Representative Murr about provisions in this bill. And what's surprising is I asked, well, what about this provision? About, for example, getting 6 days after Election Day to cure your mail ballot. He tells me these are compromises or ideas from my fellow Democratic colleagues. Right. In the bill. Also, I know there's a lot of discussion about having I think they call it a election holiday. Okay. But in this bill, it requires an employer to allow an employee to vote or face a Class C misdemeanor. Wow. So the idea is that any day during the early vote plus the actual election day is a holiday, or if it's not recognized, then your employer could face some type of criminal action. Voting assistance. There've been a lot of discussions about voting assistance that the voter brings with them. An elderly voter may bring a nephew or someone like that. Nothing has really changed on that, except they do have to sign an oath, saying that, are they being paid or compensated by a third party and whatnot. But nowhere in the bill does it provide for a poll watcher to stand over the voter's shoulder and the voter assistant's shoulder. That's just, these things are just not in the bill. So I am very, very proud of what Chairman Murr, working with all members of the legislature, have done. And if I could just wrap this up, because this whole scenario I've thought about, all during 2020, about a year ago, myself, other Republican legislators, some of my Democratic colleagues urged the governor, bring us back in the middle of the COVID pandemic, bring us back so we can govern, so we can, decide on some of these issues. And then we had this big discussion on the House floor about these federal monies that the appropriations chair is talking about, Dr. Bonin, that we wanted to be involved. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. So the point is, and then when we started the session, we knew that we would have to come back. Right. So for almost a year now, a year and a half, we have been clamoring to come back to Austin and exert our legislative will, rightfully so. We asked to do that, and I think this provision is in our budget, Mr. Chairman, about the governor calling us back to spend these federal funds. So we're here. Let's show up and do what we asked and demanded and what's expected of us.
Thank you, James. This election bill, I mean, y'all spent 24 hours hearing testimony bill. I would just say for all of you, it's online.
Mm-hmm.
It's readable. It's not super complicated. And it's really a great bill that incorporates, as Chairman White said, a number of suggestions, excuse me, from our colleagues that make a lot of sense, frankly. That's why they were agreed to. And I think it's a far improved version of that legislation than what we saw in the regular session. So that being said, I don't want to wear that one bill out, but it's off.
And just a heads up, we do have a live event. Here is Vice President Kamala Harris.
Fair and transparent process of getting down to what happened on January 6th, how it occurred, who was responsible, so that we can make sure that history does not repeat itself. That is in the best interest of all Americans.
Okay, thanks so much.
You're welcome.
Get started. Thank you.
All right, guys, so that was a little bit of portion that we got there. Just a few quick remarks from our vice president. You can see there, this was just a little bit of tape playback that we just got on our desk. I tried to jump into it as soon as we had it, but it doesn't look like they let the media hang out for very long at that event that she was hosting. So if we do get anything more from her, of course, we can always bring it to you here on our Live Now from Fox Stream. But what I'm going to do is send some of our viewers off into a quick 2-minute break, but the others, when you return, what we're going to be in is this press conference. It's going on live out in Los Angeles. We're talking about a new fund that's going to be given to some of those victims who had that explosion happen. We're going to listen in live here. Again, some people first going to go into a quick 2-minute break.
But at this point, our focus remains steadfast on sustaining the residents and helping, making sure that they know that we are there for them as our neighbors. And we want to help them in their time of great need. Since early on, my office was able to provide emergency housing by way of hotel rooms. This included the delivery of 3 meals a day by my staff for these neighbors. My office has also been hard at work coordinating the distribution of food, cash, the distribution of cash, gift cards, clothing, and appliances. Behind the scenes, we've been calling upon an army of volunteers, including the Carpenters Union, who've agreed to donate their labor and expertise in the reconstruction that's going to be required. We've also enlisted the help from a local nonprofit, the Coalition for Responsible Community Development, CRCD, our partner in many community ventures, and you'll be hearing from their leader, Mark Wilson, shortly to hear of the exciting programs that they're going to be administering. We're also going to be hearing from members of our city family who have been tremendous, really, in working around the clock with the utmost professionalism, cooperation, care, and concern. This coordination, I'm proud to say, includes the efforts of Carol Parks, who is the Assistant General Manager of the Emergency Management Department, whom you're going to be hearing from. Carol quickly jumped into action by helping to activate a unified city response, creating the local assistance center right around the corner at Trinity Park, and that activity has now been transitioned right here to the Y, providing a one-stop source of information for neighbors about assistance that's available and help that they can call upon. Special shout out to Ann Sowell and Abigail Marquez, who have been able to secure high quality, long-term, temporary housing. You'll be hearing from Abigail, but I just want to thank this new department, along with Building and Safety and other members of the city family who have stepped up to the plate. Again, all these individuals have come together to collaborate with my office to ensure that our neighbors are well taken care of, and that they know that they've got assistance during this time of adjustment and uncertainty. Now it's my pleasure to introduce our team so that they can elaborate on their roles and especially talk about the $1 million relief fund that we're establishing right here in CD9 to assist those neighbors most dramatically impacted by the explosion. Let me first invite Carol Parks, the Assistant General Manager of the Emergency Management Department, to come forward. She is no stranger to the community, a seasoned professional with commitment to our neighbors.
Thank you, Councilman Price. Again, Carol Parks with the City of Los Angeles Emergency Management Department. When this incident happened, we not only saw it on the news, but we realized that our community needed immediate assistance. So to that point, we collaborated with other city, county, and state entities to ensure that we brought together immediate resources and services for all of those displaced by this incident. That included residents, their families, that included business owners. When we think about incidents, when they happen, there's the immediate response, and then there's the need for recovery. We develop short-term recovery strategies by opening the Local Assistance Center. That center was opened from July 4th to July 16th, and it served about 300 individuals. There were 30 agencies from the city, the county, non-government organizations there to assist. A big shout out to St. John's for their efforts to be on location to do medical assessments as well as vaccinate for COVID-19. A huge shout out to all of the partners with Emergency Network Los Angeles, which is an umbrella organization which brought together 12 to 14 different community organizations to be there to provide clothes and housing and food and whatever was needed for our residents. So we really do appreciate their services. Through Department of Mental Health there, the county and other partners, we've been able to provide mental wellness and health services, and we need to continue that. That's part of the long-term recovery. So where we are right now is that we are here at a more longer-term recovery effort. We have key agencies here who are still available to provide information and services to everyone impacted. So I would encourage any residents or business owners who have not been here yet to please come and get the information that you need. It's open Monday through Friday from 3 until 6 p.m. and then on an as-needed basis. The Emergency Management Department is not a 5-day-a-week 8 to 5 operation. We operate around the clock. So we are supporting Council District 9 to make sure that as we continue our recovery efforts, we're bringing together all of those partners who are necessary for the families who have been infected by this particular incident. I thank you to all of the organizations, all of the city families and others who are coming together. But guess what? Our work doesn't stop today. It continues until these families are back on their feet, resuming a hopefully normal lifestyle. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. And, she really underscored the point. This is a collaborative effort. The city family has locked arms around the community, and we want to make sure that you get the resources you deserve and that you need during this critical time. An important partner in our process has been Abigail Marquez. Abigail is no stranger to community service, no stranger to our community, and a veteran of city service and we appreciate it in a number of iterations. She was recently named the general manager of the new Community Investment for Families Department. So it's an honor to invite Abigail to join us and to share what steps we've been taking to deal with the needs and the concerns that our neighbors have had.
Thank you, council member, and you're absolutely correct. I am no stranger to this community. I actually grew up on 21st Street and spent a number of years here and have family here. So it's not only my personal responsibility, but it is the mission of our new department, the Community Investment for Families Department, to do all that we can to support the families that were impacted by the incident. I do want to thank the council member for his leadership and our colleagues here from other city departments that have, as has already been mentioned, have really stepped up to provide a collective response to the needs that have emerged since the incident. The Community Investment for Families Department is working closely with the Los Angeles Housing Department to help transition the families who are in need of temporary housing to a longer-term hotel facility. With us today, we do have our colleague, Chief Robert Gallardi, who oversees code and enforcement for the Los Angeles Housing Department. And I also want to acknowledge my team who's here, Chanel Smith and Veronica McDonald, and thank them for all of their hard work. The city has entered into an agreement with a local hotel in the downtown LA area who will help to house families for an additional 30 days, and we will extend if needed. The hotel costs will be covered by the city through the office of Councilmember Price. The facility is an apartment-style complex that will offer families either a 1 or a 2-bedroom apartment. The apartments are fully furnished with a kitchen and will provide at least some comfort and relief and some necessary accommodations for these families. Our team will also join the council member as he continues to meet with the families that have been displaced who will be in need of this longer-term housing and help with the transition. We will also engage our local Family Source Center, All People's Community Center, who is servicing this area alongside with the CRCD staff to provide ongoing case management services to the families. We know that this does not repair the damage and the emotional distress that these families have experienced over the last few weeks, but we are hopeful that this new facility that we will offer will help families, provide them with renewed security, comfort, and safety. And I'm happy to say a few words in Spanish if that's needed, but not sure. Yes? Okay. Como gerente general del Departamento de Inversiones Comunitarias para Familias, quiero agradecerle al concejal Price por su liderazgo y apoyo a las familias impactadas.
And as they go into a Spanish portion, let's go into a quick 2-minute break for some of our viewers here with us on LiveNOW.
Una vivienda temporal en un hotel de largo plazo. La ciudad ha hecho un acuerdo con un hotel local que va a proveer alojamiento a las familias que no tienen dónde vivir temporalmente por un plazo de 30 días. Y podemos extender este plazo si es necesario. Los gastos del hotel serán cubiertos por el concejal Price por medio de la ciudad. Esta instalación es una propiedad estilo apartamento que ofrecerá a familias una unidad de 1 o 2 habitaciones. Todas las unidades tienen cocina y están completamente amuebladas. Nuestro equipo también se unirá con el concejal para reunirse con las familias y ayudar en esta nueva ubicación. Sabemos que esto no repara todo el daño, pero esperemos que esta nueva instalación ofrecerá a las familias seguridad, comodidad y también seguridad mientras terminan las reparaciones en sus hogares. Muchas gracias y I'll hand it back over to you, Council Member.
Thank you, Abigail, again for your commitment and for your service, especially during these trying times. Again, we're talking about families that have been displaced. Not just the living quarters sometimes destroyed, but inability to get paperwork, to get documents, to get those items in the life that meant so much. And so we're doing all we can to try to bring resources together to assist. This is not going to totally restore, but just to assist families regain some sense of normalcy and to let them know that we care and they're willing to do all we can do to make sure that that they can survive. Next up, a real community partner, an organization that has been firmly established not just in CD9 but through South LA, but we're proud that it's based here in CD9, an organization that provides not only economic development, that provides training, jobs, provides housing, and provides a framework for community engagement and involvement that impacts those who are at need, those who live in the community, and those that are trying to make a change. And so we're excited to bring up Mark Wilson, the founder and president of the Coalition for Responsible Community Development, and also our host here today. CRCD runs the 28th Street Y for the Workforce Center, the Job Source Center. They do it all. So we're proud to have them here as our partner in this effort. Mark.
Thank you all, and thank you, Councilman. Welcome to the Coalition for Responsible Community Development. I have been proud to be a partner with the councilman for a number of years, but today makes me even prouder. The councilman, I thank you for your steadfast leadership in moving to address the needs of the district and the people of the district and of the community. This unfortunate adversity that the community has experienced, the councilman wasted no time to call me and say, we need to help the people at no expense. And trust me, you don't get that often at that level that someone's calling you saying to do a task at no expense. But it shows you the leadership of our councilman, and I thank you for that, Councilman. I also want to thank a group of folks over here that may not be in the camera, the CRCD Enterprises team, because they were the team that was on call, on duty, that was out cleaning and making sure that the community was beautified and taken care of, and I want to thank them. They provide a lot of services in this community, and they too again responded to the needs and the call out by the councilman to make sure that the community was taken care of. Also, there were some young people out there that are part of our South LA Youth Bill and AmeriCorps team. They were out there in the evening cutting boards, boarding up windows, assisting the CRCD Enterprise team and making sure that the community was taken care of. So I want to make sure that we show some love to the South LA Youth Bill team, because these are young people that are from this neighborhood. They are from this community, and these are the young people that the councilman has supported in ensuring that they have job training and skills development, and that was put to work to address a crisis in our community. I'm proud that CRCD was tapped for its resource center, where the one-stop local assistance resource center will now be located and open to the community for further assistance. This is the historic 28th Street YMCA, where housing is above, but on the ground floor is the City of Los Angeles, Vernon Central Workforce Development Network, Youth Source Center. And in that center, we provide an array of services to young people in this community that extends from pre-employment to employment, but it also is a resource to the community, and it will be the resource center for families impacted by the adversity and by the explosion. And we're going to do all we can to make sure that they're taken care of. You know, our mission at CRCD is to change lives and build neighborhoods responsibly. And we look forward, Councilman, to continuing to work with you to make sure the people, the neighborhoods, our neighbors, these folks are taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark, and we appreciate the CRCD team and the commitment to community development and community economic development, which certainly includes involving citizens, involving neighbors in the process of providing services and of making certain that we are reflected in what's going on. You know, when this terrible tragedy occurred, my team was on the ground talking to neighbors, trying to figure out what happened. The day after, we were again in touch with neighbors, finding out what their needs were, finding out how we could assist, making sure we were tracking each individual family, each individual household, trying to just make sure we were on the ground meeting their needs. And I also, over the past several weeks, have had a chance to meet with neighbors, and their stories are sad. You know, stories of desperation, stories of uncertainty. People saying they still hear the noise, they hear loud explosions. The kids are disoriented sometimes. And not the least of which, people had to be relocated. As I said, we relocated 25 families had to be removed from their housing. And so we're doing all we can to create an environment where folks know we care about them and that we are doing what we can to assist them. And so it's my honor, really, just to introduce you to two families that have been suffering over the past several weeks, no fault of their own, but again, just underscores our need to step up to the plate and do it in a way that that can really be meaningful. I'm going to ask Mr. James Lewis to come up for a minute. The Lewis family includes 5 kids, a 15-year-old, an 8-year-old, a 5-year-old, a 2-year-old, and a 9-month baby who I guess is still with mom. But James, would you just come share a few words with us about your feelings and how this incident has impacted your kids and your family?
Hello, I'm James Lewis. I stay on 725 East 27th Street, apartment D. It was a regular day that day. I'm out washing my laundry, and I noticed that all the cops are everywhere. So I started to ask, like, what's going on? They say they got like a little guy had fireworks across the street from our house. So I guess they were taking them out, and they told us to evacuate our house for an hour. So after an hour passed, I came back and I parked west of San Pedro Street on 27th, and one of the cops were like, they're gonna have a little puff, they're gonna sweep it up, and you guys gonna go back in your house. So I took him as his word, and I go back into the store, the Mexicali store, and I come out, I'm buying my kids something to drink, and next thing I know, I hear the biggest explosion and the biggest thump on my body I've ever felt in my life. And like, I played football and college football, and this is something that terrified me. And like, my daughter was talking to me for about 5 minutes. I couldn't hear her, cause like, I just couldn't hear her. My eardrums was done. Like, and I'm thinking like, that's not what he said. So like, it just don't add up. That's supposed to happen. That's what they will do, blow up everything, and everybody just be like, okay, like that was a big mistake on somebody's part. Like, not here to throw nobody under the bus, but those people got to go home to their homes, and they're okay, because I know they don't live in that neighborhood. So they got to go home. We got to go to a place that got roaches. Like, I went from not having that to this. Like, and I just moved there. I got boxes that I still haven't unpacked. My kids just got their rooms. Like, I have a 15-year-old daughter that came back from a movie, and she's like, what do you mean I can't go home? I have my room there. I'm fixing up my room. No, you can't have that no more, honey. Let's go. We got to go to this place that got roaches and hookers standing outside. That's what we got from an explosion. But I do thank Councilman and his people from coming and helping out, because they only could do so much. Like, they can't just put us in some nice house right away. That's understandable. Like, you understand what's going on, but just because somebody's stupidity and not weighing the dynamite, not understanding what they're doing, it took away my livelihood for my kids. I have fluid missing off my disc in my back, so I can't work construction. My kids don't eat if I don't work. Like, my left eye twitches because I'm nervous all the time, because I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen. It's up to these people. It used to be up to me to feed my kids. Now it's up to somebody else, and I can't take that. Like, it's a breakdown on me emotionally. I don't like them to see me like that, but it's tough. And I have to wake up every day at the America's Best Hotel, which they need to change the name of that hotel immediately. And I walk down these steps, no windows, no nothing. And do what? People serve us food. I appreciate it. We eat it. Thank you. But that's not how I eat. I cook for my family. Like, these are things that have been taken away from my day-to-day life. And I don't get it no more. It's stressful. Like, real stress. It's like I'm a man and I can't be that for my family right now. It's taking me off my feet. And like, I'm not here to throw nobody under the bus. I don't want to press blame on nobody, but this is ridiculous to have to deal with this. And I appreciate everything they're gonna do, and I hope that it's enough to really get my family back on our feet. But thank you guys for this opportunity to really just speak and just say something besides talking to myself, because I can't vent to them, you know what I mean? So just thank you guys, and I appreciate the councilman, because he did come out and took care of us right away. Like, that's true. All his helpers, they all came out, took care of us right away. So it ain't like the city's not taking care of us. They are. But it shouldn't happen. This funding should be going towards something else, not us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis, for your comments, and they were right on point. You know, your life has just been totally disrupted, and I've heard this over and over again. Not just the fear that the kids have now, but the uncertainty. And so it's our job to try to bring some certainty back into the picture. We talked about some improved accommodations, and we can go into some more detail about that. You're right, we moved initially just to get folks off the street and make sure they were safe. But you know, now we're able to make sure that we have the kind of accommodations that we would want for our families, to make sure that these families are taken care of. Let me introduce another family that I met and spent a little time with, the Avila family, a beautiful family, as you'll see. 3 boys, 3 rambunctious boys that are full of spirit, full of life. And a mom who's pregnant, and who works to hold her family together. And so let me invite the father of the house, Miguel, to just come up and say a few words.
Thank you. How you guys doing? I'm Miguel Davila. Like my true neighbor here said, you know, it was an unfortunate event that happened. My wife initially answered the door for the officer. That is, she told her to come back in an hour, everything will be fine. I was in the shower getting ready for work. So I just told my wife, all right, let's go to the market, buy dinner real quick, and we'll make it. I was about to leave for work until the explosion happened. Scared my family. All I heard was my kids crying and my wife crying, and it pissed me off. But I had to get my act together and told them, let's go outside, let's get ready, see what's gonna happen. And, you know, Councilman's Price and his people did come out. You know, the first day, we didn't know what was happening. The first night, we actually stepped in our car across the street from the 28th school, elementary school. We didn't know where to go until the next day. We appreciate everything they're doing for us. You know, I had to go to the hospital, nothing serious, but I had a head injury that they couldn't rule out a concussion for. But I still kept my head on the game. You know, I went to work with 3 weeks worth of headaches. You know, I even lost my job due to this because my employers thought I was high just because my eye is messed up right now. You know, and that's not fair to us. You know, like he said it. What kind of man is somebody that can't provide for his family? And that's exactly who I am. If I can't provide for my family, then what kind of man am I? You know, my kids, we have to lie to our kids every single day. Hey, this is fine. You know, we're all gonna get good. It's better. But you know, they're kids. They're already old enough to know that this is not a normal situation. 2 years ago, we just came out of being homeless. So this is a big trigger for us. This is something that we really don't appreciate. But at the same time, we understand. You know, the city has so much funding. You know, nonprofits can only do so much, and we appreciate everything everybody's doing. But right now, we just want our life back. You know, our life is on hold. You know, we don't know what to do. And you know, every day I talk to Councilman Price, and you know, he ensures me and my family as soon as with his team as well. I think her niece, everybody, you know, they talk to us to make sure that we're calm, collected, that they know they haven't abandoned us or nothing like that. And we appreciate that to the fullest. But right now, all I can think about is when can I get my life back? You know, I can't get my life back until I have my family back in the house where I need them to be, and not in a hotel. You know, because that's something I'm not providing. That's something somebody else is providing for me, and that also hurts me inside. ¿En español? Voy a tratar. Pues, el día que pasó todo esto, yo iba a ir a trabajo. Y la policía dijo a mi esposa.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break right here on Fox, on Live Now from Fox.
Y yo nomás me enojé, pero me calmé, dije, hey, vamos afuera a calmar. So salimos, la primer día no sabemos qué vamos a hacer. So dormimos al frente de la escuela de 28, la elementary. Ahí dormimos toda la noche. En la mañana ya encontramos que la counselor ya tiene planes para nosotros, que necesitamos ir a Trinity Park y todo. y ganamos más información. Pero ahorita la más dura cosa es que yo soy uno de los hombres que si yo no puedo hacer para mi familia, que pues, ¿para qué estoy yo? ¿Qué voy a hacer yo? No necesito estar aquí. Ellos no me necesitan a mí si yo no estoy haciendo nada para ellos. So, ahorita mi vida está en pause. Perdí mi trabajo por eso, porque mi trabajo pensó que yo estaba fumando marihuana y todo eso. Y no estaba cierto. Nomás me quebré mi ojo tantito. Ahorita nomás sé que ahorita mi vida está parada. Yo sé que todos los días se vuelven a hacer, pero para mí es la misma día. Mis niños no quieren regresar a la casa, mi esposa no se siente bien allí. Yo me metí y yo no me siento bien allí. Con la ayuda, con la ayuda sí estoy contento. El cáncer del día de segunda me está llamando, ayudantes de él me están llamando a decir todo está bien, no necesita porque parte usted. Me calmaron y dijeron que todo va a estar bien y yo tengo el soporte de ellos. Eso que me cae bien. Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Oliva. Again, you've heard it, folks. I mean, lives just transformed. Uncertainty, people uncertain, people afraid. We're making sure that we have not only medical, physical medical services, but mental services also available to help our families cope. And we're doing all we can to try to help provide some normalcy. We know it's very difficult, even under the best of situations, it's been difficult. But this is a time when we need to come together as a community, as a family, make sure that folks know that we care about them, that we love them, and that we want to do all we can to assist them in returning to normalcy. And let me just point out again that the relief that's coming from the council office, the housing, the monies for repair work, and also the dollars that are going directly to these families, there are no strings attached, and it's not connected with anything else that these families may choose to pursue. They're free to pursue their legal claims and other claims as well. This is not to be repaid. It's a token of our efforts to help folks get their lives back together. So again, I want to thank the families for joining us today, and we're just sorry that you've had to endure this pain and this trauma, but we will work with you to make sure that that you are satisfied. So as the family leaves, let me just invite the city family to come up. We're happy to take any questions you may have about the program or about our announcement today. Let's give our families just a minute to leave the stage.
And we will be taking a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, everyone. We go out to Aurora, Illinois, where police are going to give an update on a terrible incident that happened during a traffic stop for an officer. He was attacked and strangled during the traffic stop. So let's get a little bit more information here, and then also we will see a video as well. Viewer discretion is advised. All right, we're trying to get that playback here for you. Let's try a little bit more right here on you.
Point where he was unable to breathe. The attack stopped when officers
that will provide long-desired relief for those already living as Americans. I join my Catholic Bishop brothers of the United States in welcoming efforts to pass bipartisan immigration reform legislation that includes legalization and a path to citizenship for undocumented people already living here in the United States. Whatever political opinions may divide us, we look to our fellow Americans to support the passage and implementation of legislation that will keep families together and protect children. I urge your full support for enactment this year of immigration reform legislation that would allow Dreamers, TPS, and DED holders, seasonal agricultural workers, and other undocumented essential workers to integrate as fully recognized members of our society, whether through the enactment of a standalone legislation or a broader legislative package. Let us remember to care for our neighbor and demonstrate charity in all areas of our life. God bless each and every one of you, and God bless the United States of America.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Angelica Salas. I am the Executive Director of CHIRLA, the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights. We're one of this country's largest immigrant rights organizations, and I represent the great state of California, where 25% of its population is undocumented, or 25% of this nation's undocumented workers live in our state. Half the children of my state have an immigrant parent. I am here because I have been here year after year for the last 25 years, and that is we need a path to citizenship, and we need immigration reform, and we need it now. We desperately need it now. You talk about immigrants, that we live in the shadows, that we're invisible. We don't live in the shadows. We live in plain sight. We live with you. We live in your neighborhoods. We're visible in your neighborhoods. Our children play together. We don't live in the shadows. We live unprotected. We don't have the protection of health care. We don't have the protection for our families, to keep our families together. During this pandemic, immigrants put forward everything they could to save our families, to save this nation and move it forward. And so we are here demanding that action happen now. It has to happen now. It is what is right for our nation. It is what is right for our immigrant community. Y brevemente en español, lo que quiero decir es que vamos a estar aquí en Washington, D.C. año tras año, pero este año tenemos que tener una solución.
Madam President, I just want to explain what happened on the floor very briefly. At the end of the vote, I changed my response to a no so that I may move to reconsider this vote at a future time. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senior Senator from Vermont.
Madam President, I have 9 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the Majority Leader and Republican Leader.
Duly noted.
I thank the Chair. Madam President, I don't want to interrupt the conference. Madam President, I rise on the floor today to honor the legacy of one of the country's most cherished heroes, and a very dear and close friend of mine, John Lewis. This past Saturday marked 1 year since we said goodbye to Congressman Lewis. The pain of his loss is still very fresh for both my wife Marcelle and me, as it is for millions of Americans. He wasn't have him consider me one too. I think when we walked down the street in Vermont, I just felt suddenly so much a person because I was walking beside John Lewis. But people are seeing where the nation's great civil rights movement, he was fine. Were dragged off their buses and beaten and arrested. John was there to lead the march for freedom from Selma to Montgomery, Alabama.
Good afternoon. My name is Jamie Mosser, and I'm the King County State's Attorney. Today, we are going to announce indictments that occurred last Friday. I need to start by saying that the charges we will discuss today are not proof of guilt. These defendants are presumed innocent and are entitled to a fair trial.
Inflection point. They are facing opportunities, technology and innovation. They are facing immense threats and challenges. When we ask them about those challenges, number 1, 2, and 3, labor, talent, workforce. We hear this over and over and over again. The simple fact is we cannot address these issues without federal legislation. We cannot address stability of our current workforce, status, and the dignity that comes with it. We can't address improvements to our legal immigration system and our visa programs without Congress. The good news is, working in common cause with Arturo and others, we have gotten good legislation through the House and now we're working on the Senate. I want to thank Senators Mike Crapo and Michael Bennett for rolling up their sleeves and stepping up and saying, we'll take this challenge on. They need others, so we are calling out to all senators of both parties of good faith and goodwill who are for solutions to support Mr. Crapo and Mr. Bennett to get involved in this issue to help us get it done. Their success in the days and weeks ahead will determine our success in labor-intensive, high-value agriculture and the success of farm workers for many, many years to come. It's about national security, it's about economic prosperity, and it's about doing the right thing, and it's high time we did it. Thank you.
On the charges as they were indicted on.
We're going to play the clip from the dash camera and then the 911 call here.
Pete Ball, C. Charles, 5079, on a silver Toyota Camry. And 305, we just pulled into 615 Elmwood. You owe me one more.
What you owe me? Why you following me, bro? I did nothing wrong.
Can I get your driver's license and insurance, please?
You want to
stay in the vehicle?
Will
you stay in the vehicle for me? You stay in the vehicle for me, you're going to be arrested for obstruction. Get back in the vehicle. Get back in the vehicle, you're going to be arrested for obstruction, ma'am. Get back in the vehicle, you're going to be arrested for obstruction. Get back in. Get back in the vehicle. Get back in the vehicle. Or all right, you're under arrest for obstruction. You're under arrest for obstruction. Get back. Okay, you're under arrest for obstruction.
Get your hands on me.
You're under arrest. Get him.
Hey, let me go.
You're under arrest for obstruction.
I'm not under. That bitch has to get the
305. 305. We're going southbound. Illinois. Stop! You're under arrest! You're adding charges, man! Eastbound towards Fordham, on Elmwood, in the street. Male black, gray shirt, blue pants. He's at Pleasure Court.
Yeah, come on. Come on. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. You're under arrest.
He's on the ground. We got two of us running up to help him.
Right now!
We got the guy that you guys are chasing on the phone. He's threatening to kill the officer.
Get your hands on your face, stop fighting!
So where are you guys at? You're in custody. It'll take a few more though. We got a group for me.
Hello! Bro, can y'all give me a sword down here? Your fucking officers are terrorizing me and my family. I just came to my friend's house. I just came to my friend's house. He's following me, so I did nothing wrong. If I kill this female, that's what it is. I'm not playing with nobody no more. I'm sick of this fucking police officer.
You are. Where are you?
I'm in the room, bro. I just came to dinner with my family. And you're saying, I'm gonna kill my family.
I need an address or intersection, sir. Where are you?
I'm at 617 of my mother-in-law house, 617 of Redwood Drive. He's following me all the way to my friend's house, 618. And he's gonna pull me over. And I ain't gonna pull
you over.
The fucking, this is where I'm at, police officer. Y'all need to have some control, bro. This shit out of hand. And he's touching my sister, I'm gonna kill this bitch.
Okay, no, you are not threatening an officer like that on the phone.
I ain't threatening shit, I'm gonna film with you. He's touching my sister, I'm killing his ass. Sister, bitch! I know you right about my sister, bitch! What up?
That's when the officers on the scene make contact with the male.
Hello, I'm Commander Jack Fichtel. I think this situation is one that the public must examine closely. A situation where the officer is addressing a traffic violation and the occupants immediately exit the vehicle and aggressively confront the officer. If the offenders of this incident are willing to behave this way with a law enforcement officer, how would they react and treat other members of the public? The Aurora Police Department is appreciative that the King County State's Attorney's Office, and specifically State's Attorney Jamie Mosser, also recognized this and sought charges to show that this type of violence towards a police officer has serious consequences. It cannot and will not be tolerated in our society. I'd like to introduce Chief Kristen Zeman.
This was a law enforcement officer doing what he swore an oath to do, to enforce the law. A minor infraction that likely would have resulted in a citation at most, turned into an officer fighting for his life. Our police officers are out there doing what is being asked of them every single day. And this is an excellent illustration of the criminal justice ecosystem in action. Our state's attorney and her staff exercise their role in thwarting this behavior. The message is clear and succinct from both the mayor, myself, and the state's attorney's office. S.A. Mosser and APD are in lockstep, and we are sending a collaborative message that these violent offenders and their acts of emboldened defiance will be met with harsh consequences. Thank you.
Strangulation is one of the most hands-on forms of violence. In my legal career, I've not only worked as a prosecutor in domestic violence, but also in the legal aid community where we saw an outstanding amount of cases that resulted in strangulation. Strangling someone, stopping their ability to breathe, even for a moment, is highly dangerous. And this is why in 2009, our Illinois legislature decided to make the crime of strangulation from a misdemeanor to a felony offense. Someone who is being strangled can lose their consciousness in a moment of seconds, and that means they're literally on the precipice of death at that point. What the defendants did on June 21st of 2021 was a choice to disobey the police officers. And then when they continued to fight with the officers, to resist being placed under arrest, and to place the officer in the position of not being able to breathe, that was attempted first-degree murder. It is fortunate for so many in that situation that backup officers arrived when they did, because otherwise we would be here to announce that there were murder charges against these 3 individuals. I would like to thank this officer as he continued to do his job and still does it to this very day despite this incident, and to the Aurora Police Department for their investigation, their professional and ethical investigation into this matter. Thank you.
You mentioned the 2 women's charges together and the driver separately. Besides the 911 call and the alleged threat that he made, is there any other difference, or is that the only difference?
That's the only difference.
And they were all 3 were originally charged, and now they're facing indictment. Can you explain the reasoning behind pursuing the indictment and upgrading the charges, how much more severe their potential prison time is?
Yes, so the original charges, the highest possible charge was aggravated battery to a police officer, which is a class 3 felony or class 2 felony, which means it's between 3 to 7 years, but also probationable. Because of the strangulation and because of the research that we know about how quickly it is for somebody to lose their life as a result of somebody preventing them from being able to breathe, we believe that the proper charge was attempted first-degree murder. That means it's a Class X felony. They're facing between 6 to 30 years in the Illinois Department of Corrections, and that is non-probationable. And again, it's because of the seriousness of the actions that they took that night towards Officer Miranda that we made the decision to bring this before the grand jury and secure these particular charges.
Chief Seaman, I had a question. Actually, 2 things. Number 1, how is your officer?
He was treated and released from the hospital, and as S.A. Moser said, he's back to work, back on the streets, suiting up and doing the action and the noble actions of law enforcement.
And then number 2, how was it that backup was sent? Was your officer alert enough or had the presence of mind quickly to alert dispatch, hey, I need help? Or was it that 911 call that the suspect made and they were like, oh my God, we need to get somebody out there?
He originally called out the traffic stop, so at that point, officers knew where he was. And when he said at the beginning, if you recall, when he approached the vehicle, he said, roll me another unit. So units were on the way, but then of course at that point, he wasn't able to call for assistance because his radio was taken from him, so officers were just generally going in that direction.
None of the videos we see the strangulation, so I guess you got notice of that because of the testimony of the officer?
Yeah, absolutely. The report filed, the report that the officer wrote, yes, absolutely, and the injuries sustained on his neck.
There's evidence
yes.
of strangulation. Okay. Would you explain that? I mean, what's the extent of the evidence you have?
Well, there's evidence of the officer's injuries and, of course, the officer's statement, and as you see there on top of him, it's outlined in the report and through evidence, photographic evidence.
And because it's still has to go to trial, we're not going to go into details about the specific pieces of evidence that we have right now.
What was the driver doing at that point in the video? Because we only see the 2 women purportedly on top of him, so what is the driver doing in that instant? Because he's lumped in with the other 2 suspects charged with attempted murder, so where does he fit into that
So during the time period before the video had happened, while Officer Miranda is struggling with the two women, he actually is right by making statements and then starts to strike the officer himself. At some point, he does separate himself from that, and that's when the 911 call happens. But at that time, Officer Miranda is solely focused on the two individuals and trying to be able to gain some control so that he wasn't losing consciousness.
Is that just based off of testimony, or is that on video?
No, that's again based just off of testimony.
And Chief, I had a question for you. You see right at the top of that video, I believe it's one of the two women who was in the car, has a phone out and is immediately recording what's going on. Obviously, we're still in a very charged time, and people are immediately going to their phones to record what's going on. When you see that, what goes through your mind and how your officer is responding, whether someone was right or wrong to how they were interacting with the officer and how the officer is interacting with them, that person clearly holding the phone up at least is projecting that they're concerned that something is going to develop. So what do you want to say to people who would see video from that person's phone and be concerned about what that shows?
Well, exactly. I mean, you hit it. Sure. You hit the point perfectly, is that's precisely why we want body cams. We want squad car video footage. We want the footage from every angle we can possibly obtain it, because that's when you get the full picture. As for to what's going through an officer's mind, at that point, I doubt he had any consciousness of who was recording him. He's at that point trying to bring people into custody. But I will say, generally, our police officers know that is just the fact that they're always being recorded in some way, whether it's on their video cams, on body cams that we're soon getting, or if someone else is recording from that vantage point. But most definitely, it always is going to be better when we have more footage to piece it all together.
Is that video or photos from that phone, has that been reviewed by officers?
Yeah, that's evidence for the, yeah.
Okay, but in the light of his question, I mean, in this day and age where there's so much doubt of police activity, people, I mean, given the recent incidents,
sure,
have a fair doubt of what's going on. I mean, showing a video like this where it's mostly testimony, we couldn't see much of the things you're alleging happened. What do you think is going to be the reaction?
Well, sure, I understand what you're saying, but when you look at the totality of it, just look at the initial onset of the officer's interaction. May I see your driver's license, please? I mean, a traffic stop that most of us have all been subjected to a traffic stop at some point in our life. So you can. I understand. Yeah, no, I absolutely understand. But when you, and I would say that race, I don't know, you can argue that it plays a part. This is a Hispanic police officer, pulling over a vehicle for a traffic infraction. Once again, what we are charged to do as police officers, the very nature of the title is law enforcement. And so minor, albeit a minor infraction, then you see just a simple traffic stop, and I say simple when it turns so complex. So I guess I would argue that the tone is set, and that should be a lot of context and evidence that you can apply towards and what the officer's vantage point was. And then when you see the video unfold and two people on top of him, that when you say, it's for me, that along with the officer's testimony, provides pretty good context, in my opinion. But again, this of course will be taken to a court, and a jury or a trial, and then that's part of this criminal justice ecosystem, right? The checks and balances.
And as we've said, there are other pieces of evidence. We're just not going to go into detail. This is just what APD is able to release right now.
Are you able to tell us?
Happening live right now on LiveNOW from Fox. You do have President Biden there now on the ground. This is him landing at an airport in Kentucky. He is going to be having an event pretty soon, within the next hour, in Cincinnati, talking about union jobs. And then he will also have later tonight a town hall with a different news network. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Thanks again so much for joining us here today. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break. And we come back right now. We played this for you a little bit earlier, but wanted to show it to you in full. Governor Greg Abbott on an anti-fentanyl bill.
In the first 6 months of this year is enough to kill more than 70 million people. Put a different way, the number of lethal doses that just the DPS has seized is enough to kill every man, woman, and child in the states of Texas and California combined. And understand this also, and that is the amount that was seized by the Department of Public Safety does not include what may have been seized by the Houston Police Department, by federal law enforcement agencies, et cetera. So if you look at all of the doses that have been seized just by those organizations as well as the Border Patrol, it adds up to, I think, more than 150 million deadly doses just this year alone. And I mention Border Patrol because one key reason why we're seeing such a dramatic increase in the amount of fentanyl coming to Houston, coming to Dallas, coming to other urban areas across the state, as well as going across the entire country, is because of the massive amount of fentanyl that is coming across our border. Now, some drugs that people, including high school and college students, buy off of the streets are laced with deadly amounts of fentanyl. The Houston Forensic Science Center found that fentanyl was being added to ecstasy and other kind of party drugs that target teenagers and young adults. Well, I'm about to sign a law that is intended to crush the spread of fentanyl in Texas. It cracks down on the manufacturing and the delivery and distribution of fentanyl. The punishment for this is a third-degree felony, which makes it one of the most stringent drug laws in the state of Texas. Depending upon the amount that's either manufactured or distributed, it can lead to life in prison. I want to express once again my gratitude to Senator Huffman and the entire legislature, as well as Houston Crime Stoppers, for their leadership on this issue. Now, before I sign the bill and before I pass the mic, while we are in Houston, I want to mention something else that both Senator Huffman as well as Crime Stoppers has been actively involved in, and that is the urgent need to pass bail reform in Texas. It's essential to have safety and security in our communities to pass bail reform. Get this, so it was voted out of both the Texas House and Texas Senate committees in the regular session, but it did not have a vote on the House floor because the Democrats walked off the job. In the special session, the Senate passed it out, but because Democrats are not showing up for work, it has not received a vote in the Texas House of Representatives. And here's the most important part. It's my understanding that since the Democrats broke quorum near the end of May, just a few months ago, 7 Texans have been killed by criminals who are out on bail, who should not have been out on bail. So while the Democrats are playing political games, the safety of our communities are at risk. It is time for the Democrats to end their partying in Washington, D.C. and get back to Texas and pass bail reform and other measures that will make our communities safer. But for now, I'm about to sign a law that will make sure that in Texas, we are cracking down on fentanyl in an unprecedented way. The crackdown on fentanyl in Texas is now law.
Thank you, Ron. You will.
Thank you. I'm going to give this to you.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Thank you.
Senator Huffman.
Yes, thank you so much for Crime Stoppers for hosting us, and of course for all the work that you do in Houston and the attention that you have brought to critical issues that affect the safety of my constituents and all the citizens of Texas. Governor Abbott is right. We needed to crack down on fentanyl. You know, our best legislation comes when we speak to our constituents, and from the heart, they tell us something that's going on in Texas that tells us that we have to do something. And my idea to increase the penalty enhancement for fentanyl came from some constituents, a family who woke up one morning to find their young college-age son dead in his bed. Now, he may have accidentally ingested fentanyl. As Governor Abbott said, the Forensic Center is telling us that they are finding fentanyl in some of the party drugs. Sometimes kids do that. This is killing our children. This fentanyl is pouring in over the border, a porous border. DPS tells us this. They are confiscating more and more fentanyl at the federal level and at the state level. And this bill doesn't try to get to the users, all right? We want to get to those who are distributing this drug, who are responsible for killing our young people. And this is a good step to ensure that they will spend a minimum, if they distribute more, over 200 grams, at least 15 years, up to 20 years minimum in prison, up to life in prison. It's a very strong, powerful tool for our judges. And let me add, I hope they use it. As far as for bail reform, again, I have to give Crime Stoppers thanks. They have been accumulating data. All of you in the press here, know many are from Houston. You know what is going on in our city. I'm angry. How can we let this keep happening? The bill that we have passed out of the Senate and the constitutional amendment is targeted at violent, repeat offenders who are being released over and over again to kill people on the streets. And it's not just murder. Governor Abbott referred to the many that have been killed. 7 is too many in my book since special session began. But what about the robberies, the rapes, the burglaries? It's not just murder. It's serious crimes that affect our everyday life and the way that we live our life. You should be able to walk into a gym without getting shot as someone wants to steal your car. You should be able to hold your baby in your arms without being shot and your baby being shot. You should be able to go to a restaurant in Houston in the evenings and not look over your shoulder to see if someone is following you into your home and following you into your driveway, tie you up, and ransack your house. We don't have to live like this. We need to have accountability, transparency, and common sense being used by our judges here in this county, and they are not doing that. This bill will force them to do it. It's an important legislation. The SJR, the constitutional amendment, will give the voters a chance to decide if they think that the worst of the worst should in fact be held without no bond. But the voters aren't going to get a chance to vote on that. The ballot draw for the constitutional amendment is this afternoon, but this constitutional amendment will not be available for a November ballot because the Democrats ran to Washington. They didn't get a chance to vote on this. And that's sad. That's sad for the people of Harris County, for Houston, and this entire state. So I'm with Governor Abbott 100% on this. Come back and work and look at this seriously. This is not a partisan issue. Passed out of the Senate 22-0 with the 4 Senate Democrats who remained voting for this bill, including Senator John Whitmire, who represents Houston and has been the longest serving senator and has been a longtime chair of criminal justice. This bill was compromised, worked on, it's common sense, it needs to pass, but it needs to be done for the people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now for Nicole with Crime Stoppers.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Governor Abbott, for allowing Crime Stoppers to serve as host for the signing of this important bill. Crime Stoppers has been working for 40 years in the Harris County area, solving and preventing crime. While there are many issues that we face on a daily basis, the issue of fentanyl has been of particular concern. You were correct, Governor Abbott, when you said the lives are at stake because of the dangerous drugs like fentanyl pouring into our communities. We know that when criminals find something that they can exploit and use and sell, they will, regardless of the lives that it destroys or takes. As an organization, we work tirelessly to educate the community via our podcast, The Balanced Voice, our school and community presentations, and our brand new pamphlet that's Drugs in a Snap, a 5-step fentanyl poisoning prevention plan. We take this extremely seriously. If we educate the community about the things that they could become victims of, that solves crime. That prevents crime. We take it very, very seriously. But we cannot do this alone. We cannot. We need our elected officials to stand up for Texans. We are lucky, extremely lucky, that in the great state of Texas, we have a governor that is brave enough and bold enough to do what's right for all Texans. Public safety should not be a partisan issue. It should not. It affects everyone, regardless of race, religion, creed, or party affiliation. That is one reason why we are so thankful and appreciative of this bill that passed with full support. This bipartisan bill passed with full support. We cannot thank you enough. Our team has received phone calls from countless parents and families, not just in Texas, but across the United States, who have lost their children due to drugs that are laced with fentanyl. And they say, even the ones that are not Texans, they are watching Texas and Governor Abbott for the stance that he is taking on this issue and hopes that it follows across the United States. Even though Rania is not here, our CEO Rania is traveling. She sends her extreme thanks and appreciation, as does the rest of the staff at Crime Stoppers. We appreciate you immensely. Thank you all for joining us. I hope you have a nice day.
Thank you very much. We'll take a few questions.
Governor, question about schools. Why not let schools require masks for kids under 12, knowing that COVID cases and hospitalizations are on the rise again in Texas?
Sure. First and most importantly, everyone needs to take serious the spread of COVID. And there are different ways to do that. The foremost way is to make sure that everyone receives a vaccine, which is the best way to reduce the spread of COVID. And then separate from that, everyone has had more than a year to master all the safe strategies that they can choose that's best for them and their family members. We're past the time of government mandates. We're into the time for personal responsibility, and that's exactly what we will do.
Governor Abbott, given that the Democrats have said they're not coming back before the end of the special session, what can you do, if anything, to try to save the reason that this whole session was called, like the bill is?
Two things. One is there have been a slow trickle of Democrats coming back. Harold Dutton came back, I think, yesterday. Another Representative Cortez came back, I think, yesterday, could have been the day before. There are others who are tired of their escapade to Washington, D.C., and they heard exactly what Senator Huffman said, and that is there are reasons to give back, such as bail reform, such as teacher retirement pay, such as property tax reduction, such as making sure they actually even fund the legislative branch of government. And so there are reasons why they may come back. But if they don't, I'm committed to calling special session after special session after special session every 30 days until we do get these items passed.
And Senator Huffman, any chance for a negotiation on some of the items that some of the Democrats say they do not like? The idea that nonprofits be restricted from paying bail for some people? Any open for
This bill has actually already been highly negotiated by many parties, and I have made many changes to the bill as it first appeared in regular session. The bill is in great shape now. It has been already passed bipartisan in the Senate, and I continue to pray and hope that the House Democrats will do the right thing and vote for this bill and get it to the people.
I'm going to add to that by saying this, and that is, there were compromises made on this bill before the Democrats broke quorum and left again. And to get compromises and then to leave and break quorum and not come back, and then even worse, to go up to Washington, D.C. and to completely lie about what's going on and to misrepresent about what the bill does causes them to lose credibility in the Capitol and makes it even more difficult for the members of the legislature to work with them because of the lies that they have stoked and this very inappropriate what the Democrats have done, and it causes them to lose credibility.
Governor, are you drawing a direct line then when you talk about bail reform, the lives lost between the Democrats having left, not voting on anything, and people having lost their lives?
Yeah, listen, if this bail reform had become law during the regular session, which it had the votes to go into law effect immediately because it had the 2/3 vote that was needed to be able to get the constitutional amendment passed, lives could have been saved. But get this, every day that we don't have this bail reform passed, which now means it's going to be months perhaps, there's going to be more people who not just lose their lives, but as Senator Huffman was talking about, who will be victims of crime. So there will be people who will be harmed. There may be people who will lose their lives. There will be people who are victims of crime because the Democrats are taking time off and a vacation in Washington, D.C.
Governor Singer from the Chronicle, you pointed out the increase in fentanyl that's been captured in Texas or seized in Texas, and I'm sure you know how many more people are dying from opioids. As that's been happening, there's been a call for other strategies to help users be safer and get to a point where they can get off drugs, including stuff like cleaning needle exchanges or safe injection sites. What's your position on those kinds of programs?
So there actually have been, as you're kind of pointing out, there have been multiple issues that have been raised and discussed, and I think some that were passed, and you'll know this session it was passed.
Yes.
So Senator Huffman will know some of the things that were passed because we do understand there are other angles that we can take here, but I'll let Senator Huffman talk to it.
All right, so this really comes on the news today, also out of New York, where the New York Attorney General, Letitia James, announced an historic proposed $26 billion agreement that will help deliver desperately needed relief to communities across New York and the rest of the nation struggling with opioid addiction. The proposed agreement will resolve claims against 3 of the nation's largest drug distributors, as well as one of the nation's largest drug manufacturers, Johnson & Johnson, over the company's roles in creating and fueling the opioid epidemic. And that was coming from the New York Attorney General with that release there. New York communities ravaged by opioids will receive up to $1.2 billion to fund prevention, treatment, and recovery programs. So that was the news out of New York there as well. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to go into a 2-minute break.
Got involved in this, but also
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Taking a listen here at California officials and then soon the California Governor Gavin Newsom talking about crime in California and how to really try to combat some of the things that you are seeing on social media as well, of a lot of really robberies, and then also people just taking whatever they want from stores outside and just really taking those items there without really any regard for the law. So let's listen to some of that right here on Live Now from Fox.
Was drug rehab, education, employment, so that they can permanently get out of organized retail theft. Because that's the ultimate goal here, is to marry both philosophies coming together to cure a problem that's plaguing California right now. And so, am I introducing you now? I'm gonna go for it. So, my assembly mate, and he sits across the way from me, Assemblymember Patrick O'Donnell will now speak. And I just wanna leave by saying, I wanna thank Governor Newsom, because this is so important right now that we continue this work that the CHP has been successfully doing for over 2 years now. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Good job. Well, thank you, Assemblymember Reggie Jones-Sawyer, for authoring AB 331, and thank you, Governor, for signing AB 331 very shortly. What AB 331 simply does is protect businesses just like this one. Small businesses, big businesses across the state of California. Organized retail theft is real, it is dangerous, it is bold, and it is scary to see. Myself, not too long ago in a mall down myself, I'm a high school teacher, and I think it's a big deal that California is also taking the opportunity we have right now to invest in our youth so they don't head down the wrong path. With that, it is my honor to introduce Amanda Ray, and she is the Commissioner of the California Highway Patrol, which is playing a big part in this effort.
Thank you there, Assemblymember O'Donnell, and thank you for the introduction. I really appreciate that. Good morning, everyone. My name is Amanda Ray. I'm the Commissioner of the California Highway Patrol. First and foremost, I'd like to thank Governor Newsom for his leadership and commitment to public safety. I would also like to thank the Governor for signing Assembly Bill 331, which will extend the CHP's organized crime theft task forces, our operations all the way into 2026. I would also like to take this opportunity on behalf of the Highway Patrol to extend my appreciation to Assemblymember Jones-Sawyer for his dedication to this legislation. So as the Commissioner of the Highway Patrol, I'm extremely proud of the collaborative efforts of the task force members, the Department of Justice, and our local law enforcement partners. Organized crime retail theft has become a $30 billion criminal industry that often uses the illicit proceeds that they get from that to fund other crimes. Some of the other crimes that those monies are used for are vehicle theft, identity theft, human trafficking, and narcotics trafficking. Since the task force became operational in November of 2019, the regional teams have either led or assisted the local law enforcement and all of our partners throughout the state with 668 investigations. We made over 252 arrests, and we also recovered over $16.3 million worth of stolen merchandise. So as the largest state law enforcement agency in the nation, the CHP remains committed to identifying geographical regions that are experiencing these thefts and these high property crimes. And we're also committed to continuing to work with our partners and our allied agency partners, our retail theft partners, so that we can put a dent in this problem. However, we can't do this alone. We need you, the public, our communities. We need our public partners to assist us in this effort. And so to do this, we set up right now we have an email that you can contact us. It is called reportretailtheft.com@chp.ca.gov. So again, I'll say that reportretailtheft@chp.ca.gov. And additionally, we're also currently in the process of building a web-based tip line on our CHP website so that the community members, the California retailers, that they all can report activity related to retail crimes. So we're really excited about that. So that If you want to find out more about that, you can go on chp.ca.gov for that. So together, the CHP's task force, California retailers, the communities we serve, and our allied agency partners really have to work together to make sure that we can combat this crime. If you want more information about the CHP's organized retail theft program, you can find that information on our website that I stated earlier. The CHP is and always will be dedicated to public safety, service, and security. So with that, thank you again, Governor, for signing this bill. Thank you, Assemblymember John Sawyer. And with that, I have the distinct privilege of introducing Governor Gavin Newsom.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you to our host mayor and to all the mayors that are assembled with me, all of us, rather, and to all the police chiefs. We just had a very informative meeting with the big 13 mayors, representing mayors from Northern, Southern, Central Valley, as well as Central Coast, and here in Southern California to discuss the issue of crime and violence in the state of California, to discuss crime trends, to reflect back on where we were in the 80s and 90s, the reform movement that subsequently took place in the late 90s and 2000s, and how this state has fared. We comparing, contrasting how we're doing vis-a-vis other states, and we shared some best practices and concerns. And so I'm very grateful to each and every chief that is with us. I'm grateful for their work. I'm grateful for the men and women in uniform. And we are incredibly humbled by this moment because none of us are naive. You saw the headlines in Birmingham, Alabama, big increase in gun-related violence. You're seeing it all across the United States. There is not a state that has been spared an increase, particularly of gun violence over the course of the last year. There are many theories as to the underlying causes, as to why, and good people can disagree. The bottom line at the end of the day, as members of the public, you expect us to resolve to address these issues. You expect all of us, regardless of your political stripes, regardless of geography, you expect all of us to respect you. You expect to feel some connection to your community, and you all expect, and appropriately so, to be protected. And so we're here in that spirit and in that light. We're also here specific purpose, and that is to highlight not just the issue of gun-related violence in the state of California, but also to highlight the issues that our retail community is facing. This is not new in the state of California. As the Assembly member noted, we've been organized in a very deliberative manner to address the issue of organized retail crime for a number of years. That said, we are doubling down on those efforts today with this bill that I'll be signing here in a moment. We've all seen the images of people rushing in. Some member was right to highlight just one of them at Macy's. You're seeing them all across the state of California, those organized efforts, and they are organized disproportionately efforts. And we want to go after those rings. We want to go after those organized, organized teams of folks that are connected not just within communities, but all across the state of California. We were successful, as the commissioner noted, over the course of the last few years with those close to 700 investigations that led to 252 arrests and tens of millions of dollars of recovered property. But we want to work to do even more and better moving forward. The state of California has no police department, it has the California Highway Patrol. That does not negate our responsibility and our role to work with local law enforcement, to work with local DAs, to work with local elected officials to address the issue of violence and to organize in a strategic and regional basis our efforts. And that's exactly what this legislation will afford us the right to do. CHP has to be invited in. There are some regulatory hurdles from CHP working in this capacity. Those issues are addressed in this legislation. Millions of dollars was put in the budget to support these efforts in anticipation of the success of this legislative effort. Those dollars codified, and those dollars now are available for this operation. This is one of many different CHP operations in the state of California. We also will be expanding those operations across the spectrum, not just in terms of retail efforts. We continue in our efforts to address the issue of gun safety and gun crimes. I should note, and it's important to note, in 1993, California was had the third highest gun death rate in America, in 1993. In 2017, it's the most contemporary data that we have, we were the 7th lowest, from the 3rd highest to the 7th lowest. We know how to produce results. California has led in terms of gun safety. It's led in terms of common sense gun safety reform. We recognize the headwinds, 39.7 million reasons to underscore that. That's the number of people not living in the state of California, but coincidentally, number of people that got FBI background checks last year for the purchases of guns. It's the largest number of gun purchases in American history. We're up against a gun epidemic, and every police chief we talk to, from Bakersfield to Fresno to Oakland to Sacramento, here in parts of Southern California, all laid claim to a deep appreciation to the proliferation of guns on our streets all across this state. And so we have work to do in that space. We have work always to do, not just situationally to address these issues head on as it relates to current crime trends, but to address the underlying issues more comprehensively. And I appreciate the reference from Mayor Garcetti and others to what we are doing this year, which is an historic investment. $9 million last year went into a program called CalVIP, which is to deal with the underlying issues associated with crime and violence in the state. $200 million this year. $9 million last year, $200 million this year. Evidence-based strategies to address the root causes of crime and to more systemically address those issues. Real discretion, real opportunity to build collaborations and partnerships, proven strategies, proven partnerships at the local level. We want to build on that. And as Assemblyman O'Donnell said, we recognize that it's not just in that crime bucket that we build on things. We focus on after-school programs. We focus on preschool. We focus across the spectrum, the educational spectrum in particular, to deal with some of the fundamental issues that lead to a life of crime and violence in the first place. And I'll just remind each and every one of you, and I'll close with two final points, that the state of California, because of the Assembly's leadership, the Senate's leadership, we are poised to fully implement an after-school for all program, $5 billion commitment over the next few years, fully implement after school for all Californians universally, fully implement summer school for all Californians universally because of this budget. And we have
That was Governor Gavin Newsom talking about really doubling down on the organized retail theft that is going on in California and trying to make it a priority of his administration to clamp down and really have officers looking at this where before they felt like they had too many things against them where they could not try to go after these people that are just going in stores and taking what they want. So that is the latest there. Live Now from Fox does continue. Let's go out live right here to the Senate floor. We do have Senator Ted Cruz. We'll also listen to some other senators that are speaking on the floor.
And Democrat mayors have done so, cutting and even slashing police budgets. As a result of those reckless policies, we are seeing a deeply concerning wave of violent crime in American cities across the country. The chief White House spokesperson blaming Republicans for defunding the police is like an arsonist showing up at the fire and blaming the firemen. It's like the Chinese Communist Party blaming America for the Wuhan virus. It's like OJ saying he's going to help find the real killer. It's absurd, it's ridiculous, and Democrats know it. Let's look at the facts. Democrats have called explicitly to defund the police for over a year and have been successful in doing it. New York Mayor Bill de Blasio, a Democrat, last summer pledged to cut the NYPD budget by $1 billion. And then he did so. New York City passed a budget that did indeed cut $1 billion from the police department. Just a couple of months ago, de Blasio was forced to backtrack. He realized what a terrible decision it had been because now he's working to reverse it. AOC, the darling of the extreme left wing, has said, quote, defunding the police means defunding the police. And, quote, the fight to defund the police continues. There's not a lot of ambiguity in what AOC is saying. And she's not alone. How about Representative Rashida Tlaib? She has called for, quote, no more policing. Stop and think about that for a minute. This is an elected Democratic member of Congress whose policy objective is no more policing. Those are her own words. How about Representative Ilhan Omar? She has said, quote, you can't really reform a department that is rotten to the root. An elected Democratic member of Congress describing police departments as rotten to the root. Again, those are her words. And then there's Representative Ayanna Pressley, who has introduced legislation to defund police officers in public schools. And she has said that, quote, defunding the police is about, quote, true reparations. Well, maybe this is just a few fringe Democrats in the House of Representatives. Maybe it's not a broader policy of the Democratic Party. What about Joe Biden? Uncle Joe can't possibly support defunding the police, right? Well, if you thought so, you'd be wrong. Because Joe Biden nominated two of the leading advocates of abolishing the police, Vanita Gupta and Kristen Clark, to senior positions at the U.S. Department of Justice. One of them is the number 3 official at the Department of Justice. The other is the head of civil rights at the Department of Justice. Both had written as recently as last year explicit calls for defunding the police, and they got rewarded with helping run the Department of Justice. But surely, you might say, even if Joe Biden gave in to the activists and nominated these folks, there are Democrats in this chamber that would say defunding the police is too much. Let's not go that far. Well, if you would say that, you would be wrong. Because both of those nominees, two of the leading advocates for defunding the police, were confirmed when every single Democrat in this chamber voted to confirm them. 100%. The next time you see a Democrat describing themselves as moderate, reasonable, not one of those crazies, saying things like defund the police, maybe you should ask them why they voted to confirm two of the leading advocates for defunding the police to senior positions at the Department of Justice. Democrat-led city councils all over the country are following the same game plan. And they have voted over and over and over again to defund the police. Last year, the Los Angeles City Council cut the police budget by $150 million. Portland cut $15 million from its police budget. Minneapolis cut $8 million from its police budget. Seattle cut its police budget by 18%. Now, what do these cities have in common? They are run by Democrats. It is Democrat politicians who are slashing police budgets. And what have the results been? Well, sadly, these Democrat-led cities are reaping what they sowed. Crime rates are skyrocketing. The New York Times, hardly a right-wing outfit, the New York Times has reported that homicides in Los Angeles increased 36%. That homicides have increased in Portland more than 82%. And that homicides in Minneapolis increased nearly 72% last year. And by all appearances, these homicide spikes will continue throughout this year. Just a few weeks ago, Democrats demonstrating that they couldn't learn from the tragic failure of other cities that had slashed the police and seen homicides skyrocket. What did they do in Oakland, California? The city council voted to cut over $18 million from the police department. And Oakland has already seen a 90% increase in homicides over last year. The New York Times has also reported data showing that in 2020, homicide rates increased more than 30% in big cities. And so far, they're increasing again this year. According to The Guardian, some preliminary data show that there were 4,000 more murders in 2020 than there were in 2019. 4,000 men, women, and children that would be living, breathing, living their lives, raising their kids, contributing to the diverse tapestry of our nation if it were not for the radicals slashing police budgets because of extreme ideological commitments and unleashing these crime waves. Now, Democrats know that the politics and the policy of defunding the police aren't working for them, which is why they're desperately trying to backtrack and blame and gaslight Republicans. Yeah, it's the Republicans that are doing this. Sure, that's the ticket. Not only did some Democrats blame calls to defund the police for close races that they lost in November, and for the razor-thin Democrat majority in the U.S. Senate, they also know it isn't popular with the American people. A recent USA Today poll found that only 18% of Americans support defunding the police. And a large majority of African Americans don't support defunding the police. The same is true for Democratic voters. A large majority of Democratic voters don't support defunding the police. But in defiance of the interests of their constituents, Democrats continue to go down that road. The facts are that Democrats have repeatedly called to defund the police, and they've done so. This isn't a theory. They have done so in many cities. Crime is rising, and radical Democrat policies have had deadly consequences. Not only have homicides risen, but there were more law enforcement officer fatalities in 2020 than there have been in 46 years. In 2020, 264 law enforcement officers tragically died in the line of duty, some from COVID-19 as a result of being first responders, and others from getting shot while on duty. After Jen Psaki blamed Republicans for defunding the police, Peter Doocy asked her to name the Republicans who said they were voting against the American Rescue Plan, the massive left-wing spending plan that had nothing to do with the police. It was shoveling a lot of money to liberal special interests. It was giving money to states and local governments, and so the White House argument was, well, some of the money to state and local governments could theoretically have gone to police, so therefore, if you don't vote for the massive trillions of dollars in spending, you really want to defund the police. Well, unsurprisingly, Psaki couldn't name a single Republican who said they wanted to defund the police, or who gave defunding the police as a reason for not voting for Biden's $1.9 trillion pork-filled spending bill. The fact of the matter is Republicans are proud to support the police, to stand with the men and women of blue, while Democrats are demonizing and vilifying the brave men and women of law enforcement. And I want to say thank you to every law enforcement officer in this country. On the federal level, on the state and local level, thank you for answering the call each day, putting on the uniform, wearing the badge, and risking your life to keep us safe. This morning, all across this country, law enforcement officers woke up. They kissed their husband or wife goodbye. They kissed their kids goodbye, and they went out to defend our communities, and they did so not knowing if they would come home that night. We are proud to stand with the men and women of our police departments. And when it comes to facts and fiction, it is a cynical and calculated lie from the Biden White House that it is anybody other than Democrats who are leading the foolhardy charge to abolish and defund the police. It's dangerous, crime rates are skyrocketing, and it's an exceptionally bad idea. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Maryland.
Thank you, Madam President. Talk about the work of the U.S. Helsinki Commission and a recent opportunity we had to participate in the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. I'm joined on the floor by Senator Wicker, who is the Republican chair of the Helsinki Commission. The two of us have worked together in a nonpartisan, bipartisan manner in regards to the work of the Helsinki Commission. And I just want to spend a few minutes, and I'm going to yield the floor and allow Senator Wicker to give his comments. The OSCE, as the chair is fully aware as a member of the Commission, represents the U.S. participation in the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, 57 states, which include all of Europe, all of the former republics of the Soviet Union, and Canada and the United States. The Commission works on the principle of three buckets, one for political affairs and security, another for economic and environmental progress, and the third on democracy and human rights. But it recognizes, and I think this has been the hallmark of the Helsinki Commission, is that you can't have advancements on political affairs or security or economic or environmental progress unless you make progress on democracy and human rights, that they're interwoven. And the Helsinki Commission, the OSCE, is best known for its advancements for basic human rights. So I think of the initiatives that we've had in the Helsinki Commission for dealing with trafficking in humans and the legislation that came out of that and how we led the global response to dealing with trafficking. I think about the efforts we made in regards to tolerance, dealing with anti-Semitism, racism, and intolerance, and how we've made progress throughout the entire OSCE region. I think about the issues we did in regards to sanctions against human rights violators so they cannot use our banking system or visit our country, the Magnitsky-type sanctions. All of that came out of the work of the Helsinki Commission. So one of the major arms of our work is the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly, which is the group of parliamentarians who meet every year and have meetings throughout the year to exchange views and to carry out the principles of the Helsinki Final Act. For the last year and a half, we've been compromised because we haven't had an opportunity to meet in person, and it has required us to meet by internet, and we have. But we had a unique opportunity during the last recess period to actually travel and meet with fellow parliamentarians. We had an OSCE Parliamentary Assembly annual meeting in Vienna, and we had a chance to do this in a hybrid manner. So we were able to travel 12 strong from the United States Congress to be at that meeting. And we were joined by 5 others here in the United States, including our presiding officer, to participate in the Parliamentary Assembly. And we were able to advance a lot of very important issues. But I must tell you, we were noticed at this meeting. The U.S. presence was critically important in dealing with some very timely issues. And I know that Senator Wicker will talk about this. He's one of the great leaders of the Parliamentary Assembly. He's Vice President of the Parliamentary Assembly. We're very proud of his leadership position that he holds. And by the way, his election was in Vienna for that to be the Vice President of the Parliamentary Assembly. And we have multiple candidates, and several are elected to Vice Presidents. But Senator Wicker led the ballot with the largest number of votes, which I think speaks to his well thought of respect among the OSCE parliamentarians. We wanted to make sure that this was a substantive meeting. And quite frankly, the leadership of the Parliamentary Assembly said, let's just get in there and get over it with and not bring up anything controversial. But that's not the way we operate. We have to take up current issues. So we took up the issue of tolerance. I was happy to sponsor a resolution that ultimately passed by unanimous vote that speaks to anti-Semitism, racism, intolerance, and the growth of hate in the OSCE region. But we also made sure that we considered the recent elections in Belarus and how unfair those elections were and how Mr. Lukashenko has been acting in a way that's so contrary to the rights and the human rights of the people that live there, and the election results there do not reflect the will of the people. And then we also had a chance to make sure we took up the issues concerning Ukraine. And once again, there was a lot of controversy why you should bring that up during this meeting. We did. We supported that to make it clear that Russia's aggression and its occupation of Crimea and its interference in eastern Ukraine will never be recognized as legitimate by the United States, or by that matter, the Parliamentary Assembly, because we responded in all those areas. We also am pleased to tell you that we supported Margareta Cederfelt, who's going to be the president of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly from Sweden, and we look forward to her visit here in the United States. Richard Hudson Representative Hudson will be the chair of the first committee. So we're going to have active participation in the Parliamentary Assembly. We had the chance to visit some other countries, but Madam President, if I might, I think I'm going to yield the floor and give my good friend and the leader of our congressional delegation trip an opportunity to expand on some of the things we were able to do in the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. And with that, I yield the floor.
Madam President, I thank my colleague from Maryland, who has been such a leader in the area of human rights and international recognition of the challenges that our world faces today. And I do appreciate his leadership and his partnership. We have worked shoulder to shoulder on so many issues, and yes, I proudly rise with him this afternoon to talk about a very valuable.
All right, folks, we are going to continue on here. We are going to just take some of the comments from earlier this morning. Senator Dick Durbin out of Illinois talking on infrastructure.
Agrees with, we ought to be ready to move on it, and delaying it for a week or two really jeopardizes our progress.
I wanted to ask you also about this ATF nominee, David Chipman. Is he ready for a vote? What do you think about this nominee?
Well, we're discussing it this week, and we're, of course, whipping the members, asking the members what they think, and a decision will be made pretty soon.
I know there's some bipartisan opposition to his nominee. Why is it so difficult to find somebody to head ATF?
Let's face reality here. This is a controversial agency. When you say the word guns in Congress, everything explodes right in your face. And even a person with 20 years experience at this agency is controversial to some. There are many people who want the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Agency to go away. They don't want it to regulate the sale of guns. I want it to do its job, to keep guns out of the hands of people who have no business having them.
And then finally, I wanted to ask you, some people are pushing for Justice Breyer to retire. What are your thoughts on this?
I'm not going to join that chorus. He is a respected jurist, and I admire him greatly. This is his personal decision. He doesn't need any push or shove from any member of Congress.
And then Leader McConnell said yesterday that Democrats are going to have to do the debt ceiling on their own. What are you guys doing now so that you can meet the July 31st deadline?
Let me just remind Senator McConnell, and he doesn't need reminding, but unless we take this seriously and vote on it, we run the risk of shutting down our government. Can you think of anything worse in the middle of a pandemic, with the recovery of our economy just getting started, than to shut down the government? It is totally irresponsible. Underline totally. It shouldn't be done. I hope that he'll reconsider it, because the bottom line is the country is counting on us, and this is something that is our responsibility to do.
That being said, are you concerned that, in light of some recent spikes, that not the government, but that the country might have to shut back down?
No, I would say if we're careful and thoughtful and acknowledge the obvious, the most vulnerable parts of America are those regions, and some of them are in my state, where people have chosen not to be vaccinated. And those people, sadly, are more vulnerable to this new strain of virus that's going around. If we want to bring this pandemic under control, get our kids back in school, and get the economy rolling again, everybody has to accept their personal responsibility to be vaccinated.
Thank you.
So will you get on immigration, if I can ask you one question about that? DACA was illegal on Friday, and, you know, dreamers and farm workers are tired of hearing from Democrats promises of reform. What can you tell us about negotiations on the Senate side? We know that the bill passed in the House. Is anyone going to bring it up in the Senate? Is there any room for improvement?
I've spent the last 6 or 8 weeks in bipartisan negotiation. We have not reached a point where I think a bill could pass at this moment. I hope that changes. We are looking at every option. That includes bipartisan efforts as well as the possibility of reconciliation.
Senator, today was the deadline for Chuck Schumer to get all 50 Democrats on board behind the $3.5 trillion
Put the
plan.
pressure on him.
Put
the pressure on me.
What is your level of confidence that all Democrats will get behind this massive package?
Listen, they have worked so hard to prepare this package. I understand the progress was made last night. I hope there was enough of it. We need all 50 Democrats, and I hope that the Republicans will join us in a bipartisan effort. This is a good bill. It's been approved by the White House. Democrats and Republicans have worked on it for months, literally for months. Now's the time to bring it to the floor and start moving.
But I'm talking about the budget resolution.
Oh, your budget resolution is another story. If after the bipartisan infrastructure bill, we bring the budget resolution up, we need all Democrats on board for this to happen.
Senator Mitch McConnell said that no Senate Republicans will support a debt ceiling increase, and that should be included within a reconciliation package. Is that an issue that you see? Is that a possibility? What's your reaction to that?
Mitch McConnell is playing Russian roulette with this economy. We're coming out of a pandemic. People are coming back to work. Businesses are opening. We've spent billions, trillions of dollars to reach this point. He's going to put this in jeopardy over the debt ceiling. You know, that is totally irresponsible. Totally. We need a bipartisan effort, as we did with the CARES Act, to address the weakness of this economy, and shutting down the government is a disaster.
That was Senator Dick Durbin out of Illinois, speaking on a bunch of topics there, including COVID-19 vaccines, the economy, and then also other steps there for dreamers. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We are going to continue on right here. Can now take you out to earlier today, a news conference there on the very latest there with the Texas Senate there, Democratic caucus coming together, talking about voting rights.
Without a purpose. We're sent here to be the voice of a very diverse state of Texas. And I would reach out to all the stakeholders. I would start with the governor. Governor, you have a responsibility to represent our constituents as well as others. I have worked under 7 governors. The power of the governor's office is great. In '78, as a young state rep, I didn't want to do something. I didn't want to lower the speed limit because the federal government said you will or you'll lose your federal funding. I thought I was representing my district by saying no. Dolph Briscoe called me into his office. He called other House members. We heard each other's views. We came together with a solution. Governor Abbott, you haven't had one Democratic senator in your office. You spent more time with the governor of Florida than you have these honorable members of the Senate and the House. To break quorum as the House has, to go to Washington as these senators have done, is part of the legislative process. Those of us here on the floor last week fought as best we could to represent our districts. We actually opposed one of our Senate colleagues' proposals. I still think Senator Lucio's bill's bad. We fought and were effective on the Senate floor while our colleagues were fighting and talking to the national leadership. We had a two-front war. We will keep all of our options open as we go forward. But we cannot continue to divide this state by parties. We're all in this together. We are concerned about the impact the election will have on Republican voters. Republican seniors will be intimidated by the new requirements of mail ballots. Republican voters will be intimidated by poll watchers. Let's sit down as legislators, the executive branch, Republican, Democrats, independents, and resolve this impasse. The public expects us to do it. But, Governor, threatening to arrest us when you have first no authority to arrest House or Senator members is a non-starter. Welcome us into your office. Let's remember that you represent our district as well as the remainder of our colleagues' district. To my colleagues on the Senate floor, we're the same Democratic legislators that you eat lunch with and pray with every day. We talk about each other's families. Let's get away from the personalizing of this discussion and go back to the Senate floor, hit the restart button, and listen to our concerns. We deserve to be respected and listened to. Some of us have years of experience in elections and representation. So let's thank everyone that's doing their job as they see fit. The House members are very bold. I know the challenges they've had of being away from home. I would close by saying to my Republican colleagues, someday I would hope you feel strongly enough about an issue to walk out. Your Second Amendment arguments, your pro-life arguments, your rural, agricultural, I can go on and on. Someday, when things have changed, where you may see, my Republican brothers and sisters, that the only way you can stop something and message something to the rest of the state and nation is to walk out. Republicans have done it in Oregon in the last year. So let's lower our voices, as I raise mine, and get back to work and doing the people's business. Thank you for each and every one of you for standing tall and doing your job.
Thank you, Dean. Love the passion. Next, please, Senator Miles, join us here. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for being here. Good to see all my colleagues. And I do mean all of my colleagues. I want to commend each and every one of our colleagues for whatever front they took, whatever position they took, and of defense they took in supporting our House members and to defeat Senate Bill 1 and House Bill 3. Let's, y'all have now watched me as a senator for 4 years now. And one thing you know that you're always going to get from me is a crystal clear message. So let's cut to the chase and talk about what this really is. This is a discriminatory, divisive, suppressive, an intimidation bill focused at minorities, especially African Americans. This is a Senate bill that was designed and created because what took place in Harris County, my district, Senate District 13, the largest Democratic box in the state of Texas. Well, my leadership, my Democratic leadership in Harris County, senators, were innovative and thought outside the box on how to increase our numbers at the polls, at the same time protecting our citizens from COVID. That's what this is about. There's no real, the big story, or as has been said so many times, the big lie. The big lie is there really isn't any voter discrimination, voter scandals. There really isn't any fraud going on in Harris County or any other parts of the state of Texas. What's really going on, the big fact is fear factor. The fear factor that we're increasing minority and Democratic numbers by the millions. The fear factor that 5.7 million people who are registered to vote we're about to tap into. The big fear factor that 1.3 million people who are eligible to vote that are not registered to vote, we have ways of getting ready to tap into them. And when we tap into them, the leadership in this state and other states around this country is going to change. That's the big fact. That's what this bill is all about. So let's be true here. Let's be real. It's about intimidation. It's about rolling the hands of time backwards. Critical race theory, rolling back the hands of time, Royce. Senator Menendez. So I want to applaud all of my Democratic colleagues, both in the Senate and especially in the House, the heroes and sheroes that are in the House. And we went down, yes we did, some of us, to support them, to stand by their side, to bring light to this issue. And it must work, because y'all are here. Anytime people's civil rights, civil liberties, and our democracy is threatened, best believe Democrats are going to stand. We're glad that you're here. We want y'all to stay with us, because believe one thing, we're going to continue to work, we're going to continue our faith, and we're going to continue to fight. And we want you to be right there with us. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Miles. Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank all of you for being here. Just a little plug. I hate masks. I hate masks. We're here because not enough people have gotten the vaccines. Get the damn vaccines. I'm really tired of it. I know everyone else here is. Back to the subject. We'll get back to vaccines and pandemics in just a second by analogy. I'd like to address in a little bit of detail what we're doing here. What are we doing here? The big theme that we're hearing from proponents of the bill is that we got to make it easier to vote and harder to cheat. So I want to get down to some of the little bit of the detail and a little bit of the things that have been said on the other side. So let's start with easier to vote. I've heard a lot about it. Making it easier to vote by expanding hours. For the first time ever, we're expanding hours, making it easier for people to early vote. Let's take a look at that. 41 counties are going to see their hours of voting expanded. 40 of them are Republican counties. One of them's a Democratic county. Thanks, guys. 3 counties are going to see their voting hours restricted. That's Bexar County, El Paso County, and Harris County. They're populous, they're urban, and they're Democratic. There goes the argument that we're really here about making it easier to vote. So not only do they do almost nothing to help alleviate the congestion. We had 6-hour lines of people trying to vote in urban counties. We have innovative, inventive local election officials figuring out ways to get people to safely, securely, and yes, with integrity to vote in these urban areas. And what these bills do, what this whole push is to do, is to stop that from happening. We've heard from my colleagues on that subject, but let's look at what they did. They're restricting the 24-hour measures, temporary structures, criminalizing, this one really gets me, criminalizing county registrars from sending out vote-by-mail applications. Think about that, because what is okay is for the Democratic Party or the Republican Party or candidates to send out vote-by-mail applications. Is that a higher level of integrity when the parties are controlling who gets vote-by-mail applications? Or should it be a neutral government agency that sends these things out? It's just sending the wrong message, folks. A lot of this is about sending the wrong message. So what about the hard to cheat factor? We've been talking about this for 6 months. The 22,000 hours the Attorney General spent looking for fraud, and they're prosecuting like 46 cases. Most of them are because people changed their addresses. Can you imagine what would happen if we spent 22,000 hours looking for a COVID case, we found a handful of them, and then had statewide mask mandates, shut down restaurants? It would be chaos, which is, I think, what's going to happen to our electoral system. So what are we doing here? Let's keep in mind, we're not just talking about Senate Bill 1. I appreciate my Republican colleagues wanting us to read the bill. I think that's an excellent thing for everyone to do. Let's also read House Bill 3, because we're dealing with both of them. And as we saw last session, we cannot be assured that what gets filed or what gets brought to the floor or what passed last week while the Senate was in session is going to be what comes at the end of the day, because we saw what happened at the end of the regular session. We saw really weird, really bad provisions come into the bill in the form of a conference committee report that no one had ever seen. In fact, most of the Republicans who were pushers of the bill said, I don't know where this came from. Well, that doesn't really reassure me a whole lot, because I don't know what's coming later. So yeah, we are concerned about what's coming here. And when we're dealing with the process, we have to take in mind both bills and whatever else might come down the pike. Is this about election security after all? I don't think so. I think it's about aggression. It's about riling people up, rallying behind something other than what we're really supposed to be here for. And a little image comes to mind. I was driving to the YMCA this morning, and parked in front of me at a red light was a truck. And on the back of that truck was an American flag, and it's all black. Black stars on a blacker background and black stripes on blacker stripe background. And is that the new emblem of our democracy? This angry rendition of the American flag? Because I feel like that's what's becoming of our voting process. We're riling people up. We're making them mistrust each other. We got poll watchers who can bring charges against election workers. The election workers are there to keep law and order. This is an anti-law and order bill, folks. I don't understand some of this stuff. We are all for secure elections. None of us want voter fraud. None of it is tolerable. But at some point, what I think we're seeing is some other kind of agenda dressed up as election security. Is it racist? Is it partisan? I mean, I hear people say, very sincerely, no. All I can say is it sure feels like it. It sure feels like it when 40 counties get their Republican vote expanded and 1 Democratic county and 3 Democratic counties get their vote constricted. It sure feels like it's partisan. It sure feels like it's racial when most of these provisions are aimed at Harris County, where there was a very large vote turnout among minorities who voted Democratic. So if it's not intended to be that way, maybe we need to fix it up so it actually isn't that way. Should I not be worried about it? Is it not really going to have any effect? I saw a bunch of trucks push a Biden bus off the road. I'm worried about those people becoming poll watchers. It bothers me. Yeah, I'm riled up about it. How about the oath? A poll watcher has to take an oath. I promise not to mess with the election process. Guess what happens to them if they break their oath? Nothing. Nothing. If you're an election worker and you violate any provision of the election code now, you can be subject to civil penalties, monetary penalties, injunctive relief. But if you are a poll watcher and you break your oath not to interfere with the process, nothing. You might get kicked out, but under the House bill, you have to get a warning first. This is an imbalance of power, folks. The last thing I want to address. We've heard many times that so-called restrictive measures in the past didn't have a restrictive effect because voter turnout increased. Therefore, restrictive voter requirements didn't cause any problems. Folks, if you put on a heavier pair of shoes on my feet, I can still run faster. It doesn't mean the shoes didn't slow me down. Yeah, we had a bigger turnout, but it would have been even bigger if we hadn't had more restrictive voting laws. What's missing from this conversation is sincere measures to facilitate the vote. The real measures that are in the Barbara Jordan Act. The real measures that would bring Texas into the 21st century. Online voter registration, I've heard it said Texas for the first time has online voter registration. You know what? There's some truth to that. It's a partial truth because the courts forced us to do it. The court said you're out of line with the law because the law requires you to have online. If you're able to renew your driver's license online, you also get to register to vote online. But if you are a first-time voter wanting to register to vote as a standalone transaction, you still can't do it online. And I have not yet heard any excuse to not get that done. There are an untold number of other things that we could do to make this better, and they're missing. Folks, we take election security so seriously, but we're not in favor of rigging the game in favor of one party because that lacks integrity.
Thank you, Senator Johnson, for setting the record straight. And our final senator to speak, Senator Gutierrez.
Well, thank you all very much for coming today. I just want to tell you, each and every one of these members behind me, they want fair, accessible, and secure elections. We've been doing this since I've been in this building since 2009. Every year it's one scary monster after the other that the Republican Party wants to pretend is some kind of relief for alleged voter fraud. You heard Senator Johnson talk about the 22,000 hours. Let me tell you about fraud. The only fraud that has been perpetrated on the people of Texas is the fraud that Greg Abbott is telling all of us that there's the boogeyman out there and it comes out every election cycle. That is the only fraud that is facing the people of Texas. And yet he fails to do his job. He fails to do the most important things that we needed to do this regular session, not to mention this special. And that was relief for Winter Storm Uri. We passed, as much as this group fought, We got a watered-down weatherization program when we should have had federal guidelines, FERC and NERC guidelines, on winterizing our electric utility companies and our gas providers. We got a bill that gave some money to some of these companies, supposedly to pass it on through to consumers, when all it really did was generate equity for those companies, liquidity. When us, along with a bipartisan, one-time bipartisan group of senators, decided to do a ratepayer relief program, the governor said, mission accomplished on Winter Storm Uri, I'm done. The most pressing things affecting the Texas consumer of this year and possibly of this decade and possibly of this century was when we lost 200 Texans when this man was at the helm. And he has done nothing about it in the regular and nothing about it in a special. So Governor Abbott, where's our special session for winterization to make sure that this never happens again? Where's our special session for health care? We have the highest rate of uninsured in the United States here in Texas. When most Republican governors have passed some version or plan of Medicaid expansion, some have even gone and called it by their own last names. I don't care if it's the Abbott plan, the Texas plan, or something. I can tell you that Nathan Johnson's got a hell of a plan. Do that one. Do something. Did we get a special plan? Did we get a special session for health care? No, we didn't. 2020, we saw the highest rate of mass shootings in the state of Texas. And when our own lieutenant governor, after they did all of their governor's roundtables and all their work sessions on this, even the lieutenant governor said, you know what? We do need universal background checks. The lieutenant governor, did you ever think you'd hear Dan Patrick say that? But he did. What did we get? We didn't get a damn thing. A lot has been said about what we did and where we were and what we were doing. I can tell you that each one of these members was working. We worked to talk to Joe Manchin, to try to get him to pass the John Lewis Act, try to break the filibuster, to try to get the For the People Act, and if you didn't like that one, do the John Lewis Act, and if you didn't like that one, come up with the Joe Manchin plan. Something that brings back Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act that we lost in Shelby. A lot of people said, well, these guys aren't working over there. We worked harder than that man in the central office has ever worked in his entire life. 6 of us were with the Department of Energy. 4 of us were with the Department of Education. Several of us went to the Health and Human Services Department. When it came to coming up with solutions for education, the winter grid, fixing the grid, it was this body right here that was working. And the rest of them were vacillating. The rest of the Republicans were vacillating. And so this is where we are now. And this is where we are today. And my message for Greg Abbott, you want to bring us back, Governor? Fix the damn grid. Do something about health care. Do something about mass shootings in Texas. The people of Texas are demanding that you get to work, Greg Abbott. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gutierrez, for reminding people of the important issues we should be working on. We'll open it up for questions, and please, members, feel free to step up and answer as well.
Was it always part of the plan to return to Texas before the end of the special session? And also, do you feel you missed an opportunity to speak out against the election bills on the floor on behalf of your constituents?
Well, there's some members here that were on the committee, and they can address that. But, you know, we did fight for something, as Senator Gutierrez said.
Okay, so we're just going to break in here because we wanted to show you some of these remarks. This is from the Texas Senate Democrats that did not go to Washington, D.C. This is in Austin today, talking about the legislation that is pending in this special legislative session going on in Austin, Texas. They're talking about a number of different issues, including voting rights, as well as education in public schools in Texas, also stemming gun violence there in the Lone Star State as well. And so we're going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break, but when we come back, we want to show you how Texas Republicans responded. We're going to show you a press conference led by the Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, and we're also going to get an update on the coronavirus situation in a lot of these states. As you know, the Delta variant is rising, cases are rising, and so we'll have an update from Atlanta on that. That all in 2 minutes. We'll see you then. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Like I mentioned before the commercial break, we are going to move into some of these stories about the rising surge in cases with the Delta variant. You know, it is spreading, spiraling out of control across the country. CDC experts right now are suggesting new protocols to keep the unvaccinated safe. Fox's Jayla Whitfield is live for us in Atlanta, Georgia, with this story. Jayla, it's so good to see you. You know, this has been quite a boondoggle for a lot of these cities as they kind of question whether or not to re-implement mask mandates, even for the vaccinated.
Definitely, and this is something that's continuing to go on. I know cases are increasing and vaccinations are decreasing, and that's what experts are saying the main issue is. The coronavirus is taking a toll on states across the country as more people continue to get this virus and less people get vaccinated. The CDC says the Delta variant is responsible for 80% of the new COVID cases that we are seeing right now. Currently, only 48.7% of the country is fully vaccinated. And over 90 million Americans live in communities or areas that are at high risk because they don't have enough people vaccinated to keep them safe. Former Surgeon General Jerome Adams says we must be honest. What we're doing is not working.
They are still effective at preventing you from ending up in the hospital and dying, 90% effective. But you still may be able to spread the virus, which is why we're having this conversation. We keep getting humbled by this virus. We keep learning more, and we need to be transparent with people when we don't know what we don't know. We can't declare victory too early. We've got to realize we're going to be living with this for a while.
Now, some counties are pressing the reset button. Los Angeles County reinstated their mask mandate over the weekend, and they're requiring masks indoors and outdoors, even if you are fully vaccinated. Dr. Adams says we must understand that this virus and the way we respond to it will continue to evolve. Now, if you remember, President Biden made a goal to have at least 70% of the country fully vaccinated by the 4th of July holiday, and we are still far from that goal. Send it back to you.
You know, Jayla, you're in Atlanta. The headquarters of the CDC are there, and they have issued guidance just within the last couple of months that essentially says, you know, if you're vaccinated, you do not need to wear masks. We've heard that from President Biden. If you're vaxxed, no masks. And so we've been hearing from a lot of these cities. You mentioned especially LA County about re-implementing some of those mask mandates. You know, from some of the people that you've talked to there in Atlanta, are they worried about, you know, mask mandates coming back there? You know, tell us about some of the people that you've spoken with. Are they concerned that, you know, they might have to put their masks back on?
You see, I don't think many people are worried here, and that may be an issue at hand, that people aren't as worried as they should be with this Delta variant, and now we're hearing things about the Lambda variant as well. I know a lot of people here don't wear masks already, and our state is not fully vaccinated. We still have thousands of people here that are not vaccinated and are putting people at risk with this virus. But we've definitely heard things from Governor Kemp, and he is not looking to implement any mask mandate anytime soon. I know that some people are fearful about this as kids are about to go back to school, and now we're seeing children being affected by this virus more than we did beforehand.
Fox's Jayla Whitfield there live for us in Atlanta, Georgia. Thanks for bringing us updates on the Delta variant. We'll talk to you again.
Thank you.
All right, so we want to move on to some of these other stories that we are following today, which that is one of them. We'll be on top of that story as vaccinations lag, Delta cases rise, largely among the unvaccinated. And so we'll be hearing from the First Lady in a little bit. She is in Alaska today, as well as President Biden, who's in Cincinnati today. He has a town hall on another network a little later tonight, as you know, answering questions from voters in the audience. But before we do all of that, we do want to continue with covering both sides of the Texas political story at the moment. You heard from Democrats a little bit ago there in Austin. We want to hear from Republicans in Austin now as well for just a moment. Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick is responding to what these Texas Democrats have done in the last week and a half. Here's those remarks right now.
However, over the past few days, we're pleased to see more and more Democrats coming home, coming to report for their jobs in the Texas House. And we appreciate their being here, and we look forward to keeping the business moving in the chamber. We do need more Democrats to join us, and it's very much our desire they come home, show up for work, participate to make the legislation work for the people of Texas and the very, very important people they represent in their communities. With that said, I'd like each of our colleagues to have a chance to make their opening remarks. They have their own perspectives, they chair their own committees, and I'm really pleased they're here with us today. Greg, can I start with you and let you make a few comments?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Thank you, Chairman Murphy. So we have a great opportunity in this special session to do some good things for the people of the state of Texas. With the calling of each regular session or special session, the comptroller provides the legislature with an updated biannual revenue estimate based on the performance of our state's economy. Our state's economy is very robust, and it has recovered and shown tremendous resiliency in the aftermath of the pandemic and the subsequent recession. And as a result, we have approximately $7.8 billion in available revenue, and that is almost entirely additional to what we had available to us going through the regular session. And so we have the option to now do some things with available revenue we could not have done during the regular session. That includes items such as a 13th check for our retired teachers, shoring up cybersecurity, addressing the huge challenge that we have with foster care. In addition to that, there is also some funding for bail reform, and also for some of our counties that have additional capital needs with respect to their elections. So we really look forward to having our colleagues come back so we can address these critical issues for the people of the state of Texas.
And let me just say, everybody, we're going to have a time for Q&A coming up very shortly. I do want to pose a question to Dr. Bonin, though, because I want to put a finer point on this element of where we are in our budget. Dr. Bonin, when y'all certified the budget, and you probably know Dr. Bonin is the chair of our Appropriations Committee. When you certified the budget, what did they tell you? How much headroom do we have, and how large was the budget?
So the comptroller certifies the budget. We don't get to certify that, but we will always appropriate within our means. So this is done in a prospective fashion. The comptroller projects into the future the revenues that will come to the state in the subsequent biennium, looking into the future. And as you can imagine, trying to predict revenues more than 2 years in advance is very challenging. And as we learned just a year ago, sometimes dramatic things happen that can change that forecast. And if you look back to last summer, we were anticipating a much more dire, much more bleak circumstance, potentially being $4.5 billion short in the present biennium, which turned out not to so much be the case. And then looking forward to the upcoming biennium, we thought our available state-generated general revenue could be as much as $20 billion less than what it had been in the current biennium. Because of the recovery in the economy, we were able to be essentially flat biennium over biennium in general revenue, but with the continued economic performance being so strong and so positive, we now have over $7 billion available that was not anticipated to be available to us just literally a few months ago.
And I think that's a great takeaway for all of us, is to understand that we had headroom of a couple $100 million on a budget of several $100 billion just a few months ago. Things have changed. And it's a wonderful story for Texas that our economy is recovering well and across the state, that has given us an opportunity that really, but for the economic recovery combined with the special session, we wouldn't have that opportunity to help these kids, to help the teachers. And so that economic recovery and its impact on our budget is a big reason why we're able to do these things. And for those who say, why didn't you do these things last session? The answer was the comptroller would have never certified a budget that provided those expenditures. So I won't beat that horse, but I think it's an important point that frankly has not been reported. It may have been understood, but it's not been reported.
And Chairman Murphy, I would just add, we knew that there would be some federal dollars coming to us through the American Rescue Plan Act, and that still is the case. But we're talking about right now some unanticipated state revenues, which is a different dynamic and an additional opportunity.
Great point. Great point. Yeah, the federal dollars are still yet to come, and we may yet have that as a special session.
So we just want to break in there. We were just listening to some Texas state Republicans saying that they would like some of those Texas state Democrats to come back from Washington, back to Austin, so they can conduct business at the legislative session there. In the meantime, though, we want to go out. We want to listen to President Biden. He is in Cincinnati, Ohio, visiting local businesses, meeting with union workers as well, touting his Build Back Better agenda. So here's President Biden from just moments ago.
You got a visual notification. Usually these systems are in a remote location, like a control room. So the person in the control room would see that the status is normal, system is operating. These would actually be out on the site, so everybody walking the plant would see it. If something were to go wrong, because we can program different fault settings, or if there was an emergency, if you hit the stop button, it would change, the system would shut down.
Now you hit the stop button from the floor.
Correct.
Yeah.
Or the control room. Emergency stops go anywhere there would be any kind of a pinch point, any machinery.
Gotcha.
We can also program safety devices. So instead of an emergency stop, sometimes there's like a plexiglass shield.
Yeah.
We worked at Sam Adams Brewery. So their conveyor system, as the stuff went into the pasteurizer, if they listed that shield, it would shut it down. We don't have any audio devices here, but you can hook up chimes, bells, whistles. Yep. So anybody in the plant would know if you're in the control room and hit it, that's fine. If you're in the control room and somebody else hits it, you want to know why.
Exactly.
So that's what the devices are for.
Now, how long does an apprentice work in this room? I mean, on these systems?
Typically, I mean, we do 2 nights a week, and our classes are about 2 hours each. So at most, I think PLCs is running on about 20 hours of instruction.
Yep.
About half of that would be classroom, the other half would be hands-on training.
Gotcha.
Ever since we've got our new
What got you
facility.
interested?
It's kind of an advantage to him and what he's gotten out of this so far. So I'm a fifth-year apprentice here. I took this class back in my third year. We go over how to wire up fire alarm systems to be able to install them, make places like hospitals and office buildings safe and operable.
They're almost all commercial fire alarms you do?
So we do light commercial, very little residential.
Yeah.
But this system is pretty similar to something you might find in a residence, maybe a little more elaborate.
Yeah.
Yes. This over here is condensed down as into what you would see in, like I said, a hospital or an office building, to be able to work on it and learn how to install them efficiently and correctly. So this is basically it's a 32-hour course split up into 16 hours of lab. This is our lab. When I started the lab, we had 10 stations. We expanded to 12. Now we're at 18. So I can get as many as 36 students in here, 2 to a station at a time. Basically, we come in here the first night, everything's hooked up. We set some things off. Everybody gets to see how it works. We proceed to dismantle everything. And then in class, we go over specific parts of the system, what the system's needed, how it works. We then move back into lab and we actually do the installation, pull the wire, hook parts of it up. So it's a piece of a puzzle. We're building a puzzle out here versus looking at an entire system. It just breaks it down, go over each individual part and how they work, smoke detectors,
So that was President Biden earlier there in Cincinnati. That was just moments ago. He has a town hall with another network a little later tonight where he'll be answering some questions from voters. But there he is touting his Build Back Better agenda and meeting with some of those union workers at that small business there. And so we just have a few more remarks from the president from earlier, just moments ago. We want to play those out. And then we're going to talk about where the First Lady is today. She's in Alaska talking about COVID vaccine outreach to Native communities there in Anchorage. And so we'll play that right when we play these last remarks from President Biden in Cincinnati.
Hey, Courtney. How you doing, Dan?
Hello. Good, how are you?
Good to see you. Okay, what are we doing here?
Well, we have a motor control setup. Basically, inside this instructional lab classroom, apprentices get to sit down every day in front of this equipment and then wire up stuff. That way they can go from the very simple controlled wiring diagrams into the more complex industrial stuff. And they get to actually touch, feel, and then hold all this stuff, and that way it makes more sense to them later on in the field. Even though sometimes the stuff's contained, they get to see how it actually works, bit and piece, every day. And they build up through those processes, and then they end up with the more complex stuff, which is the programmable logic controller. And
I was
then
going to ask you about it. It's a little more difficult, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. And they actually get to write that program. And once they write that program, then they can download it and then wire that. And then after they wire it, the biggest thing is troubleshooting for them. And then that way they get that real world experience of troubleshooting what they did. Does that work? Does it accomplish the stuff they need to make it accomplish?
What got you interested?
I have always kind of been a hands-on person, and once I realized college was financially not an option, I started looking around, and my grandfather actually recommended this to me. He worked with a few guys that were first years, and he's like, you could definitely do this, and came
It's a
the next
5-year
day.
program.
Yes.
5. You all know that. This is a 5-year program, this apprenticeship. Now, I think it's important for people to know.
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason why unions are the best. Not being nice to y'all, because you're the best trained people in whatever field you're in. Nobody's as good.
Well, I would agree.
No, I really mean it. I really genuinely mean it. You guys built the middle class. That's the reason why there is one. So how long have you been doing it?
I'm going into my 5th year right now. I'll be learning about this PLC this year.
Well, I tell you what, when you figure it out, call me, will you?
Yeah, definitely.
So these are all different units?
Yes, we basically have enough for each apprentice to have their own in front of them. That way, as we're doing this, everyone's not sharing. They have the same type of thing. And we change out the product. Those bits and pieces go from very simple pilot lights to complicated limit switches, photo eyes. We go into semiconductors. So we're really trying to stay cutting edge with the way, all of our processing and manufacturing goes. And that way we stay right there with them. And we can be leading edge.
What's your day job? Where are you?
I work at Paul Brown Stadium with United Electric.
Yeah, good for you. For you. Are you enjoying it?
Absolutely. I love it.
Yeah. Well, that's great. That's great. Well, the IBW is the best. I once said at one of your national conventions, if every IBW guy quit and every single guy on Wall Street who's a trader quit, traders wouldn't affect much, but you guys, the country would come to a screeching halt. Think about it.
Yeah.
It would literally come to a halt. And by the way, don't be crazy like the rest of them, be climbing poles in the middle of a storm, putting up a new thing.
No,
All right?
they won't let me do it right now. I'm still an apprentice.
Good. All right. Anyway, well, thank you. Now, how many students do you have come through, like in a regular?
A lot of times our classes vary, but normally we seat about 24 inside this room, and all 24 students are.
But how many times a week are they here?
Right now, because of the amount of students we have, because of the need for it in the industry, I teach 3 to 4 times a week. The students usually only go to school 2 times a week, and that's working 40 hours a week plus.
Yeah, that's the point.
And
I was trying
going to
make.
school at night. Yes.
That's the point I was trying to make when I asked what you were doing, where you were working, because you do a 40-hour-a-week job plus this apprentice job.
Yes. Yes. So that's
for a while,
that's a lot.
Industry thought they could do the apprentice piece. No.
Thanks, Courtney. Dan. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys. Good luck, Courtney.
It's nice
Wish
to
you all
meet you,
the
Mr.
best.
President.
Thank you.
It was an honor, sir.
All right, so there you saw President Biden in Cincinnati from earlier. Let's listen back in.
Deal, sir.
Yes, we will.
What do you think about
Just answering some questions from reporters there from the press pool as he flew in there to Cincinnati a little earlier today. I believe he was met by Kentucky Governor Beshear on the tarmac. As you know, Cincinnati is basically like northern Kentucky, so but southern Ohio. Anyway, we just want to show you where First Lady Jill Biden is. She's been speaking just moments ago at a medical treatment in Anchorage, Alaska, kind of talking about the vaccination efforts amongst Native peoples, Native tribes in Alaska. And this is all as she heads to Tokyo. As you know, the Olympics are starting July 23rd. That's when the opening ceremony is. First Lady Jill Biden will lead the U.S. delegation there. As you know, the Olympics will be much, much different this year because of the pandemic. It was canceled last year. So we're going to hear from the First Lady. She's still speaking. We're going to start it from the beginning there in Anchorage, Alaska.
Be bossy auntie. Sometimes it makes things go a little bit faster. I mean no disrespect, it's a cultural practice. But before we talk a little bit about the Alaska Federal Healthcare Access Network, we wanted to share with you a little bit about the tribal health system. So about half of our patient encounters occur at the community level. Again, our village size, average village size is about 300 people. And while we would love to be able to have Dr. Park, a cardiologist, and Dr. Bewley, a family physician, family medicine physician, in one of those communities, they just don't have the population to sustain it. And so we operate on a referral model so that most of the care is provided by a community health aide in the village. I received almost all of my health care until I was about 12 years old by a community health practitioner. Her name is Clara Morgan. And she started, those community health aides started during the an original pandemic, a TB pandemic, and they actually worked as volunteers, and they used their own money, and they traveled up and down the villages doing vaccinations in the communities. And so you can see from this map behind you, the map of Alaska, if you can imagine all the way from the Aleutian chain on the left-hand side all the way to the southeast on the right-hand side, that is equivalent in terms of distance between the state of California all the way out there in the Aleutians, and the communities in southeast would represent Georgia, to give you a sense of the land mass. Almost no roads connecting any of those communities. So we fly everywhere or go by boat. The health aides do everything. It's a unique Alaska provider type. They do everything from prenatal exams. They do well baby exams, and they do immunizations for our children. In fact, the community health aides lead the state in on-time immunizations for children. And community health aides have also led the state in terms of vaccinations for COVID-19. And they are one of the reasons that we are able to have such high vaccination rates in Alaska. And I'll tell you, I know why. My community health practitioner, Clara Morgan, she was a good Yupik woman, a force to be reckoned with, and she knew all the places I hung out and all of my favorite hiding spots. So with that, the Alaska Federal Healthcare Access Network is one of the ways that we are able to extend the care. We learned a long time ago that when we provide care as close to home as possible, in the language of the people we serve and in the cultural context, we have much better health outcomes. And so the telehealth program really allows us to be able to see patients where they live in their home communities, but also connect them to the incredible health professionals like Dr. Park and Dr. Dooley. So Dr. Park, can you start us off, please?
Thank you, First Lady Dr. Biden. Thank you, President Davidson, and thank you for coming today and joining us. My name is Joseph Park. I'm the Medical Director of Cardiology here at Alaska Native Medical Center. And I would like to talk about telehealth and why it's important for us here in Alaska. As Dr. Davidson alluded to, it's difficult providing quality health care when there are so many challenges just geographically. And for us in cardiology, telehealth has proved to be a very important asset to meeting that need. In cardiology, you would think we're a big department, but we have 6 providers, 6 physicians, and 3 nurse practitioners with a dedicated nursing and ancillary staff to help meet the needs of Alaska Native people from a cardiovascular standpoint. And I'm very happy and proud of the way we've been able to perform. For instance, I could be seeing a patient with a health aide in a small community like Kayana, which is about 0.19 square miles, hundreds and hundreds of miles from Anchorage. And together we can go over the EKG, we can go over blood work, and we could even go over diagnostic tests like x-rays and other vital signs that help me diagnose and treat that patient in a timely manner. Again, I'd like to introduce Dr. Kate Bewley, who's the Medical Director of Primary Care Physicians in Juneau, Alaska, to help describe how telehealth has been shaping the way she practices medicine. Dr. Bewley?
Hi, Doc. Hello. Thank you, Dr. Park. Welcome, First Lady, Dr. Biden, Dr. Zink, President Davidson. It's nice to see you all from Juneau. So I'm a family medicine physician. I work for Southeast Alaska Regional Health Consortium. Locally, it's known as SEARCH. And I've spent about 20 years taking care of Alaska Native people in their communities here in Alaska. And the silver lining to the pandemic has been the explosion of this telemedicine service. Dr. Park and I can see a patient in a small village where our Alaska Native patients live, using the cart that you see in front of you, where they don't have cellular service, they don't have Wi-Fi, but they can come to the clinic and they can see the cardiologist, they can see the rheumatologist, they could do cancer care follow-up, for example. And they don't have to take the long trip, expensive trip to Anchorage, and they have the support of their community where they're staying safe. So it's just been amazing how it's rolled out over the pandemic. We've also taken the telemedicine to their homes. So we have patients who might not have a smartphone, or Alaska Native elders who do not know how, or they don't want to know how to use the equipment, and we'll bring the equipment to them. And it's actually really improved the doctor-patient relationship. to see patients in their own home. And I learned things about my Alaska Native patients that I would never learn in the confines of the four walls of the clinic. Some examples would be, I have a blood pressure patient who I'm following by telemedicine over multiple visits, and I was able to find an unexpected cancer that I would have maybe not found otherwise, could have gone undiagnosed, and now they're in remission. Another good example is we have OB patients who are trying to get to the larger hospital to deliver their baby. Sometimes they don't make it and they're on the smaller island. So we ramped up the telemedicine, we've gotten the OB doctor on the video, and they coached us through some really stressful situations on the smaller islands. And we had healthy mom and babies from those events. And the other thing is we have patients who may not show up for appointments. And in the past, I would just say, let's reschedule them for another time. And now I can call them up right away and say, do you want to do a telemedicine visit instead, and meet them where they're at? Because you can pretty much do a Zoom call from anywhere. And I can guarantee you that the reason my patient didn't show up for their visit, there's something going on in their life that's affecting their health care. And for me to be able to listen over a video screen is really helpful, so I can help improve the health of my Alaska Native patients. So I am really excited about the partnership with ANTHC and specialists like Dr. Park, and they have improved the healthcare of the Alaska Native people and all the communities in Alaska. And it's been great to share it with you today. Back to you, President Davidson.
Brianna, thank you. And we also wanted to extend our special appreciation to you in Search at Southeast Alaska Regional Health Consortium. Right now, unfortunately, Southeast is experiencing a spike in COVID cases. And the fact that you were able to step away from that important work to be able to provide information, we really, really appreciate it. And we're sure thinking about you. We're praying for everyone in your communities, and we're sending you the best.
And you talked about physical health. How much mental health do you do, or do you not do any?
Oh, well, I'm a family medicine physician, so I do a lot of mental health, and we have our behavioral health counselors as well, and they have all been doing that by using telemedicine throughout this time, and it has really increased a drastic amount. So we're seeing more even in primary care, and it's really affecting not just the patients, but also all the healthcare providers. We're all patients together in that, and we try to do our best to treat the whole person, including the mental health issues that are coming up because of the pandemic.
So the other part of that is based on the success of the community health aid program, we've also expanded that into a behavioral health aid program where our own people from our communities are trained. They receive 2 years of training, both in mental health issues as well as substance use disorder issues. And they're on the ground in the community, they're tribal members, and they're able to provide that very first level of service. In addition to that, they refer people beyond their community through telehealth or sometimes through in-person service. Here at the Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium, in 2 weeks actually, we're going to be starting our own telehealth behavioral health service.
Oh, great.
It will be a statewide service where we'll do everything from, eventually we'll do medication-assisted treatment, we'll do psychiatric medication program as well. We'll do individual counseling, group counseling, elder mentoring, because our elders are such a critical part of who we are as people in Alaska. And it's just really an incredible partnership. The other program at the local community level is a dental health aid therapy program. And that's actually a program that began, in 2004, I think. And it's the tribal health system created the first mid-level dental program of its kind in the United States of America. It was a little bit controversial at first, but what we said is that we were tired of seeing people without teeth. And I know 2 young ladies in rural communities who graduated from high school with a full set of dentures. And that should never happen. And so thanks to the introduction and the training of the dental health aid therapy program, which we operate here in Anchorage at ANTHC, along with our incredible partners in Bethel, the Yukon Kuskokwim Health Corporation, and Youth League Nahavat, we are now seeing cavity-free kids in our communities for the first time since contact. It's incredible, and it is really remarkable to be able to bring the full, beautiful smiles of our children back to our communities.
I think the other thing I would add from a state perspective is behavioral health was by far the thing that was most affected by telehealth during the pandemic, and we had really including, just as Dr. Burl mentioned, we saw a significant decrease in no-shows. And then we have very limited inpatient psychiatric services, and so many of our inpatient psychiatric services were able to offer telehealth to keep people in their community, which was culturally relevant, able to get treated there with the specialty services in our urban areas. So it really was a huge success in the partnership.
And are most of your patients receptive to getting the shot, the vaccine?
We have extremely high vaccination rates. So in our average village size, President Davidson said was around 300. We have an 80 to 90% vaccination rate. So between the high vaccination rate and using telemedicine, they've stayed very safe because we can't afford for our Alaska Native patients to get COVID in those small communities where they're in tight living situations. It would be a really awful thing to have happen. So people have been really receptive to the vaccination.
Well, I'm sure that you are such a trusted messenger, and thank you for that.
Yeah.
We're going to keep working on it together, right?
We delivered some vaccines in some whale watching boats in 8-foot seas. So it was nothing I ever expected I'd ever do, but it was well worth it.
Or you want to do again, right? Well, thank you for being a partner in this effort to get every American vaccinated. I mean, it's just so important. Thank you.
Yeah, Alaska has led the way with Dr. Zink, and we're very proud of the work that we've done.
Her reputation precedes her.
It's really been a tremendous partnership. I mean, we don't have counties, we have boroughs. We have 5 that are over 80% vaccinated at this point. But it's really been the partnership, the sovereign nation supplement from the federal government, the support from the federal government. We built our entire vaccine process. But man, I would look at Facebook and see the amazing work that Dr. Browood did. They did it the last mile. They took it out there, snow machines, dog sleds, ferries, boats, whale watching, fishing ships. It was everything to get out there. So it was a huge partnership.
Yeah. It's an amazing story. It's an amazing story.
In the middle of winter.
Thank you so much. I think we're going to go ahead and continue on our tour.
Okay.
And I don't mean to step in front of you, but I will.
Pretty interesting, right?
It was nice to see you.
Thank you.
All right, so the First Lady there meeting with some of those frontline healthcare workers in Anchorage, Alaska, especially talking about how they are getting the vaccine to Native communities and tribal communities there in the state of Alaska. The First Lady will be making some remarks very, very soon here. It looks like the podium is set up. So once that happens, we'll air that full and live as the First Lady steps up to the podium there. As I was saying, she is on her way. This is kind of a stopover visit before she heads to Tokyo in Japan for the Olympics, which start on the 23rd. That's when the opening ceremony is. And so the First Lady will be leading the U.S. delegation there for Team USA. So that should be very exciting. We're going to just take a quick 2-minute commercial break before all of that. We'll see you in just a moment. It does look like First Lady Jill Biden will be taking to the podium very soon there in Anchorage, Alaska. We'll have those remarks. This is all about urging more Americans to get the vaccine. Let's listen in.
Hi, my Yupik names are Nukhagalak Kanamitlamaknan, and my English name is Valerie Davidson, and I serve as the president of the Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium. We want to welcome you, First Lady Dr. Biden, to the Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium and our Alaska Native Health Campus, which really sits on the traditional homelands of the Dena'ina people. And they have been incredible stewards of this land since time immemorial, and we want to make sure that we honor what they have done to keep these lands. We're so honored to be able to share with you our work that we're all doing to ensure that Alaska Native people are the healthiest people in the world. As I mentioned earlier, we've got a long ways to go, but we know that with your help and with the help of our partners at the state, we're going to be able to get there. So the Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium is a statewide tribal organization that provides care on behalf of 229 federally recognized tribes, and we serve all Alaska Native and American Indian people who live in Alaska. We jointly manage the Alaska Native Medical Center, which is right across the pond with our partners, South Central Foundation. And it is both the regional hospital for folks who live in this area, the Rural Anchorage Service Unit, but it's also the statewide tertiary hospital that all patients get referred to here in Alaska in the tribal health system. We also provide, as you saw earlier, we provide telehealth and technology services. We do wellness programs and prevention programs. We do research and rural provider training like the community health aides, behavioral health aides, dental health aides I mentioned earlier. And we also do rural sanitation facilities, construction, and management. And as we said before, we've seen the firsthand impacts that pandemics have on our communities, where in some of our communities, we still have the last language speakers and some of the last culture bearers in our communities. And working with your administration and also working with the state and the tribal health system, we were able to ensure that some of our last language bearers and our last culture bearers were able to be among the first people vaccinated, regardless of their age. We've certainly seen what happens when an entire community is wiped out. I also want to recognize and extend our appreciation to the 229 tribes in Alaska who really put their foot down early and really closed off their borders so that people couldn't come in and couldn't come out without taking those proactive measures. We've seen entire communities decimated. And with the support of our tribal and our federal partners and our state partners, we've been able to obtain early testing supplies and also vaccinations in ways that really focused on equity that allowed our populations to be covered. Alaska Native people and American Indian people in our state of Alaska were 4 times more likely to die because of COVID-19. And so we knew, and with your support and with the state's support, we were able to get those vaccinations out to people very, very quickly. And in some communities, we're really proud of the fact that we have 100% vaccination in some of our smaller communities. So, I just want to really appreciate your messaging about COVID-19 and about taking extra steps and precautions. And to those folks who are watching out now, we want you to know that the hard part is not over. We really need everybody to do their part. We've seen a recent increase in inpatients, and almost all of the folks that we've seen in inpatients in hospitals in Alaska have not been vaccinated. And so I would really urge you to get the vaccination as soon as possible. We make it really, really easy. And it just reminds us that we just need to be incredibly vigilant. I almost said vigilant, but I guess it could be really vigilant because in the villages we have almost 100% vaccination rates. And again, I just want to commend you and this administration for leading the efforts on vaccination, and we are so happy to play our part in helping you to deliver that message to ensure that we are as safe as possible. We say all the time, sometimes we talk about our differences between Alaska Native and American Indian people, but the reality is that Alaska Native people and American Indian people, we really want what every other American family wants. We want our children to be healthy, we want them to be happy, we want them to be well educated, and we want them to live in safe communities. But because of where we live, because we are so ultra remote and frontier, where you can't drive, you have to fly to get to us, and because of our unique relationship with the federal government, we have to do things differently in order to achieve that same outcome. And we appreciate very much your flexibility in allowing us to be able to do that and recognizing that that has to happen. I want to thank you again, First Lady Dr. Biden, for your visit. We know you're so busy, and we so appreciate you taking the time. And I have to say, Qoyana Dailutin Daugolok, your new Yupik name, Qoyana Dailutin Daugolok. And now I'd like to introduce an incredible partner of the tribal health system, an incredible asset for all of Alaska, someone who needs no introduction during this pandemic, someone we all know and love, the state's Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Ann Zink. Dr. Zink?
Hello, I'm Dr. Ann Zink. I'm the Chief Medical Officer for the state of Alaska, and it's a true honor to have you. It's a historical moment. We get excited when Alaska's actually on a map. We're even more excited when people come and visit our big and beautiful and absolutely wondrous state. So thank you. I also want to thank the Alaska Native people who have been stewards of this land for so many generations and years. A big part of my learning through this pandemic has been learning through their history and how they've been impacted from every epidemic and pandemic worldwide. And that has really shaped our drive and how we've been able to respond throughout this pandemic. The tribal health system in Alaska really is the backbone for the healthcare in the state. In many places, it's the only healthcare system in the area, both for tribal members and non-tribal members. The first trauma hospital was right across the state and right across the road, and that was the Alaska Native Medical Center. So it's incredibly integrated into everyday care for everyday Alaskans, tribal and non-tribal, and that partnership has been absolutely tremendous. At the end of the day, tribal health is public health, school health is public health, and these partnerships are incredibly important together. I think the things we've learned the most is, number one, that we have a lot of inequities. We've all been in this storm together. We're just on different boats and different rafts, and together we can find our way through that. And that we are all so interdependent. And I think that that has just been highlighted again and again. And the Sovereign Nation Supplement that the federal government was able to provide for our tribal partners, the partnership where we sat with the tribes on every aspect of planning, getting out vaccine in the middle of winter, and working with the administration has been absolutely tremendous. So thank you for your time being here. Have a huge advocate, and we really appreciate it. So thank you, Dr. Biden.
Thank you, Dr. Zink. And from your yurt, you've become one of the most trusted voices in the state. And they say, you know, what a difference that does make. And with steady, compassionate leadership, you were quick to calm people's fears and give science-based advice and inspire Alaska to think like Zink. And thank you for all that you do. And Valerie, thank you. I mean, it's such a pleasure to meet you, and I love your warm welcome and that I received her grandmother's name. And I hope I can try and live up to the woman your grandmother was. And your tireless work to ensure that all Alaskans have quality health care is truly inspiring. And as I saw today, the consortium is setting a gold standard in supporting rural communities. And I'm so excited to see what this organization does under your leadership and to share what I've learned here with our team in share it with our team in DC. So I'm privileged, really, and proud to be here with all of you and at the Alaska Native Medical Center on the traditional homeland of the Danaina. Okay. Danaina. See, I'm getting it. So, as some of you may know, and before I continue, I just want to say Thank you to the press for being here. Thank you for you all being here, because you're the ones getting the message out to people of how important it is, you know, because if you weren't here, we'd just be talking to one another. So I want to thank you for your time. So as you may know, I'm headed for the Tokyo Olympics. And so when our travels brought us through Alaska, I asked if we could just stop a little bit longer. And this state really is special to Joe and to me. And we've built so many deep relationships here over the years. You know, we were here years ago with Senator Ted Stevens. And he brought me and Joe here to Alaska to see the beauty of the mountains and the glaciers from Anchorage, and you won't even believe this. I mean, yes, we went to Prudhoe Bay. I mean, we traveled all over this state by plane and, well, mostly by plane, because that's really the only way you can travel through this state. And then Ted's wife, Catherine, and I were pregnant at the same time, and it was such a big deal in the Senate. She had her daughter, Lily, and I had my daughter, actually, like within weeks apart. And it was really a big deal in the Senate, because there hadn't been a baby in the Senate in a long time. So most of them were, I guess, older men. And so like the fact that they were having 2 new babies, it was, you know, it was quite a thing. So Catherine and I have remained friends for just years and years. And for those of you who know the Murkowskis, I mean, we've traveled with Nancy and the senator, and Nancy and I actually did a lot of work in the Senate on the cancer issue, and as Senate spouses. So, and a second lady, Deborah Benito, and I worked closely with military families. I mean, we went to a base in Washington, and we cooked a meal for the military families together. So as you can see, there's lots of ties. It's not like I'm just kind of visiting a state and I don't know people there. I mean, I truly feel, you know, that this is a special state, and I feel that close relationship. You know, and I've seen the heart of this state in so many ways, and it's just really special for me to be here today as your First Lady. So thank you all for joining me. And the Alaska Native Center is so much more than a hospital, as you all saw. It's a gathering place for family members from across the state where they can reunite. And it's a place where you can celebrate new life and also pray over those to whom we must say goodbye. And the center brings healing through community. And I think that's what's so powerful about this place. And so often, joy comes in moments with others, doesn't it?
You've been listening in to the First Lady right here as she is urging Alaskans to get vaccinated ahead of her visit to Tokyo. We want to bring you out to some breaking news, though, which we are getting from Los Angeles, downtown Los Angeles. A police pursuit of this stolen utility van. You can see it riding through the shoulders right there of this freeway in Los Angeles. The police pursuit started in Torrance today and has now led into the South LA area. So we're going to keep our eyes on this shot as Skyfox is overhead at this point in time. It has been varying speeds at this point. Again, northbound on the 110 freeway is what we're hearing that this utility van is on. Hasn't seemed like it's been erratic speeds. So this is leaving the downtown LA area. Again, it started out in the Torrance area. You can see some of those choppers, other news outlets overhead, CHP helicopter overhead. Speeds now picking up as they have left the downtown LA area. They're going to go into this underpass right here. Again, a stolen utility van is what we're hearing. We're not sure how many people are inside of this van. It looks like just one police vehicle is following the van. Haven't seen any other ones. but has kept a pretty close distance up until this point. The call coming in about this police pursuit just within the past hour or so. They're going to continue on the 110 here, heading towards Highland Park. And if you're just joining us here on Live Now for Fox, we like to bring you these live feeds as soon as we get them. Our chopper just got to the scene of this police pursuit of a stolen utility van. The pursuit started in Torrance there. Again, we were reporting we're not sure how many people are inside of the car. We do know that it was started out as a stolen vehicle here. Now we have the tracker of how fast this pursuit's going, heading into the 60s, 60 miles per hour. Here on Live Now, we've seen a number of different police pursuits heading into 100, 120 miles per hour. So this is a little bit slower than some of our other ones, but still interesting to watch nonetheless. So again, thanks for joining us here. 3:40 here in Phoenix, Arizona, also 3:40 out there in Los Angeles Pacific time. We are carrying this police pursuit of a stolen utility van. The pursuit started in Torrance. They are leaving downtown Los Angeles northbound on the 110 freeway. The pursuit started around 3:15, so we're within the hour here, only about 45 minutes or so, 30 minutes or so, heading into the 4 o'clock hour as Sky Fox is overhead. We're going to keep tracking this pursuit here. But before we went out, we were showing you some of those remarks from the First Lady in Alaska. We're going to keep up this box for you, but we don't want to miss anything when it comes to live coverage. Oh, it does look like she's wrapping up, so we're just going to go ahead and stay on this shot for you as we'll bring you some of those other news events that we've been following throughout the day here in a little bit. But let's just stay wide shot on this police pursuit. You can see the locator now heading again on the 110 freeway. For the past 15 minutes or so, it has mostly just been a freeway chase on the I-10, no side streets, and we're seeing a couple other police vehicles that are tacking on for this this chase here. Not sure if that police vehicle, the second one behind the closest one, just caught up or has been there the whole time. We've been really just keeping our eyes on these two, the van and that first police vehicle there. So the thing that we want to watch is the possibility of any pit maneuvers, spike strips. It really takes a lot for specifically California law enforcement to use these different strategies here to slow down the van. question that you always have is how many people are inside of the car. The safety of everyone inside of the car is definitely a priority. And again, a reminder, almost 4 o'clock there in California, not quite rush hour yet, everyone getting home from their jobs, but we are definitely nearing that. And here's the closest shot that we've had thus far. You can see the driver in the front seat waving their arms a little bit, possibly doing some sort of signal gesture. And it looks like this is a floor care van. Again, this was a stolen utility van. We don't know what led up to this driver getting inside of this car. But again, a stolen utility van, white van, making its way on the 110 freeway northbound. So again, police being very, very careful with utilizing any strategies to slow down the van, including pit maneuvers. They don't know what's inside of the van. They don't know who is inside of the van. Might be hesitant to do a pit if there's any chemicals of the floor care business in that vehicle there. Looks like the van was definitely being utilized. You can see some things on the right inside of the windshield there. And it looks like the side of the car, the side of the van, has already been damaged, possibly knocking into something. Don't know if that was from this pursuit or if this was from earlier. In the time that we've seen this shot, we didn't see any collisions, any damage to the van. And just strolling right through this intersection right here. Didn't see if that was a red light, but I do believe that it was. So at least 2 police cars that are following the utility van, now heading into some commercial areas. Now on to Arroyo Parkway, passing through a pretty nice area in Los Angeles. So not really sure what this driver's thinking at this point in time. Possibly maybe gonna pull over, not sure about that. But got off the freeway, so that's one step closer for police to be able to utilize some of these maneuvers to pull over the driver safely, the driver of this stolen vehicle. Coming to a complete stop here at this intersection, rather than just rolling through the last intersection. So only about 15 miles per hour now, this van heading through Pasadena. 345 out there in California. Officers just keeping a close distance here of the van. We're just going to stay on this shot here again on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate all of you being with us here on this Wednesday afternoon, heading into the evening there in California. All right, so you've been watching this police pursuit of a stolen utility van in Pasadena. Started in Torrance a little after 3 o'clock. We're heading into the 4 o'clock hour. We're going to step away from it for just a moment here to head out to a different story. We'll circle back on this for coverage, but AAA is warning that gas prices will keep rising as we head into August. This driver right here of the stolen vehicle definitely not excited about those rising gas prices, I'm sure. Fox's Hunter Davis joins us now. And Hunter, at least half the country saw price hikes per gallon over the last week. Isn't that right?
That's exactly right, Daytona. 25 states actually saw an increase of about 2 cents a gallon. Some of those states, about 11 to be exact, saw more than that at 5 cents a gallon and even beyond for those gas price hikes at the pump. Now, much of this can be tracked back to travel, which we are still getting used to after the pandemic, which is causing a high demand for gasoline. Bookings for AAA for June increased 15% compared to June of 2019, which was already a record travel year for the company, and July is on a similar track. AAA says prices have been climbing since the end of 2020, and there doesn't appear to be any end in sight as we look forward to Labor Day weekend.
It's hard to predict how much they could go up because there's variables out there, the global markets, we're in hurricane season, things can change in a moment. And so certainly, you know, looking beyond a few weeks, it's hard to tell, but right now we're looking at least another 10 cents possible before we get to August.
Now, Texas is actually faring pretty well, ranking in the bottom 5 states for gas price increases with an average cost of $2.83 per gallon. The same can't be said for the West Coast, though, which is why I'm a little surprised by this car chase, because those California gas prices are well over $4. Hawaii isn't far behind, with Nevada, Utah, and Washington rounding out the top 5 for highest gas prices in the country. Now, Arizona is ranking in the bottom 15, so you guys, I don't think, are faring too bad over there, Daytona, but it looks like we all may soon see some relief. They say from AAA that it is normal to see those gas prices drop in the fall. They do add, though, that it's just too early right now to tell exactly when that may happen. Daytona.
Hunter Davis reporting live for us out of Texas tonight. Yes, you make a very good point. The gas prices in California not looking too good for this police pursuit right now. Hunter, thanks for being with us.
Thanks, Daytona.
And we're back out live to, again, a stolen police pursuit of this utility van. It started in Torrance, still going. We're just going to keep our eyes on this, as we definitely wanted to bring you that very interesting report on gas prices across the country. Arizona, like she said, not doing too horrible, but California definitely on the higher end of prices here. So if you want to keep your eye on this white utility van, this is pretty much what we've been watching. At least 3 police vehicles now tracking the van reported stolen. Again, this all started just within the hour, so we're heading into about 45 minutes of this police chase here. There's a gas station. Don't think the van is stopping there. Looks like they're still good to go. And the van stopping at most of these intersections. Interesting to note here, as you can see, it's a floor care van, a utility van. We don't know what is inside of the van, which is kind of restricting police on what they can do as far as pit maneuvers go, anything along those lines. Almost 4 o'clock out there in California as we are tracking this police pursuit through the area of Pasadena. It all began in Torrance there. A stolen utility van, a floor care van, looking like it's slowing down right now on the freeway. Not sure what the driver is thinking at this point in time. Cars getting around it as we are heading into a little busier time for traffic out in California. This is on the 210 freeway. And a police officer heading, zooming past the van there, looking like there's possibly going to be some sort of maneuver to try to slow this van down. Maybe get some eyes on the inside of the van there, possibly trying to signal to them. You can see the shadow of another chopper overhead. We'll try to see what the strategy is here to slow down. Looks like they're trying to slow down the rest of traffic. And now you're seeing the driver maybe signal out a little bit. This is definitely affecting just some of those other drivers trying to get home for the day. You can see on exit 28 here of the 210 freeway, the van just slowly making its way. And we are hearing reports of a flat tire on the passenger side, rear tire. And like we said before, it looks like the vehicle has a bit of damage on the driver's side already. Not sure if this has been within the past hour for this pursuit. So slowing almost to a stop here. Hands out the window here for this driver as they make their way on the 210, exit 28 here, definitely slowing down all of the traffic on this side of the freeway. Looks like even some of those cars on the opposite side of the freeway slowing down and just watching what's going on. Again, we don't know what exactly led up to this pursuit, and still not sure how many people are inside of the van. We've gotten a few close looks of the driver waving their hands outside, and there they go again, possibly signaling again to some of those police cars who were trailing the van at this point. We've seen at least 3 police cars, possibly more. So exactly 4 o'clock now out in California for this police pursuit in Pasadena of the 210 freeway, maybe getting off an exit here as this one police car is trailing with at least 2 other police cars. This all beginning out of Torrance today, a pretty slow police chase, one of the slower ones that we've seen here on LiveNOW. And again, we're hearing reports that there's possibly a flat tire on the back rear driver's side. Tire there of this floor care van. The driver once again signaling outside of the window, waving hands around, waving arms out the window. We haven't really gotten a look at the passenger side yet. Don't know if anyone is in the passenger seat. Again, CHP chopper heading through the shot right there just moments ago. So under 10 miles per hour, that's what the last 5 or so minutes have been of this, I guess you could say, police pursuit, a very slow pursuit. Keeping safety top of mind here. So officers staying very wary of this driver. They're not sure what's inside of the car. If this driver has a weapon, that is always a question during any of these pursuits. They want to stay on it, but they also want to stay safe. And again, like we've said, the opposite side of the freeway, going the opposite direction. Just kind of watching, seeing what's going to happen. I'm sure a lot of them pulling out their phones. So not getting off on exit 28, but getting onto running into a sign here. Driving through several signs. And possibly, makes you wonder if maybe their brakes are out and needed to force stop themselves. So very interesting. Haven't really seen a police pursuit end like that before. A forced stop by this stolen utility van. And guns drawn now by officers that have been tracking this van for the past hour now, 45 minutes. It all started at 3:15. Getting out of the car here, opening the door. Again, viewer discretion is advised. This is live. But it does look like this driver is going to surrender, taking their belt off. So a man walking out with his cigarette, throwing it in, and surrendering. Hands behind his back. Hands on the ground, body on the ground, chest on the ground. And it does look like it was just him inside of this stolen utility van. And we'll see if Skyfox kind of backs out a little bit. If we can see them approaching this suspect driver. They're keeping their distance. So quite an interesting pursuit here as we get many on LiveNOW out of California specifically. Not sure if we've seen any where they've just plowed through 2 signs on a freeway and then ending by ramming themselves into a barrier, but coming basically to an end here as officers approach the driver, still guns drawn, not sure if anyone is inside of the van. So still handling with lots of caution here as they can't see inside of the van. And it does look like they've cleared the van, that no one else is inside of there. As they take the suspect into custody here. So there you have it, beginning to end of this police pursuit, starting in Torrance, ending right here in the Pasadena area on the 210 freeway. The driver not quite making his way onto exit 28, instead just driving up onto the barrier, plowing through a couple signs. Traffic now being allowed through as they head into the 4 o'clock hour out of California. The driver being taken into custody right now. We're going to take a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate all of you joining us. We have a lot more stories we want to be getting to, including the last remarks from First Lady Jill Biden as she made her way to Alaska today to talk vaccines ahead of her trip to Tokyo for the Olympics. That's all coming up. 2 minutes here on Live Now. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox as Sky Fox heads away from that area. We just showed you that police pursuit coming to a very, I guess, not really abrupt end. It was a very slow police pursuit, much of it staying underneath 20 miles per hour. The driver running into a couple of signs and then running into a barrier, bringing this stolen utility van to a complete stop. Police taking that suspect driver into custody. So happy to bring all of that to you as it happened out of California. We want to go out now to the First Lady as she was visiting the Alaska Native Medical Center. This is ahead of her trip to Tokyo for the Olympics. We all know that is going to begin opening ceremonies starting on Friday. So we'll listen in to the First Lady as we only got to bring you a little bit of that. So here's the rest.
Tireless work to ensure that all Alaskans have quality health care is truly inspiring. And as I saw today, the consortium is setting a gold standard in supporting rural communities. And I'm so excited to see what this organization does under your leadership and to share what I've learned here with our team in share it with our team in DC. So I'm privileged, really am proud to be here with all of you and at the Alaska Native Medical Center on the traditional homeland of the Danaina. Okay. Danaina. See, I'm getting it. So as some of you may know, and before I continue, I just want to say thank you to the press for being here. Thank you for you all being here, because you're the ones getting the message out to people of how important it is, because if you weren't here, we'd just be talking to one another. So I want to thank you for your time. So as you may know, I'm headed for the Tokyo Olympics. And so when our travels brought us through Alaska, I asked if we could just stop a little bit longer. And this state really is special to Joe and to me. And we've built so many deep relationships here over the years. You know, we were here years ago with Senator Ted Stevens, and he brought me and Joe here to Alaska to see the beauty of the mountains and the glaciers from Anchorage, and you won't even believe this. I mean, yes, we went to Prudhoe Bay. I mean, we traveled all over this state by plane, and well, mostly by plane, because that's really the only way you can travel through the state. And then Ted's wife, Catherine, and I were pregnant at the same time, and it was such a big deal in the Senate. She had her daughter Lily, and I had my daughter Ashley, like within weeks apart. And it was really a big deal in the Senate because there hadn't been a baby in the Senate in a long time. So most of them were, I guess, older men. And so like the fact that they were having 2 new babies, it was, you know, it was quite a thing. So Catherine and I have remained friends for just years and years. And for those of you who know the Murkowskis, I mean, we've traveled with Nancy and the senator, and Nancy and I actually did a lot of work in the Senate on cancer, on the cancer issue, and as Senate spouses. So, and as Second Lady, Deborah Benito and I worked closely with military families. I mean, we went to a base in Washington, and we cooked a meal for the military families together. So, as you can see, there's lots of ties. It's not like I'm just kind of visiting a state and I don't know people there. I mean, I truly feel, you know, that this is a special state, and I feel that close relationship. You know, and I've seen the heart of this state in so many ways, and it's just really special for me to be here today as your First Lady. So thank you all for joining me. And the Alaska Native Center is so much more than a hospital, as you all saw. It's a gathering place for family members from across the state where they can reunite. And it's a place where you can celebrate new life and also pray over those to whom we must say goodbye. And the center brings healing through community. And I think that's what's so powerful about this place. And so often, joy comes in moments with others, doesn't it? And it's shared from person to person, family gatherings and meals, and the music of a crowd, and the simple pleasure of smiling at a stranger, which, you know, now we can do when we're outside and we take off our masks. And we lost that joy in the pandemic. I know all of you must have felt it. But now we're reunited, thanks to the work of organizations like this center, and the South Central Foundation, and the Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium, which have helped lead this state in vaccinating not only natives, but non-natives as well. And the President and I are so grateful for the hard work that has gone into vaccinating your communities against COVID-19, because let's face it, you're saving lives. And we're not done. And I know that you're not done either. And even as we celebrate the progress we've made, we know that this last push is really the hardest of all. I mean, look at the numbers today, how they're going up, and it's people who are not vaccinated, who are going into the hospitals, who are getting COVID. And recently I was in Washington, and I was I was at an exercise class, and a woman came up to me, I didn't know her, and after class and said, hey Jill, she said, I want to thank you for what you're doing to fight against the pandemic. And she said, I lost 4 members of my family to the virus. And she started to cry. And she said, but you know what I did? And I said, you know, she introduced herself. I said, what did you do, Jackie? And she said, I went and I got 140 people to get their vaccinations. And, you know, it was, and I just felt so terrible for her. And I think that's the reality of what this virus is. People don't realize it's in, your life can change in a second. And this is our path forward, reaching out to those who are still undecided, persuading them to, you know, protect themselves and others. And we need to make this case person by person. And that's what it's taking, this last push. And I'm here today because your health matters to me and to the president. And Joe always said that he would be a president for all Americans. And that means we're going to fight for the safety of all Americans. You know, we're going to fight for everyone. So I'm asking all of you who are listening right now to choose to get vaccinated. Maybe you think, you know, whether or not one person gets vaccinated doesn't really matter, but it does. COVID, I mean, you've seen it on the news. COVID is more contagious than ever, and it continues to spread. Even one hospitalization, one life lost is too many. And if you've only had one shot, you need to make sure that, you know, you stay on schedule and you get your second. And being fully vaccinated is the way to protect yourself from hospitalization and death. And to those who have already gotten vaccinated, please help us spread the word and talk to the people in your life, just like Jackie did, the one from the exercise class, that once she saw, like, hey, people in my family are dying, I have to help protect other people. Go out, because you are the trusted messengers for your families. And so the poet Peter Kalifornsky wrote, truth happens when two minds make a contact. So many of the important things in our lives, you know, our traditions, our faith, our history and values, are learned from, you know, the people around us. Mind to mind, heart to heart, we glean and gather and grow. And that's how we're going to move beyond this virus once and for all. One mind, one heart, changed at one time. So do your part, please, and protect yourself. Spread the word. And then we can feel the joy of being together without hesitation or fear. So I want to say to all your viewers or people who are reading what you're writing, God bless you all, and please go get vaccinated. Thank you. Thanks. So quiet. Thank you. Thanks for being here.
So the First Lady right there in Anchorage, again at the Alaska Native Medical Center. We'll be tracking her journey as she heads off to Tokyo. But until then, let's go out to a few other stories we haven't quite hit on yet. Take a look at this. Severe storms bringing hail and damaging winds to Montgomery County, Pennsylvania. You can see that tree down right there onto a house. The storm started around 3 p.m. and hit Montgomery County specifically pretty hard there. We've seen images sent in to our Fox 29 station of large hail on doorsteps, and again, gusty winds toppling trees, winds ripping off the roofs of warehouses. So pretty wild weather that is hitting Montgomery County right now out of Pennsylvania. We'll be keeping our eyes. It looked like sunny skies. This video just coming into us from Fox 29. So if we hear of anything else, we'll of course be bringing that to you. But a massive tree down on this home there out of Montgomery County. Speaking of weather, we're hearing of some pretty interesting weather. We'll be tracking it out of the Phoenix area. We're located here in Phoenix, Arizona with LiveNOW from Fox. We have our storm chaser that is headed to a predicted monsoon. They are reporting pretty heavy rain and wild sights. So if we get any of those visuals, we'll be bringing that to you as soon as possible. We'll be right back here in 2 minutes. We're following up on a chemical plant scare out of Texas. More details on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to LiveNOW from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett, almost 4:30 here in Phoenix, Arizona. We're tracking some storms out of Surprise, Arizona. When we get some visuals, we'll bring them to you as soon as possible. Until then, though, take a look at this. We are getting updates from officials down on the ground in Texas. A scare this morning at a Texas chemical plant. Fire crews responded to the incident at the plant in LaPorte outside of Houston, where a possible leak had been suspected. After monitoring the area, officials have not detected any chemicals in the air. Authorities issued, then lifted a shelter-in-place order for the surrounding area this morning, but an evacuation order is ongoing at this time. So these were taken just a little bit earlier this morning, and like I said, we heard from officials down on the ground. So here's the latest out of LaPorte, Texas.
Good. Hi, I'm Laurie Christensen. I'm the Harris County Fire Marshal. With me, I have Mayor Rigby from City of LaPorte. I'm going to give you an update on the incident that's occurring. At this time, the tank temperatures remain elevated and they do continue to vent. The tank is venting hydroxyethyl acrylate. Unified Command is working on a plan if there were to be a breach of the tank. So that plan is still, it's going to be evolving as we go through the evening because, again, as things change, they want to keep that plan activated. Dow is coordinating with surrounding facilities if there were to be an impact. There are no major concerns of cascading impacts at this time. It is unclear how long that this event will go on. Please avoid the area. I'm going to let the mayor talk a little bit about some of the areas that remain closed, and we can explain that in detail. This incident is active, and there's still a half-mile evacuation zone, and that's going to continue to hold. Air monitoring shows no readings outside of the FITS line per Harris County Pollution Control, CTEH, and Dow, and that is still continuing to be posted on the Ready Harris site for the public to see. Mobile monitoring is available on that site and will continue to remain. All water is contained within the site with no off-site impact. And I'm going to let Mayor Rigby talk a little bit about what's going on here.
Thank you, Lori. Again, it's Louis Rigby. I'm the mayor of LaPorte. As Lori said, it's a ongoing event. The city continues to work with Dow and multiple agencies in response to the incident. And for more information for City of LaPorte, you can follow the LaPorte Office of Emergency Management on social media or at laportetx.gov. We appreciate the assistance and cooperation received from Dow Chemicals representatives and Harris County first responders, as well as related emergency management teams and offers of resources if they become necessary. Always, we are truly grateful for the hard work of the City of LaPorte's Fire Department, Police Department, Office of Emergency Management, along with other city staff who have worked on this incident. As Lori stated, Fairmont Parkway between 146 and Bay Area Boulevard continues to be closed. Bay Area Boulevard from Fairmont to almost to Choate Road remains closed and will remain so until this incident is resolved. And at this time, we'll answer any questions.
So you said the chemical is still venting out the hydroxy acrylate, but right now the temperatures remain elevated?
The temperatures do remain elevated. They are being monitored. We have drones in the air monitoring that. There's a unified command set up, so yes, ma'am, they are continuing to vent, which is expected at this time. And so again, those drones are monitoring it back within the unified incident command system. They're able to monitor that.
Will you guys be putting anything to drop the temperature from the camera?
Depending on what the temperature is, unified command will make that decision if they need to continue adding water. Right now they don't, based on the temperature. They're fine where they're at. Again, this is going to be a long duration event. This could go into the evening because the process itself has to continue doing the things that it does. What I'll tell you is LaPorte Fire Department, Dow Emergency Response Team, some of the surrounding community response teams, they're going to remain on site. I know the mayor's office and the county is going to continue to remain vigilant, staying on top of what's going on. Our Harris County Hazmat team will remain on site as well. We have our drones in the air as well, and we will keep you updated, most likely through our social media sites, and we'll make sure you have the public information that you need and the contacts.
So does this mean that you're just going to let it all run out, all of the chemicals just come out of the tank?
So at this time, we can't speak for Dow, and this is their facility, but what I can tell you is they are involved with the Unified Command, and this process, with it venting the way it is, they're going to continue to let that occur as it is occurring. So there is no plan to go in there and stop that venting process. And that's based on their experts within Dow, because they do produce this chemical, of how they should be treating it.
Earlier that you guys had said that venting had stopped and y'all were waiting to hear whether that was because there was still a reaction or whether there was some sort of, like, I don't know, it being done. What happened there? And are y'all seeing now?
And so, you know, in these type processes, when you see this occur within what we call a process event within these facilities, that can happen. Sometimes it'll just stop venting, and for whatever reason, whether the chemical inside there is doing something, and then it'll start venting again. Again, this is expected, and that's why we're going to keep the teams on site to keep that monitored. So it's just going to be part of that process as it continues.
So just in simple terms, obviously with the elevated temperatures and still venting, that means combustibility is still possible for surrounding. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm clear on how likely
Yes, ma'am.
could happen.
No, absolutely. And so as we talked about earlier, something could happen within that tank, but they have, based on the information they have, that half-mile radius, they're confident that if that occurs, it's going to occur within that particular area. They have made sure that the area is evacuated surrounding that. There's some other plants and some things like that, so they're going to make sure that's evacuated. They're confident that it would not cause a significant event after that occurred. But again, that's something we're going to monitor, and we're going to make sure we keep y'all updated on that.
Are we hoping with the sun going down that'll help with these temperatures?
Absolutely. Anything, you know, we talk about that. I know Unified Command is working with the weather, watching if there's going to be any weather coming in, anything like that, and how that's going to affect. That's all part of the planning process.
I know TCEQ is headed out this way. Are they going to be conducting
conducting their own investigation?
I can't speak for TCEQ, but we'll make sure you have the contacts for them. Okay, thank y'all so much.
Do you expect anything else tonight out here, or you got some comments?
No, ma'am, we don't. And I'll make sure you talk to RPIO. We're going to make sure we leave y'all some information of how to follow up. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
So the latest from officials in LaPorte, Texas, this coming in just within the past hour here on Live Now. We'll follow any other developments when it comes to that. But before we went off to that last commercial break, we told you we're monitoring some interesting weather coming into Arizona. The National Weather Service in Phoenix has issued a number of warnings and advisories as monsoon weather makes a return to parts of the valley. According to the National Weather Service in Phoenix, their Twitter page, a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for parts of Avondale and Goodyear until 4:30. It is 4:30 right now, so looks like we have officially embarked past that. A separate severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for the Wickenburg area until 4:30. So we just have our teams out on the ground from Fox 10 and Phoenix trying to monitor how things are looking. In addition, a flash flood watch will be in effect from July 22nd to 11 p.m. July 22nd being tomorrow. So here's another look here, a radar system. You can see lots of movement in the area. Our teams, I believe, are headed to Surprise, Arizona, so they should be there in the next 20 minutes or so. So we'll be keeping our eyes on any developments, any other shots that we get. We're going to take another break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we were speaking on the latest with Harvey Weinstein. He was in court today in Los Angeles. So we'll see you back here in just 2 minutes for the latest on all of that. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I want to provide you some of these other shots that we're getting live via Fox 10 in Phoenix. In the bottom left-hand corner, our teams headed out to Surprise, Arizona. In the bottom right-hand corner, we have Skyfox overhead. You can see the sun shining through some of those dark clouds, but the most eerie shot I think that we're getting right now of monsoon season is this shot from ADOT. You can see those pretty heavy clouds coming in here. Not exactly sure where this is in the valley. We'll get back to you on that, but we're just getting some warnings from the National Weather Service talking about possibility of flash floods going into tomorrow. A lot of these other warnings have been lifted at this point in time for thunderstorms, but as you can see, still very active weather. Again, we are getting in now that this ADOT cam is at I-10 and Litchfield Park Road. So more on all of that in a little bit. We'll flash this last radar shot for you. And as we said, our teams are heading out to some of the worst of this around the valley. But until then, let's go out to a different story. We'll be getting a live report on this in just a little bit. But we had Harvey Weinstein in court today. He pleaded not guilty to 4 counts of rape and 7 other sexual assault counts. Weinstein denies rapes, sexual assaults in a downtown Los Angeles courtroom. We want to play out all of this full for you. And then, like we said, we'll be going out to a live report in Los Angeles with reporters who've been following this story all day today. Let's listen in.
Go slide in. You got plenty of room over there. Go slide in. Has received a copy of the indictment, and it will be sealed for purposes of the arraignment. Let me make a couple of matters perfectly clear, since we have individuals in the courtroom that were not here earlier. To one camera, one full camera, there will be no live streaming. And let me be perfectly clear, there are no cell phones allowed in this courtroom. If you have one, it should be in your pocket, in a purse, or put away in a briefcase. If my bailiff would escape that cell phone, please don't put me in the uncomfortable position of having to deal with your electronic devices. Put them away now. There is to be no live streaming or any other broadcasting of these proceedings. Counsel, on behalf of your client, to waive formal reading of the indictment, advisory of rights, enter a plea of not guilty, denying any and all special allegations, enhancements, and/or priors. Yes, Your Honor. The not guilty plea is entered. Your request, I'm going to let you make your request again.
I request leave to file a demurrer, Your Honor, against counts 5, 6, and 7 on the grounds that they're barred by the statute of limitations. I filed a demurrer with the court. We already discussed with you, Your Honor, scheduling a hearing on that demurrer next Thursday, July 29th, in the department to which will be assigned.
Do you want to be heard on that request? I will grant you leave to file that demurrer. The matter will be calendared in Department 110. That is Judge Lynch, and it is assigned there for all purposes. Next court date will be July 29th, 2021 at 8:30 in the morning. Does that decide which to be heard with respect to the issue of bail? Correct. You want to hear this one?
Submit, Your Honor.
Bail at this time is set at no bail. The court did receive a number of requests and orders from counsel. I've already dealt with and disposed of one of those requests from defense counsel. There's no need to get into that again. I did receive...
In all respects, with the exception that he changed the name of counsel in order to make them more updated.
That's correct. With the exception of, on the general protective order, I specifically spelled out that witness list, witness information is also protected.
Understood.
Do you want to be heard further with respect to the request for a protective order regarding grand jury transcripts to defense attorneys?
No, Your Honor. We understand that the green transcripts will be available to us immediately.
I have signed that protective order. I'm also signing a request to release grand jury subpoena documents to defense counsel and the attached protective order. Do you want to be heard with respect to that? Ms. Orts?
No, Your Honor.
The court has signed that order as well. Do you want to be heard with respect to the protective order governing your client's conduct?
No, Your Honor.
I have signed that order as well. With respect to the proceedings in this courtroom, is there anything else I can do to add to your records here today?
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I've submitted a request for medical evaluation of Mr. Weinstein.
I've granted your request. And Mr. Worsley, you should just be aware that it's quite possible I may get this returned. If I do, I'll have my judicial assistant contact you if it needs to be amended.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Is there anything else I can do for either of your records here today?
No, Your Honor.
That'll be
Thank you.
Thank you, Honor.
Good luck, Mr. Weinstein.
Thank you very much.
So there you have it, just a small portion of court proceedings today. Sheriff deputies bringing the 69-year-old there into the courtroom in a wheelchair. He was wearing that brown jail jumpsuit and a face mask. Attorney Mark Worksman entered the plea for the movie mogul a day after Weinstein was extradited to California from New York, where he was serving a 23-year prison term. He now awaits a second trial and a second coast and the possibility of another lengthy sentence. Weinstein's charges involve 5 women and span from 2004 to 2013. Most are said to have taken place in the hotels in Beverly Hills and Los Angeles that the New York-based Weinstein would make his headquarters for his Hollywood business. Some took place during Oscars week when his films were contenders before the Me Too movement brought them down eventually. He pleaded, again, not guilty to 4 counts of rape, 4 counts of forcible oral copulation, 2 counts of sexual battery by restraint, and 1 count of sexual penetration by use of force, charges that together could bring a sentence of 140 years. The women were not named in the charging documents. We want to play out some of the remarks following the courtroom appearance today from Weinstein. But before that, let's follow back up on what we're following out in Arizona right now. I want to bring you to a couple of these different live looks as we're getting in new information. A power outage is affecting 1,500 Goodyear customers, Goodyear, Arizona. Our team on the left-hand corner heading out to Surprise, Arizona. But we just got this in from the Arizona Public Service Company customers in Goodyear that 1,500 of those customers are dealing with some of these outages, following up on monsoon weather that everyone knows about here in Arizona. Very much an issue during this time of the year. So we're going to go back out to that press conference with Harvey Weinstein. We're also going to be following that live in Los Angeles with a reporter down on the ground. So here's the latest outside of an LA courtroom earlier today.
And we do expect that after a trial in this matter, if we have a fair trial in this case, that Mr. Weinstein will be acquitted of these charges. Anybody have any questions? I'm sorry, I can't hear you. I can't, I'm sorry.
The counts related to demur, is that all related to one victim?
Related to 2 different alleged victims. At this point, we're going to review the discovery. We're going to prepare our defense. We're going to come back next Thursday for a hearing on our demur, which, as I mentioned, is a motion that we filed to dismiss 3 of the counts on the grounds that they're barred by the statute of limitations. You have to understand that these charges stem from allegations that were made years and years ago. They are not corroborated by any scientific, forensic evidence, by any credible, reliable evidence to support the allegations, and we're confident that if we can have a fair trial in this case, that Mr. Weinstein will be acquitted.
The judge granted medical evaluation of your client. What is the big concern?
Yes, well, as you may know, Mr. Weinstein suffers from a number of serious medical conditions that require urgent medical care. We had actually filed a writ of habeas corpus with the Superior Court here to prevent him from being brought here before he could have some very important treatment, especially to address his eye. He's going blind in one eye, and he was in the process of getting a treatment by an ophthalmologist in Buffalo, New York. We asked the court to delay bringing him here until he could receive that treatment. And while that writ is still under consideration by the judge, the district attorney's office had him transported here yesterday. They made representation. That's correct. The judge here in Los Angeles, Judge Ryan, had ordered briefing by the parties on our request that Mr. Weinstein not be brought back here until he can have his medical treatment completed. The district attorney's office and the sheriff's department filed a written response in which they assured the court that they would provide Mr. Weinstein with medical care. Our reply is due today, and it's under consideration by the court, but without waiting for the court to rule, Mr. Weinstein obviously was transported here yesterday. He's here now, and we're going to deal with the case because that's the hand we've been dealt. Well, as of this moment, I believe that the court's going to have to rule on whether or not it's moot. He's here physically. I'm not sure what the court's remedy will be, but we do intend to hold the district attorney's office and the sheriff's department to their commitment to provide Mr. Weinstein with the essential medical care that he requires.
Is the indictment any different than the previous complaint? Is it significantly different?
It's not significantly different. It's similar. The district attorney's office changed some of the dates that are alleged, but it's more or less the same set of allegations with the same alleged victims.
2004, 2005 date that was clarified?
Yes, that's one of the counts. That's count 6 and 7, alleged by one
Did they figure out
woman.
the year?
Well, they've alleged a time period between 2004 and 2005. That's clearly barred by the statute of limitations because that was brought well beyond any reasonable interpretation of a 10-year statute of limitations.
Can you talk a little about the timeline and the timing of this case? This has to be handled by mid-November because of the extradition rules. And then you've got massive discovery. Procedurally, how would you try to actually get the appropriate timeline?
Well, under the law that required Mr. Weinstein to be brought here, he has a right to be tried within 120 days. And as of this moment, we have not waived that right. It's premature to discuss timing, except to say that as of this moment, Mr. Weinstein has a right to a trial within 120 days of today.
Can you talk about the other charges? I know you're trying to have a couple of them dismissed, essentially, but what about the other charges and the not guilty? Can you give us a bigger picture?
Well, the big picture is that these allegations stem from many years ago, and that's the problem the district attorney's office is going to face, and that's the problem all of these accusers face, in that they brought allegations that can't be substantiated or corroborated by any forensic evidence, any contemporaneous reporting, any credible witnesses. And so that's one of the fundamental unfairness that we face in this case, is that these charges do stem from so many years ago. 3 of the charges are absolutely beyond the statute of limitations and must, as a matter of law, be dismissed. And we've addressed that in our demur. Anyway, thank you all. And if you have any other questions, you all know how to reach me. My name is Mark Werksman, W-E-R-K-S-M-A-N, and I represent Harvey Weinstein. I'm his counsel of record, along with my partner, Alan Jackson, of the firm Werksman, Jackson & Quinn. I'm sorry. What new allegations? He absolutely, unequivocally, and categorically denies the allegations in this indictment for the reasons that I've articulated. They're unprovable, unproven, uncredible, and unsubstantiated. And that'll become clear as we litigate this case.
Can you say what his demeanor was when you spoke to him today?
Well, he was transported yesterday without really any notice, and it was a long trip and an arduous trip. As you can see, he's in a wheelchair because of his spinal stenosis. He can't walk. So his physical condition is degraded. To that, a lengthy cross-country trip, being in custody, and you can see this is very difficult for him. And I mean, the conditions that he's facing and the allegations that he's facing would be soul-crushing for any individual. Thank you all.
I just have one rebuttal, which is, this is not television. This is real life. This is a real case.
I'm not going to comment on whether it's true that there is no forensic evidence, but I can assure you it is not necessary to have forensic evidence in order for this case to be proven. I take issue with some of the statements that Mr. Worksman said, respectfully. The idea that none of these witnesses have any corroboration. I'll just say I would take very strong issue with that. The idea that these allegations are incredible. I think that when the witnesses testify, that many will decide that they have a great deal of credibility in what they say. Allegations of sexual assault and rape often take a long time for a victim to report. So the idea that they may not have disclosed to any law enforcement officer for many years does not mean that those are not credible. In fact, they can be credible allegations if law enforcement didn't believe that they were credible allegations and can be proven and had some corroboration. No charges would have been filed. I am confident of that. So that's their argument, but an argument is not a substitute for facts. The facts will be revealed in the courtroom. The jury will be the finder of facts. They will decide this case. So I do think that Mr. Weinstein should get all the medical care that anyone in his position should be afforded. We want him to be in good shape for the trial. In this case, 2 victims for whom charges have been filed, and a number of what they call 1101B potential witnesses, or like prior bad act witnesses in Pennsylvania, like the Molyneux witnesses who testified in New York. Whether they will be permitted to testify will be the subject of a motion, and then a court will decide how many and which ones will be permitted to testify. As to the prior bad act witnesses, obviously the victims can and must testify and will testify. I'm sorry, I can't hear your question.
What's your response to the defense's contention that the statute of limitations bars some accounts?
The allegation that is made in the demur, which will be decided next Thursday, or at least will be argued next Thursday in this courthouse, that the statute of limitations bars certain of the allegations of certain victims, and therefore the prosecution should not be permitted to continue with the prosecution of the allegations of those victims that are barred. I really can only say that I have every reason to believe that as to the victims that I represent, that is not a problem. I have not seen their demur, but I don't have reason to believe that's a problem as to my clients. I'm not going to say which 2 Jane Does I represent, however, at this time. But again, I mean, I've been involved for many years, ever since I got involved with Bill Cosby, in working to extend the statute of limitations in criminal cases as well as civil cases, so that it doesn't act as a bar to justice, as a way to shut the courthouse door in the face of victims by saying, too late, sorry, which in essence is what it means to have the statute of limitations bar a criminal prosecution. But we'll have to see what happens in this case. Even where statutes of limitations are extended, generally they're retroactive. So it's a legal point that will have to be argued next week. Thank you.
Can you speak quickly to what today means for your victims? You mentioned a delay of access to justice. They finally get to see him in a courtroom. Have you spoken to them today? What are they feeling?
I have not spoken to them since I left the courtroom upstairs, but I will be in communication, and I have calls lined up with many of my clients who may or will be testifying in this case later today.
Right. So can you speak to what it meant today?
But as I say, at least as to the 2 victims, they're not in the state. at this time, so they couldn't be here. But what it'll mean to them, I think that they will be relieved, and I did let them know that he was extradited, that I would be coming to court today. I think there's relief that finally, after many delays, you know, the system is now proceeding and the prosecution is proceeding. First there was the delay because of the New York case. Then there was a delay because of COVID and many other reasons. So we're finally now moving forward. It's hard when people keep a secret for many years, as some may have, but some may have told others. I'm not going to comment which ones did. But I can assure you that as to my clients, there's certainly much more evidence than just their testimony. Although I think their testimony alone should be enough. Thank you. Okay.
So stick with us here on Live Now from Fox. In just about 15 minutes, we'll be going out live to Los Angeles to get the latest on Harvey Weinstein, hopefully answering a couple more questions about how those victims are reacting today, talking more about the timeline and what to expect moving forward here with the Weinstein case. But I want to move into still California news right now. We are just getting in here. Larry Elder is now being added to the California recall ballot on a judge's order. This has been kind of a tough election to follow as far as who's on the ballot. Lots of people entering out in California. To break down the latest news today on Larry Elder, and also to just give us a recap on the latest with the Newsom recall, I'm going to bring in our very own Andrew Kraft. Andrew, thanks for being here with me. What's going on here today out of California politics?
Yeah, Daytona, today, good news for the Elder campaign. Larry Elder is a prominent conservative radio personality and host, and today a judge ruled that he indeed can appear on the ballot come the recall that will be held September 14th later this year in California. And so this kind of all manifested itself last week when he initially found out that he did not meet a certain deadline and certain requirements to appear on the ballot, one of which is this very, very new statute in California that now requires candidates for governor to release at least 5 years of their tax returns to get on the ballot. That was passed after the 2016 election, in which many of our viewers, Daytona, will remember that former President Trump refused to release his tax returns, as was kind of customary practice for candidates, and so California passed this law. Now, Larry Elder did release tax returns, some of which were redacted, and so the judge ruling today that that statute does not require recall candidates in recall elections to do that. But I just want to point out, Larry Elder did release many years of his tax returns. And so this was kind of the really conundrum in this whole debacle of going back and forth. Now we know he is appearing on the ballot September 14th for this recall election. So he joins a growing list, Daytona, of prominent conservatives looking to oust Democrat California Governor Gavin Newsom, of which Caitlyn Jenner is one. Obviously, we've been covering the Caitlyn Jenner campaign here on Live Now. We do have some news to report that apparently her campaign is launching a bus tour that will start in Venice, California, and go around parts of the state come a little later this summer. There is a picture we have from Fox 11's own Alex Michelson tweeting out that photo of what the bus is going to look like. Now, this all kind of comes as well ahead of the news that came last week that Caitlyn Jenner is putting her campaign on pause to go film Celebrity Big Brother, a reality TV series in Australia. We don't have any really updates on that. We haven't heard from the campaign on how long this pause might be. But this bus tour, I believe, will be taking place August the 12th. They'll be talking about a lot of issues in California, homelessness, and the like. So it joins a growing number of conservatives there. In addition to Elder, we're thinking, Kevin Faulconer, the former mayor of San Diego, John Cox as well. And so this will be all eyes on California a little later this fall to see if some of these conservatives can mount an aggressive campaign and make some headway in what they want to do. They want to see Governor Gavin Newsom out of office.
Yeah, Andrew, the list, I believe, that was released included 42 different candidates. So something that California voters are going to have to be taking notes on as we see almost every single week. I felt like people were adding their name to that list. But yeah, big news today with Larry Elder, the conservative radio talk show host. Yeah,
and Daytona, kind of going forward, a lot of these legal entanglements that the candidates are now getting themselves in is how they want their name to appear on the ballot. We know current California Governor Gavin Newsom lost his court battle because his campaign team were requesting to put a D next to his name, meaning he's a Democrat, and a judge said essentially, no, you missed the deadline for that. We have to stick to the statute at hand. Also, we were hearing a little earlier, Kevin Faulconer wants the words former San Diego mayor to appear next to his name on the ballot. I believe that's still being worked out in litigation, and so we'll update you on that. But so that's kind of where candidates are focused at this time is, how will Californians see their names once they get their ballot on September 14th or a little before?
Right. All right. Our very own Andrew Kraft breaking it down for us. Join us a little bit later tonight as we highlight some of the other stories as well and give you a preview of what to be looking forward to in the rest of the hours here on Live Now. We're going to take a quick break here for a second, but I want to take you out to a couple of these live looks as we've been tracking weather out of the Arizona area. If you don't know, we have really bad monsoons that really just tear through the valley. This is a pretty calm shot. We'll take you out to a couple other ones that we are tracking as well. There's Sky Fox overhead right now, as we reported not too long ago. 1,500 Goodyear customers reporting power outages. So we'll be tracking any more power outages when it comes to this Arizona monsoon weather and any other alerts from the National Weather Service as well. We're going to take a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back with more news and events. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, a live look from Sky Fox in the Phoenix, Arizona area. We're monitoring some interesting flash flood warnings and severe thunderstorms. Looking pretty calm at this hour, 5 o'clock. we'll be watching any other developments as we see them here on our screens. We're going to go out now to California Governor Newsom as he is touting his California comeback plan, part of that being a new crime initiative on bringing down the surge in crime out of California. We'll play that out for you. And then also, as we've been saying, in about 10 minutes, we'll be heading out to Los Angeles with one of our reporters who's been following the latest as Harvey Weinstein has pled not guilty to sexual assault charges. So more to come on all that. First, Governor Newsom.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you to our host mayor and to all the mayors that are assembled with me, all of us, rather, and to all the police chiefs. We just had a very informative meeting with the big 13 mayors, representing mayors from Northern, Southern, Central Valley, as well as Central Coast, and here in Southern California to discuss the issue of crime and violence in the state of California, to discuss crime trends, to reflect back on where we were in the 80s and 90s, the reform movement that subsequently took place in the late 90s and 2000s, and how this state has fared. We comparing and contrasting how we're doing vis-a-vis other states, and we shared some best practices and concerns. And so I'm very grateful to each and every chief that is with us. I'm grateful for their work. I'm grateful for the men and women in uniform. And we are incredibly humbled by this moment because none of us are naive. You saw the headlines in Birmingham, Alabama, big increase in gun-related violence. You're seeing it all across the United States. There is not a state that has been spared an increase, particularly of gun violence over the course of the last year. There are many theories as to the underlying causes, as to why, and good people can disagree. The bottom line at the end of the day, as members of the public, you expect us to resolve to address these issues. You expect all of us, regardless of your political stripes, regardless of geography, you expect all of us to respect you. You expect to feel some connection to your community, and you all expect, and appropriately so, to be protected. And so we're here in that spirit and in that light. We're also here specific purpose, and that is to highlight not just the issue of gun-related violence in the state of California, but also to highlight the issues that our retail community is facing. This is not new in the state of California. As the Assembly member noted, we've been organized in a very deliberative manner to address the issue of organized retail crime for a number of years. That said, we are doubling down on those efforts today with this bill that I'll be signing here in a moment. We've all seen the images of people rushing in. Some member was right to highlight just one of them at Macy's. You're seeing them all across the state of California, those organized efforts, and they are organized disproportionately efforts. And we want to go after those rings. We want to go after those organized, organized teams of folks that are connected not just within communities, but all across the state of California. We were successful, as the commissioner noted, over the course of the last few years with those close to 700 investigations that led to 252 arrests and tens of millions of dollars of recovered property. But we want to work to do even more and better moving forward. The state of California has no police department, it has the California Highway Patrol. That does not negate our responsibility and our role to work with local law enforcement, to work with local DAs, to work with local elected officials to address the issue of violence and to organize in a strategic and regional basis our efforts. And that's exactly what this legislation will afford us the right to do. CHP has to be invited in. There are some regulatory hurdles from CHP working in this capacity. Those issues are addressed in this legislation. Millions of dollars was put in the budget to support these efforts in anticipation